What we will be talking about this weekend is a continuation of interests that I have pursued now for over 30 years. That is the interface between psychoanalysis and religious phenomena. What we now often talk about today is spirituality. And I have, back in 1965, I first ran into someone. I was a very young person trying to find my way, and I ran into someone who showed me the promise of relating process philosophy and Carl Jung's psychology and systems theory in science. And I had a sort of intellectual meltdown right about that moment, and I saw the vision of possibility, and that thing has kind of fueled my studies since, and I've never regretted it. So today we will be continuing research and work that was really started back then. What I'm going to focus on this weekend really is an update on some work that is being done to try to continue Jung's actually empirical work into the psychology and phenomenology of esoteric and occult phenomena. Now, when I was a young scholar back in the early 70s, you know, as you may know, a lot of people know me as a psychologist of masculinity. Well, I never set out to be a psychologist of masculinity, and in fact, my general work has been a research into the deep structures of the collective unconscious from the very beginning. Back when I was in my early 30s, I saw the possibility of using, at that time, what was known as the so-called new religions as a research database for pursuing Jung's project of understanding the deep structures of the psyche by studying esoteric phenomena. Jung had started that very early in his own career. I actually wrote a thesis on that topic, and I picked it up then. And during the course of the weekend, I will share with you something of how my research on this has evolved. And yet, what really got me to teach this workshop is some recent invitations to participate in some scientific interdisciplinary research that just came up this past year. I was invited as because of my interest in this area, I was invited to be a part of a research team, interdisciplinary group of scientists who were studying a major channel, probably the most famous of all of the channels in the recent decades, JZ Knight. We were invited to do some testing and looking into the phenomenology surrounding the channeling phenomenon. I was extremely busy at the time, but I could not resist an opportunity to get back to come full circle in my research to take me back to where I had left off some time before and get back into this. So tomorrow I'll share with you a little bit about what is going on in that ongoing research project. But what I wanted to do this morning when I start out, in order to understand even the questions that get asked about spirit possession, for example, and the whole idea of paranormal phenomena that is so reported in such a widespread basis today, even to begin to get at what some of the issues are around this and why people argue about this and why in some circles there's very little attention to massive amounts of data. It's like if you survey the scene as we will do today, and especially tomorrow, you would be amazed, I think, to find out how easy it is for people to think of themselves as scientists, simply to ignore massive amounts of data, and simply because of a chosen ideological paradigm in science. sort of kind of a tribal science, I might say, that huge amounts of data that call for scientific investigation get ignored. This is not unusual if you've read the structure of scientific revolutions. It's very common for scientists to ignore new data or even old data until the evidence gets so overwhelming that it just totally changes the scientific paradigm. So we're going to look at some of the data that's being ignored, but we're also wanting to start with getting ourselves a little sense of the cultural background, which makes it difficult for us to research certain topics today. Now, some of these folks here in this room, I think, could teach this whole cultural history dimension of this better than I. But those of you who have not had a background in cultural history may have a hard time understanding why it is that some people are so gullible about so-called spiritual phenomena and are willing to commit suicide to get to the spaceship behind the Hale-Bopp comet. Others of you will be amazed at why so many people that you would think would be interested in what's happening in terms of interest in spiritual phenomena today are simply just ignoring it. So we'll be turning on that. But the first thing I want to do this morning is to give you a little shorthand here for what we can just call three kinds of paradigms of thought, two which have been discussed a great deal by scholars, and one which is in the process of trying to get born. I'm going to talk about the pre-modern views of spirituality, world and spirituality and the human and evil. And then we'll talk about the modern cultural organization or the cultural paradigm. How many of you are history majors? Done some modern history? Okay. Well, see, if you've done a lot of history, this will be very familiar to you. If you haven't, it may not be. But we'll look at the modern world, what Ken Wilber has come to call flatland. And that's really the world that particularly dominates in universities. The further you get out from universities, the less flat it is. In fact, if you get on the internet and you surf a while, you will be amazed at the different terrains of human consciousness that you run into. And so you can, right there in your own home office with your computer, you can become a computer chair anthropologist. And you know, I had to go out and do all these thousands of hours of field work with a lot of these different groups in order to find out about them back in the 70s. But you don't have to do that. You can go, they all got web pages now. So you can do your own anthropological work, at least get started on it with your PC. But in the world of flatland, which the universities tend to live in, and particularly middle and upper middle class scholars and intellectuals, the world, the cultural complex we call modernity, is the reigning paradigm. And it's very important for us to look at that and get that conscious, just like we would get a complex conscious. Because if you don't get the culture of modernity conscious up on the screen so you can see it as an entity, a relatively discrete entity, you will sort of be in it like a fish in water, and it'll be hard for you to see what it is. But what we need to know is most psychologies live in flatland. Almost all psychiatry lives in flatland. Vast amounts of social work. Almost all public policy people. So much of the so-called human sciences that we see operant in universities and in public policy today represent that middle phase there. And it's very interesting. In flatland, as we'll see in a minute, there is no evil. period. There's no evil. Does not exist in flatland. So we'll spend a good bit of time on that, trying to get a feel for that, because that's what you have to understand what Jung was trying to deal with. If you want to understand the difference in Carl Jung's psychology and those of us today who are trying to continue his project forward, you have to get a sense for what Jung was trying to get beyond. What he started out in flatland. The third is, as I say, trying to get born. We don't know whether it's going to be a stillbirth or not, but we can say there's a lot of talk today about postmodernity, and there are lots of different viewpoints about what that is. And so we will want to look at some ferment about that is being brought about by folks that are trying to get us beyond flatland. They're trying to get us beyond the narrow cultural complex, we might call it, of modernity. So we'll talk a little bit about this, and we're going to try to do all this before we take a break at probably 11 o'clock. So this is going to be fast. I am something of an Eliade scholar, and I want to recommend that, like I do to all my friends that are trainees in Jungian analysis, I want to recommend that you too become an Eliade scholar. Mircea Eliade, the great historian and phenomenologist of religion, who lived many years. He was Romanian born, but for many years lived in Hyde Park, where I live, there on the campus of the University of Chicago. He's the primary figure for you to study if you want to get a feeling for the world before flatland. The world that what he called homo religiosus, religious human beings, experienced. And I want to point out just a number of things about what Eliade, there are a number of my lecture series here at the Institute in the past have touched on a variety of aspects of Eliade's work. My lectures on sacred space and transformation, my lectures on the mythology, the various mythologies, the myth and psyche lectures, the lectures on cosmos and selfhood, the mythology of cosmos and the struggle for selfhood. So I have elaborated various aspects of this, and if you're interested in that, you can examine, listen to those, get those from the library and listen to them. But what I want to emphasize is that for the pre-modern human, wherever our primate forebears were put down, whether it was South America, whether it was Africa, whether it was Siberia, wherever, you take our forebears and you put them down somewhere, and they will manifest a mythic imagination. And they will live in myth and ritual and symbolic apprehensions of the world. And one of the things you can say about the world, the cosmos that pre-modern human beings inhabited, was that they lived under a sacred canopy. That is to say, unlike those of us who try to live in flatland, under the sacred canopy, there was no idea that you had to create all the meaning for your life, such as the modern existentialists tended to think. The world was alive with meaning. In fact, the world was ensouled, full of soul. There are people today who talk about they want to re-enchant the world. You've seen some of the books, The Re-Enchantment of the World, or that sort of talk. And by that they meant that the world was enchanted. They want to say that that's kind of a good thing, meaning that it's full of spiritual aliveness. Of course, as we'll get to in a little bit, the world indeed, for pre-modern human beings, was indeed enchanted in a different way. Often enchanted. That is to say, there were often spirit beings that were not friendly, that had an agenda of enchanting you and putting you under a spell and rendering you incapable of living your life in a healthy, abundant way. And so it is true to say that they lived in an enchanted world. This is accurate. Now, I want to just call your attention to this diagram here. I think you can hear me if I just speak without the mic. Eliade points out that for human beings living in the sense of myth, they had a sense of the reality of the creative energies of the universe and the way that they came into the universe, not all over the place, but through some primal center. That when a pre-modern person was using divination techniques, they were seeking to find the right place to build a house or to put their tent. Or to build their village. You didn't just do like moderns today. You didn't just find the suburb that's closest to the interstate. You had to divine the right place to build your village so that it would be close to the axis mundi. It would be close to the place where creation occurs, where the forces of life come in and repel the forces of death from that center. I often tell my graduate students that there's some thought among scholars that the reason this is like this is probably because of our, a million years ago, our forebears sitting around together, huddled together in a cave, and later when they were able maybe not to start fires, but to bring fire in from fires that had been caused by lightning, the campfire here. And oral traditions, we think, started around campfires, telling stories around campfires. That's why that stuff is still so wonderful to us when we get beside a nice fire on a cold and damp day with a group of friends and tell stories. That goes back so far in our prehistory that it's sort of a primordial thing for us. So anyway, there's a sense for all these pre-modern people that there's fire at the center, and it's where the warmth of life comes. And out from here, the further out from the fire you get, the more dangerous it gets. It gets colder, and it gets more dangerous. What might be out here in the darkness around the campfire? Anybody? Right. Predators, So it's not, when I'm teaching about the phenomenology of evil to doctoral students, I often try to get them to realize that, the idea that evil comes in from the margins, hey, you don't have to be a brain surgeon to figure out how that sort of thing probably got started. Because I don't know whether you saw that recent movie with Michael Douglas, and I forget who the other guy was, when they were out trying to kill that man-eating lion. But that experience of being prey to predators is undoubtedly extremely old. So the association of evil and that which destroys life with the perimeter, we could be able to see easily how that could get started in our human experience. But increasingly, you will see mythic images of the world develop. And it's very interesting, whether you look at Imperial China, or whether you look at Tibet, the holy city of Shambhala, whether you look at Christian symbolism, Judeo-Christian symbolism, about the 4 rivers of paradise coming in from 4 different sectors into paradise, whether you look at all of the examples that Jung gives in the collected works under the title Quaternio. If you look in the 20th volume in the index under Quaternio, human beings have been preoccupied with this sort of quadrated space, which they associate with habitable space, which later we begin to talk about is the myth of cosmos, or world. In our human history, that idea means a space where it's safe to live, and you can have what you need to live. So this whole idea of the quadrated world, you can see if you study the history of mythology in various cultures. Recently, my wife and I went to Ireland, and I had long thought that Tara was just that thing in Gone with the Wind, that house in Gone with the Wind. But when I got there into the Celtic homeland, they said, oh, you've got to visit Tara. And so what I found when I started studying the Celtic mythology is, lo and behold, Tara sits right at the axis mundi in the Celtic world. And Ireland is divided into 4 quarters, distinct quarters. And it is a cosmos. Ireland is seen as, in the Celtic mythology, as a cosmos with Tara at the center, the great mount of Tara at the center. So So this is a what we Jungians would call an archetypal image of the habitable human world, which is at risk for early humans. And based on my research, every one of us today, just if you see it in just a little different way, we have a primal apprehension of that centeredness, what psychoanalysts, non-Jungian psychoanalysts speak of today as a cohesive self. And we have a sense of chaotic elements which can, in trauma, grief and mourning, other kinds of things that can happen to you in the vicissitudes of life, can bring chaos into our sense of an ordered life. So if you study this history of mythology, you'll find this sense of a world full of spirit, where the creative forces of life do enter, but where those forces are always at risk, never can be taken for granted. And hence we understand why pre-modern human beings did so much with rituals. You had your mythology, but you didn't just have your mythology like a lot of folks like to think today. You had to have powerful rituals to help you contain, to locate the forces of life, to firm up the boundaries, protecting that habitable space, and then here's where we get to the area that we're concerned about this weekend. Not only that, we have to realize that in this spirit-populated world, what scholars later called animism, there are friendly spirits and unfriendly spirits. And these unfriendly spirits often will take advantage of you when you are at your most vulnerable, and they will possess you, in which case you will need not just a ritual vessel to maintain order and the living space, but you will need a ritual specialist to help you with an exorcism of some kind. You will either need, depending on what has happened to you, you will either need a ritual specialist to go and find what part of your soul has been taken away and bring it back, hopefully. We talk about soul loss and soul retrieval. Or we need a ritual specialist who will come in and identify an entity which is disrupting our life and engage in rituals to eliminate that being from our inner precincts. Get it out of the village, get it out of the psyche, get it out of the family. If you study this stuff, we've always had marital counseling. Except in this period, this is the way it was done. If you were not getting along with your spouse or your partner, it was very likely that a spirit had come in an inappropriate way and was disrupting your marital relationship. So you would consult the ritual specialist who would come in, ask you questions, diagnose it, right? Do their version of a family system analysis, and then engage you in the rituals that you needed to do to get that unhelpful thing out of your relationship. So, of course, the very popular topic today is the topic of shamanism. This is really the context of shamanism. It is no exaggeration to say that in this early world, the practices, the beliefs and practices that we today call shamanism, for want of another general name, were extremely widely practiced throughout the world. And as we will see a little bit later this morning, or at least today, that includes the shaman and exorcist Jesus of Nazareth. So this picture here, where the sacred does manifest all over the place, read the Eliade's patterns of comparative religion. It can manifest in a rock, a tree, a cave, water, the moon, the sun. Sacred can manifest wherever it wishes. When it manifests, it's always a manifestation of power, kratophany, K-R-A-T-O-P-H-A-N-Y, kratophany. It's not just any power. It's not a power like the ideologues today talk about. It is a power for life or a power for death. So whenever the sacred manifests itself, that's one of the important things for us to get clear about. This is not a romantic view of the sacred. When the sacred, read that numinous, N-U-M-I-N-O-U-S, the numinosum is Jung following Rudolf Otto called it. Whenever that sacred manifests itself, it always, if it's sacred, it manifests power. If there's no power, it wasn't sacred. That's the way that works. And the discernment comes in. I didn't have room to put that in here, but in this period of time with our forebears, you always had to discern whenever any power manifested. Because just because power manifested, it didn't mean it was good. And just because you had a, quote, spiritual experience, it didn't automatically mean it was good. In fact, you know, there are a lot of people that see the Virgin Mary all sorts of places lately. Have you been noticing that? You know, I mean, we can compare notes later about where all she's been showing up. The most recent one I heard, it was on the back of a road sign up out in the Northwest. Hundreds of people making pilgrimages to this road sign out on the superhighway. Out. Well, Jung, Carl Jung, we're going to get to all that. That's what we're here for. Are those things real? We got to get to that. See, you're starting to work at some of the interpretations we're going to get to this weekend. See, because you see, you got to understand. This is why we turn to Jung for help, because there are not too many people that can help us with this very well. Jung helps us because at the same time he can say, of course these things are real. That's not the question. The question is, what are they? And, you know, William James, I mean, we're going to get to that before we take our break. William James and Carl Jung, probably two of the greatest psychologists that ever lived, who were born and raised in Flatland, the modern world, and the best of the scientific traditions in the United States and Europe, they both agreed they were real. Of course, their colleagues didn't want to think about it because it would mess up their minds if they got to looking at this phenomenon. Both William James and Jung said, folks, you're going to have to start. You're a scientist. Come on, you're talking about being a scientist. Scientists look at everything that it manifests. So if it manifests, there's some reality. The question is, what kind of reality is it? It may be a hallucination. That doesn't mean it's not real. Folks, if you study as a clinician, hallucinations are real. If you've ever been with somebody when they were hallucinating, you don't have any question about them being real. The question is that we'll struggle with together and look at some various ways to look at. What are some different ways of thinking about those things? What are some varieties of hermeneutics, theories of interpretation? What views of the human, what different views of the human do when you start looking at that stuff? So that's our job together, to look at these things and get some sense of the spectrum of variety of ways to look at this sort of thing. The belief, you know, all of that. I had just been speaking at a conference, a Jungian conference, the week before that Heaven's Gate thing hit. And I was telling this big Jungian conference about all the people that you can find on the internet who have got elaborate symbolic assumptions and mythical apprehensions having to do with a Hale-Bopp comet. And that spaceship following this right behind the Hale-Bopp comet, according to these folks, that has been all over the world. That idea has been all over the world. Now, that's a real idea. And that is a real social phenomenon that can be studied, should be studied. Few of us are studying that sort of thing, but not nearly enough, because as we approach 2000, 2001, the fever pitch is going to get turned up. You haven't seen anything yet. You know, there may be a gathering down in Daly Plaza to wait for the great UFO, for all I know. I mean, okay. So anyway, so you have the manifestation of power. This is the stuff that they studied to make the Star Wars series. The whole idea of the Force in Star Wars directly comes out of this contact, this whole stuff. You cannot understand movies like Close Encounters of the Third Kind or Star Wars if you do not understand this material. In fact, if I had known how to get hold of you, I would have given you some film assignments. I'm going to give you one for tonight, but I would have given you some film assignments to look at to get a sense of this. You can do it later. But Close Encounters of the Third Kind to understand hierophany. Because when that big mothership comes down toward the end of that movie, you see you see the hierophany. But in Star Wars, the idea of the Force being on the positive side or the negative side of the Force is a reference to what scholars in the 19th century studying in Europe, studying all this stuff, talked about as dynamism. The idea that the world is permeated by an impersonal spiritual force. And if you were successful in your life, you were in touch with this. The whole word, you've heard people talk about charisma. That word charisma, you have no idea what that means if you don't know about dynamism. And these forces, these sacred forces that were assumed in most pre-modern human beings' lives. For example, you're a Fiji Islander, and you got to go fishing. You got to go out and try to find some fish for the village. You know you will not be successful if you do not call on the ancestors, which are certain forms of the spirits, also, and those are sort of what we might call cultural heroes, but to call them cultural heroes like so many scholars today call them, that doesn't really get it. You don't have a feeling for what that is. They are ancestral spirits that are closer to the Big Bang. They're closer to the Big Bang of the tribal creation. And they have energy. And you need that energy if you're going to go out there and fight the Pacific to get those fish. And you actually need those spirits to guide those fish close to your boat. So you have it's like the Native Americans, you know, they had a sense that the spirits and the spirits of the buffalo would, if they had the right attitude, they'd bring those buffalo up close and offer themselves to be killed so that the village could eat. All this stuff is sort of integrated in their worldviews. Animism emphasizes not the impersonal force, but that emphasizes the ever-presence of spirit beings, of a vast multitude in your presence in any locale. Now, for us people living in flatland, that's kind of hard to get your mind around. You will really quickly jump to, oh, that's psychotic, that's schizophrenic. You know, put these little labels. I love it the way modern people put little labels on things and think they cleaned it up. It's like in the hospital, somebody dies of a terrible disease. You know, they don't die of a terrible disease. They expire, you know. So-and-so expired. And they make it all neat. Modernity makes everything neat. We'll get to that in a minute. But, so in any case, in this world, the spirit beings are everywhere. When I'm with one of my shaman friends, my Mayan shaman friend, Martin Fractal, it is instructive to be with a person that lives in that world. Because there are a lot of people around still live in that world. And you can kind of spend some time with them and get a feel for it. He can walk in a room, and what he's aware of first is not you. He's aware of the other ones that are in there. And that's more real. The spirit beings are more real to him than you and I are. He's more concerned about those, and you have an idea why he would be now, right? Why would he be more worried about that than about who you are or I am? Because they can, if he's not aware of them, he can't protect himself, first of all, from them. He can't make sure he's not offending them. And it's like Malidoma. I don't know whether you've met Malidoma Some, the West African shaman, who is another person that I've studied with about this stuff. He and Martin see things, they come from totally different cultures, but they see things exactly the same way about this stuff, you know. So anyway, the whole idea of animism, that the scholars put that label on it, that is this idea, everything is people. For them, those plants over there have got spirits. And if they were to come in here and start this, they would take some of this and they'd pour it in the floor here. They take some water, actually, not coffee. They wouldn't want to offend the spirits. And they'd pour a libation here. If you study African religion, this is when the African priest, Ogun, comes in. He pours water before talking. He's not talking to you. He's not doing that for your benefit. Saying, folks, I know you're here. I really like your help. Please don't interfere. I'll try to be respectful. And that sort of thing. So there's a little summary overview of a pre-modern worldview, which when Flatland comes in, all of that is declared non-existent. That is, it's essentially, here's the fancy $200 word. All that has no ontological status anymore, philosophically. It's superstition now. The rise of modernity is a complicated thing. Let me give you a book by James Livingston. It's entitled Modern Christian Thought from the Enlightenment to Vatican II. I recommend it not because of its study of modern theology, but because of the chapters which deal with the rise of modernity and the various forces which gave rise from the Enlightenment, the rise of the Enlightenment heroic ego, the collapse of the sacred canopy, the rise of positivist philosophy and science, a science and a philosophy that did not believe there was any such thing as transcendence, and did not believe that there was any such thing as the sacred, did not believe that there was any such thing as the human soul, did not believe that there was any such thing as a depth dimension to anything. So when we speak of depth psychology, you already know that you're beginning to try to come out of the flatland. Because if you use the word depth psychology, which was one of the early words used to describe psychoanalytic thought, you're already trying to get out of a sense of flatland. But Jung was really the first, as we'll see, that really tried to get out of that. But anyway, so from any sense of evil, it was considered superstition. And then any of the phenomena, such as the states that I'm going to describe to you, I'm going to read some cases to you. So you'll get a little sense of the kind of phenomena that exist here and still exist here, but they talk about them as we do in psychiatry today, psychopathology. The causes in the modern period in Flatland are seen to be machine malfunction. Something breaks down in the machinery of the psyche, the machinery of the human body. Consciousness, the unconscious doesn't really exist for most of these folks. The conscious mind is an epiphenomenon. It's not real, really. And belief and ritual, religious belief, including these, are really, and religious rituals are pathology. They're not answers to anything. Yes. Yeah, it's a textbook, and it's called Modern Christian Thought from the Enlightenment to Vatican II. I recommend that for beginning graduate students trying to understand all this stuff if they didn't have any history background. Because if you hadn't had any history background, you can't understand why people get so exercised about all this stuff. Why is it such a big deal to believe in God? You know? Why shouldn't I believe in God? Why is that a bad thing? Well, if you read that book, you'll get a handle on what happened in the modern world and in the universities and among the intellectuals, that it became accepted that if you're a smart person, you will be an atheist. Or at the very least, you'll be an agnostic. And the last thing you are going to do is entertain the potential reality of any kind of thing that you might call evil. That is simply superstition. So anyway, in the 19th century, the optimism that was founded in this idea that science would triumph, science would discover all the answers, and it would triumph and bring about the wonderful garden on earth. This was coming along right toward the end of the 19th century. In fact, I think if you study the Columbian Exposition here in Chicago, 1893, that was kind of the heyday. This is before it all hit the fan. If you were a European, you could still kind of think of yourself as the noblest crown of all civilization, and Queen Victoria was wearing it, you know. And we Europeans are superior, and all those people of color all over the world are inferior, you know. And Christianity, at least positivist Christianity, and that's an interesting phrase, positivist Christianity, means Christianity doesn't have any belief in any spirits or, you know, anything superstitious like that. But Christianity that's based on sort of rationalistic dogmas, which later became liberal Christian theology, what was known as liberal Christian theology. But in the late 19th century, we're superior. We're the crown of civilization. Don't you forget it. We're not very far from having all the answers, and we'll be able to reduce everything to Helmholtzian natural science. That was Freud's early idea. He would discover a psychology that was a totally reductionistic scientific psychology that would be a machine model. He would be able to explain everything based on neurophysiological functioning, reduce it to a 19th century positivistic science that had no place for the self or soul or anything. That was the early vision. In 1900, Freud brings out the interpretation of dreams. He's beginning to push the idea of an unconscious that's not under control of the Enlightenment ego. And he could not have realized what a troublemaker he was at that point. He knew he was a troublemaker, but if you looking back, we got 20/20 hindsight. We can see what a crack was emerging in the facade of arrogant European civilization. And just after that, an event happened that the modern historians love to use as a way of marking the watershed, and that is the Titanic, the sinking of the Titanic, the unsinkable ship that represented modern science in the European self-congratulating mind. And so, in short order, Christian civilization, so-called European colonial Christian civilization, had the Titanic sink, and shortly thereafter, World War I, where all this wonderful technology was being used to slaughter the young men of Europe, and as many others as we could get involved in it, at a high rate. You know, thousands dying in one day, charging machine guns, using the military tactics of the pre-modern world to try to fight a war in the modern world. And so shortly thereafter, as the historians are fond of pointing out, the heroic ego of the modern world was getting challenged by not only World War I, World War II, the Holocaust, Auschwitz, where you see this high German scientific culture designing an efficient means of killing all the Jews. And so it's in that context that Jung begins to have extremely grave doubts, shall we say, about modernity. And he begins to envision some way of trying to get people to move beyond that modern ego. So this gets us to kind of where we are today. That is, on the cusp of, we're definitely at the end of modernity. And the question culturally is there going to be a move beyond modernity, or is there going to be a regression back into pre-modernity? There are a lot of scholars that think the chances are that we're not going to have post-modernity, that we're going to regress into pre-modernity. And we'll talk more about that after our break. How many of you know a lot about angels? How many of you know a good little bit about angels? Okay, that's pretty good. All right, so I won't have to go into great detail, but anyway, but William James was a pioneer in trying to get scientists to be scientists and not ideologues, by which he meant you got to study it if it appears. You don't just sort of look the other way and say you're being scientific. And Carl Jung really had the same attitude, and he was amazingly bold. Carl Jung was amazingly bold, and of course it got him into a lot of trouble. And even today, down in Hyde Park, where I live, there at the University of Chicago, June Singer, the founder of our institute here, discovered this many years ago. They don't like Jung down there at the University of Chicago because Jung studied things that a good modern, reductionistic modern doesn't believe exist. So, and he took spiritual phenomena seriously as a topic for research. And that got Carl Jung so caricatured that is in the academic world today, it's in the university academic world, it's extremely difficult to find anyone who is very informed about Jung's work. That's why these institutes like this exist. If it were not for that incredible ideological bias based on that middle column there, Jung would be taught far more in university departments of psychology. But that is not the case, and for these reasons. But there are people that I think you should know about. I have a really good friend that's a colleague of mine, George Cairns, who is an expert on the work of Ken Wilber. He's a psychologist and researcher and expert on Ken Wilber, and he's for years been saying, you got to read Ken Wilber. Robert, you got to read Ken Wilber. And I've always got people trying to get me to read things that I don't have. I've got a stack that big that I haven't read, so I didn't pay any attention to him. Finally, I got around to looking at Wilber's recent book, Sex, Ecology, and Spirituality. I don't know whether you've seen it. It's about like that, you know. And after perusing that a little bit, I thought, right, George, you were right all along. He's talking about a lot of the same things I've been talking about for years. I was attacking flatland minds, and he's been using that word, attacking flatland minds, now for a long time. So I find that I have a powerful conceptual ally in the work of Ken Wilber. I disagree with him about some things. He does not know very much about Jung, for example. The things he says about Jung are, like a lot of other people, very uninformed. But there are also exciting things, as many of you know, happening in the new physics, which really attack modern world paradigms. And I'll say more about that after lunch tomorrow. And I'll also tell you a little bit about Whiteheadian process philosophy and how it supports a lot of the new physics paradigms in terms of a metaphysical system which is based on scientific assumptions. It comes to radically different conclusions from the flatman mind. So, and remind me to mention David Griffin, who's done work on paranormal phenomena and the existence of angels from a process philosophical point of view, which is amazing. And I almost fainted when they told me he was doing that. It's so unacceptable in the academic world. And he's a major academic. So anyway, we won't be coming back to that postmodern phase there until tomorrow. But you keep me honest and bring me back to that. I did want to say one thing, a little bit about William James. How many of you have read, at least in the last 10 years, James's book, The Varieties of Religious Experience? Okay, that's good. So, this is a very, y'all come up here and lecture about this. But there's a chapter in there, if you haven't read this, in the context of this course, it'd be very important for you to look at the chapter called The Reality of the Unseen. The Reality of the Unseen in William James's book, The Varieties of Religious Experience. Because in that chapter, he describes a phenomenon that, based on his research, which I personally believe is the human experience behind all of the elaborated theories of hierarchies of spirit beings. Now, one of you came up at the break and said, now, when these folks talk about ancestors or they speak to ancestors, now is that the same or different from also speaking to other spirit beings that may not have been ancestors? The way that the spirit world in that pre-modern system, this is where you want to look at I recommended that you look at Houston Smith's book, A Forgotten Truth, and the work that Houston Smith has done about what we call the perennial philosophy. Because if you study cross-culturally Uh, I did that 25 or 30 years ago, but then recently, coming back around to this stuff, I have had to go back and review all this stuff. If you study these different spiritual traditions, they all have a sense of celestial hierarchies. Now, remember, there's something interesting that I told myself I had to make sure I pointed out to you. You know, there's always Catholics and Presbyterians in any religious tradition. You know, meaning this, that in almost every religious tradition, you will find the ones who are minimalist and who are what we call in the history of Christianity, who are a part of the Reformed side. Well, the Reformed side totally de-emphasizes religious experience, de-emphasizes spirit beings, de-emphasizes personal experience of spiritual realities. And even though the religious leaders of that particular, say, Zen and Buddhism, the Reformed Calvinist traditions in Christianity, the attitudes are very similar. They may believe, the scholars in those traditions may believe in the existence of spirit beings, but they're not going to talk to you about them. They don't think it's helpful to talk to you about them. They think if they talk to you about them, and this is something we have to talk about together, why might it be dangerous to talk to you about them? In fact, why might it be dangerous for you to be in this class? Because when you speak of these things, the old traditions often are, you may get a little more vulnerable to them. That's one of the old raps. But there is in Buddhism, Zen, that doesn't want to talk much about any of this stuff, the celestial hierarchies. Doesn't mean that the masters don't know about them. Just they're not going to talk to you about them, at least till you're a very advanced student. And a Presbyterian, say one of those early American Puritan divines, I used to call them, the folks that were picking up the Reformed tradition in America, if you listen to their sermons a lot of the time, you wouldn't hear anything much about these spirit beings and all. But if you scratch below the surface, a lot of them were studying Kabbalah on the side. And so they didn't tell their flocks that they were studying with the local rabbi, studying Kabbalah. But I'm just saying, almost every tradition has got those people that don't talk about this stuff. But if you look close enough, they've got their own version of Catholicism. That is pre-Vatican II Catholicism. In Buddhism, it's the Tibetans. So if you really want to get a sense for celestial hierarchies and spirit beings and active understanding of shamanistic principles and practices, you don't study Zen. You study Tibetan Buddhism in its various forms. And in Christianity today, it's extremely difficult to get the door open into what Christians have believed about all this. It's next to impossible. Not impossible, but would you know how to find an exorcist if you wanted to? Any of you here? A Roman Catholic exorcist? Did you know that there still are the Roman Catholic exorcists? They are all over the place, but you won't be able to find them unless you happen to have a kind of an anthropologist tone, kind of, if you got a kind of an ethnographer's mindset, you can find them just like anybody can. I have a friend that you can put him down in any city on earth and he'll find the local witches within 30 minutes. And just like that, if you know how to do it, you can find the Roman Catholic exorcist. But they don't want to talk to the people in the parishes about this. And of course, Vatican II was an important watershed on this, because whereas before Vatican II, they were still more open about the angels, teachings about the angels and spirit beings and possession and demons and so forth. After Vatican II, that got shoved further aside. And so you can get the idea, if you go to seminary today and you're going to study for ministry, you can get the idea that Christians don't believe in any of this spirit stuff and exorcism or any of that sort of thing at all. But it's not the case. I mean, if you look closely enough, you can find it. So, are you aware of that thing in contemporary Christian religious life, that there's very little talk ever with the parishioners about this? Yeah. Well, let me get into a little bit about the traditions about the angels. Uh, because in this thing that James talks about the reality of the unseen, he's talking about a human experience that you have, and I'm not going to ask you to raise your hands about it, but I would be willing to bet that if I could talk with you privately and you trusted me not to go tell people what you said, that a number of people in this room have had experiences such as those that James describes in this chapter. And that is, you're sitting somewhere, maybe just, reading a book, or you're sitting out somewhere, you're sitting in your favorite easy chair or something, or you're walking down the street, and suddenly you become aware of a presence with you that is palpable. That is you can feel the presence. You can feel the presence. You know it is not you, your ego. You know, of course, this afternoon we'll get into the issue of complexes and what complexes are and how Jung helps us get a language to talk about the varieties of this stuff. But we could say, you know that this is not your conscious ego that is manifesting itself. You can experience this thing. It has a sense of uncanny reality. You most of the time when this type of thing happens, contrary to the popularized stereotypes, nothing appears to you in hallucinated form. But it's like something, the people talk about the third eye opening up. That is, something seems to open up and you become aware of another presence. What the French psychoanalyst would call, you can experience its gaze. You have the distinct feeling of being observed. Now, of course, in the psychiatric literature, what is this called? They talk about it under paranoid, some of the paranoid phenomena. That's one of the places they'll talk about this. What else will they call this? Anybody? Sometimes they'll talk about this as a hallucination. Another phrase, anybody else? A delusion, that's right. Yeah, but see, the path, we'll get into that later. It's like, there are a lot of forms of narcissism, and I will show you later when I talk about the structures of the self that may be experienced as autonomous complexes in some of these experiences, and that would be an example of what you're talking about. But the classic old term would be ideas of reference. Ideas of reference. That is, you are experiencing a gaze that is not yours. And at this primal level that William James is talking about, it's an uncanny presence. You do not see a being. It's like in this real subtle, it's a kind of a soft form. You don't see a being that just, suddenly there wasn't anybody in that chair beside you, and suddenly now there's somebody in that chair, and you're looking over at them, and you can see them just like you can see her. Now that happens a lot. But in this form that James is talking about, it's not like that. It's just like something opens up in your perception, and you can feel this presence. And it is so strong that your sense, now this is what James emphasizes, your sense of this thing's presence is so strong that you cannot disbelieve it. Now that is an interesting thing to look at here now, because you may have indigestion and you may have some sorts of mental things, but a lot of the time, if you have some kind of little quirk of perception happen to you, we have those little quirks of perception a lot. Gee, I thought I heard something, blah, blah, blah. But you can doubt it. You don't have any problem saying, oh, it's something I ate, or gee, I didn't get enough sleep last night, or I'm worried about my test, or whatever. We had a marital fight last night. I'm just in a bad place, But when James says, when this thing happens, and this thing opens up in your perceptual world, you experience this presence, you experience this sense of being an object, of a gaze, of an awareness, and it is so strong. Often the the hair on the back of your neck will stand up. That's one of the tests for this thing, for these uncanny presences. Clinicians use that a lot to diagnose the presence of psychopaths. Really experienced clinician. So there's an interesting tie between what I would call evil and radical evil in the form of what the kind of presence you can get in a psychopath. And this kind of sense, whoa. Rudolf Otto in the book The Holy, Das Heilige, which got translated interesting. In Flatland, you don't say the holy, you say the idea of the holy. So it was the English title was The Idea of the Holy, but that wasn't Otto's title. It was Das Heilige, the Holy, which is the same thing that James is talking about, the perception of the reality of the other with a capital O. There's something here. And what I want to say to you, and maybe if you got that book at home, you can peruse that chapter tonight. It's not a long chapter. But I think that's the primal experience that humans often have. Tomorrow we'll talk a little bit about dissociative phenomena. A lot of folks today would call that a dissociative phenomenon. But I think that's one of the real foundations of the wide belief in spirit beings in general, and it underlies this Christian and other traditions, Jewish understandings, Islamic understandings of angels. Now I'm going to tell you a little bit about this point of view in Christianity, but this is consistent with much in Jewish tradition and much in Islamic tradition as well. In these traditions, there is not that modern. Again, these traditions go back to the time when Christianity, Judaism, and Islam were not existing in flatland. And so there's that flatland assumption. We go back in Christian, Judeo-Christian, and Islamic tradition back before that. And the assumption is that there is a spiritual hierarchy, a celestial hierarchy. And that throughout the vastnesses between heaven and earth, there are these various orders of these spirit beings. When they still have in the liturgies the company of heaven, you'll hear that line, the company of heaven. Well, this is about the celestial hierarchies. It's not just about the saints. You know, if you're in a Reformed tradition and you're going to go to a Presbyterian church, when you hear that, they'll say, oh, that's the saints that have gone before. Well, right, it is, but it's also the celestial hierarchy of all these angelic beings. Now, according to the Catholic teaching, these angels are organized around the good angels. That distinction. The good angels are organized around Christ. Christ is the center of the angelic world, and that's a fundamental aspect of the teaching. So from that pre-flatland point of view, you don't talk about Jesus without understanding that you're also going to talk about the angelic world. That is just assumed. And their mission is related to the mission of Jesus, and that is to guide the angels are serving God, and their purpose is to guide people out of the darkness of a fallen world into what the theologians came to know as redemptive history, or Heilgeschichte, salvation history. Their purpose is to effect the rescue of the human beings who are at risk. And it's very interesting. You can study the Bible in seminaries today, in graduate schools and seminaries today, and it's fascinating. You can study a lot of courses in Bible, and you'll never deal with angelic issues at all. Now, that's fascinating, because in all these scriptures, accounts about angels and angelic presences are all over the place. I mean, it's just really central to the narratives. It's like one of the great Jungian interpreters of this was Morton Kelsey, and he's very old now and sick, but his many books deal with a lot of the stuff that we're talking about in the context of Christianity. And he says if you take the idea of angelic realities out of the Judeo-Christian scriptures, you've got nothing left. So that's amazing today, and I can tell you, I'm familiar with all these theological schools around the Chicago area, and it's amazing how many of them you could get a Master of Divinity degree and never talk in any seminar about angels. I have to come up to the Jung Institute to talk about angels, see. Yes, go ahead. Sure. Mm-hmm.
The question about the descriptions of the accompanying angels.
Yes, yes.
They're sort of extra scriptural as a system.
Yes, as a system, that's right. That's right. As a system, it's extra scriptural, but it's very much incredibly central in tradition. There's a lot of research going on now since the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and a tremendous amount of biblical research looking at the intertestamental literature. And when I was doing all this research, I've been just up to my neck in all of the new research that's been coming out on this that didn't exist 20 years ago. But there is, in the intertestamental period, between the Hebrew Scriptures and the New Testament, there were a lot of elaborations about the angelic presences and how they are involved in the mission of God. I recently got a new book entitled, it's a recent publication, called A Thousand Thousands Served Him. And it is an analysis of the angelic names in the Hebrew Scriptures and in the intertestamental period and all that ferment. So you can see the forming of the ideas, and we're going to get to that in a minute, about the various orders of angels, even long before Thomas Aquinas. They called Thomas Aquinas the angelic doctor because he had all this elaborated theory of all this stuff. But even back in the intertestamental period, very early, there was a lot of ferment around the centrality of angelic presences in the life of the Judeo-Christian and Islamic traditions. So I say this to you simply to make the point that I'm going to make over and over again this weekend, that if you look at the data, instead of letting your flatland ideology control what you study, you will find enormous materials on these reports on these presences. And I'm just wanting you to get a sense for the fact that even among people who are supposed to be Bible scholars, who are supposed to be experts in the Bible and understanding the religious world of the Bible, it is extremely easy these days to get a PhD in Bible and not know anything about the phenomenology that is represented in those texts. That is, it's eisegesis. We used to call it not exegesis, but eisegesis. You take your cultural assumptions of flatland, and you take them back to the Quran or the Hebrew Scriptures or the Christian Scriptures, and you put those down on there before you study them. And then when you study it, you don't find any emphasis on that's not really that important. And I'm saying that if you don't bring the flatland assumptions in there when you're looking at the relative importance of this phenomenology, you find, as scholars now increasingly are finding, that it's extremely difficult to deal with the Hebrew Scriptures without understanding that when the name of Michael comes up, that's not an isolated reference. Or when the name of Gabriel comes up, that's not an isolated thing that's just sort of trappings on a story. Like, a lot of the time when you hear Gabriel came to so-and-so and said, the way it's treated in flatland religion, what passes for religion in flatland, there is no, that's almost like once upon a time. And Gabriel said is treated just like once upon a time. But what I'm suggesting to you is if you really become a phenomenologist of this stuff, that is, you look at what appears. You don't make a decision in advance what's going to appear. If you look at what appears in the text to get at the religious world represented by those texts, then it is much richer and much more relevant to what William James is talking about than you will be able to tell if you sit in a Bible class in one of these seminaries. Even C. Barry Western up here in Evanston, where you might think you get a lot of emphasis on this. I'm just suggesting to you the first task of any scientist is to be phenomenological, to look at what appears, and to be extremely careful about bringing the preconceptions of your worldview and letting them strain out what you're going to see before you start trying to explain it. And it's extremely true in this thing about angels. Yes.
I guess, yeah, I think my point maybe was just that when trying to understand how the original we have to look at a whole context of relatively formalized statements and then relatively less formalized.
That's right.
And Judaism has the Talmud, which carries all of its commentary.
Yes, yes.
That there's going to be part of the tradition. It's not in the one scripture, but it's carried in the
That's right.
commentary.
That's closer to the ground. Yeah. That is to say, what you want to do if you're really wanting to be a scientist is you want to be real careful about staying at too high altitudes in your thought. You really need to fly closer to the ground. And it gets richer as you get closer to the ground. That's why if you really want to study archetypal materials, it's a lot more important. You don't want to look at too much systematic theology. Now, it's clear that systematic theology has archetypal dimensions. I'll be lecturing briefly in a few weeks on Tillich and Jung, ontology and transformation. There's wonderful stuff there, and it is related to archetypal things. But if you really want to get a sense of the complexes where people live, humans have always lived, you got to get closer to the ground than the systematic theology. You got to get down to the phenomenology. Yeah.
I just want to make a comment. Sarah, again.
Yes.
In the Catholic newspaper this week, there's an article that states that the Pope has said Catholics need to go back and start studying the Jewish Old Testament to understand their religion. That just came out.
That's interesting.
They never said this before.
That's interesting. Well, they're trying to figure out what to do. A lot of people in the Vatican now are trying to figure out what to do to try to begin to make amends for a lot of the anti-Semitism that came out of the Vatican in earlier days. And they're trying hard. So that's probably an element of that. Well, let me just run through this briefly, and then we can discuss some before we take our lunch break. In the biblical vision, angels are part of the created order. The word malak, M-A-L accent A-K, meaning messenger. The Greek word is angelos, A-G-G-E-L-O-S. These things are often called, in different texts, gods, ministers, servants, watchers, host, holy ones, and so on. But this is very present in, even beginning in Genesis, in the Old Testament. Throughout the Old Testament, you get references which later on will be elaborated into the understanding of the archangels. And as I said earlier, once you get a sense for the way in which the Hebrew Scriptures treat these figures, you understand that Gabriel and Michael and Raphael and others later get to be called archangels, but it's because they have been so central in the biblical narratives as servants and messengers of God, the Creator. So these things are elaborated in New Testament and are elaborated particularly in Roman Catholic tradition into an enormously complex teaching about the celestial hierarchy. And again, as I said, you really get a tremendous elaboration of it in the medieval period. We're going to come back after lunch, and I will point you to some of the New Testament narratives where not angels are focused, but where demons are focused, so that we can begin to get into some of the phenomenology of spirits and spirit possession. And the reason I'll do that is, the interesting thing is, the New Testament accounts, and they never taught me this when I was in graduate school studying this stuff, the New Testament accounts are entirely consistent with all of the other anthropological and phenomenological accounts of spirit possession around the world. When I was studying this, when I was about 25, they told us this was all myth, and that none of this stuff ever happens, and that we just could ignore all these narratives. And we all thought that we studied Rudolf Bultmann and his demythologizing approach to the Bible, and we thought that you just throw out all those discussions as mythical superstitions. And it was only years and years and years later that I discovered the other anthropological reports about these things that we'll look at after lunch. But it just suffices to say that the dominant position in the Roman Church, particularly prior to Vatican II, was that not only were angelic beings real, they played a very key life. And you cannot understand Jesus and you cannot understand Mary without understanding their role and relationship to the celestial hierarchy in general and the role of angelic presences in your life in particular. It's very fascinating. You don't hear Roman Catholics talk about that stuff at all today, but in the Roman Catholic teaching, very recently, this stuff was very central. And I say that not to lift up Catholicism, but just to say that I have been studying a lot of Tibetan Buddhism, where it is extremely central, and Japanese Shinto, where it is extremely central, Mayan Indian tradition, where this is extremely central, West African tradition, where it's extremely central, all of the recent shamanistic research, where it is extremely central. So what I'm suggesting to you is that it's not just a New Age idea, all this interest in shamanism. What is happening now is a rediscovery of what has been an extremely widespread human experience for most of the history of our species. And only in recent flatland has there been a sort of an ideological attempt to try to not see these phenomena. And for the handful of scholars and psychiatrists and so forth that saw them, there was an attempt to simply view them in a flatland way as being the manifestation of broken apparatuses. In Jungian terms, we'd say this. We'll get into this more in the afternoon. There was no sense of an archetypal realm in the psyche in flatland. And as a psychoanalytic scientist, what my chief interest has been throughout the years of my research and work has been in the collective unconscious, and research in the collective unconscious. You know, you don't have to be a Jungian to study complexes. All psychoanalysts study complexes. But if you are a Jungian, you have a way of talking about a lot of these phenomena which can't be reduced to the ego, or can't be reduced solely to personal experience. And so when I suggest that you look at these traditions, these ancient traditions in all of these different cultures, including our own, is what I'm trying to say, including our own culture, if you get back a few years, you will find that what Carl Jung came to talk about as the archetypal realm of the collective unconscious is all over the world. And it manifests in phenomena that a serious and honest researcher cannot ignore. Then our task is, if you're going to study it, how do you come about studying it, and then what do you make of it?
I remember one of the first things they taught me, heaven and everything, about your guardian angel.
About the guardian angel, yes.
That with me. So I've always had that belief in faith and Catholicism.
Yes. And that was before Vatican II? Right, just about the same. So those nuns had not been brought up in Vatican II culture. Those particular nuns that taught you. Probably they lived in that world where the angelic presences were very real. I think that's a widespread experience. If you grew up under the tutelage of Catholic religious who were formed before Vatican II, they want you to know about your guardian angel. Now, what we need to know is the idea of a guardian angel, that's not just a Roman Catholic thing. That's a very, very widespread human thing. In Roman culture, they had an idea that it's your birthday. Why do we have birthday parties? What's a birthday party for? It's not for you. It is to honor your genius. That is, the being that was to be your muse, your creative muse, and to kind of look after you all through your life, that was manifested with you at the day of your birth. Very much the same idea as a guardian angel. So when you have a birthday party, you got to understand you're celebrating that being, not just you. I mean, it's very interesting. Other comments or examples or questions? Yes, Keith.
But it seems like one of the chiefest difficulties for all of us who entering into this, if we're going to move from talking about it to having to say it as phenomenology,
yes,
some kind of a direct experience,
yes,
has to do with the question of how to experience, how to re-experience energy.
yes.
How to experience the energy of, the energy of the moment, the energy of the spirit, or the energy of place, or the, at a certain point.
Why is that a problem? Now, see, you hear what he's saying? He's saying we got a problem about our perception, the way we get boxed into perception. And give us an example about how that's a problem.
Well, I think it's a problem for people who are frightened. It means giving to something outside of oneself and autonomous to some degree of it has its own life, and to the extent that it has its own life, it's not susceptible to manipulation
and control. Right.
And I think that maybe the one place that we can accept experiencing this is in the presence of what aesthetically moves us. You know, if you break beautiful china thing that belongs to your grandmother, and there's something unique about it. There's not just the sentimental pain or shock that this came down from my family, this is my grandmother's, and it existed for so long, and now it's going to cease to exist. But there's the sense of the withdrawal of a being, and with it, the withdrawal of an energy.
And right.
And maybe at moments like that we can
right.
allow ourselves to.
See, he's bringing in the dimension of art, which is related to the spirit world. And Eliade wrote a lot about this, and Tillich wrote a lot about this. The way in which, if you do what Keith is saying, you begin to realize that beautiful, especially beautiful objects tend to be hierophanies. They tend to manifest sacred energy. And if you've grown up in a secular flatland world, you may not have any idea that that's what is happening. But you do, as Keith is pointing out, you do feel the power. You feel the energy of that object manifesting to you. I love being with my friends who are sculptors, because they really understand what Keith is talking about. Boy, when they walk in a room, they're not preoccupied with the people there. They are feeling the space, and they're feeling the manifestation of the objects. And they have this kind of consciousness that Keith is talking about. A really gifted sculptor lives in a world where they can let the world appear. And if they can't do that, they can't be a sculptor in an effective way. So I think you're really right. And of course, Tillich and Eliade tended to believe that in the flatland world, where most folks in Western culture in the middle and upper middle classes live, that the arts are where a lot of the spirit energies are experienced, less so in the religious forms. A lot of the energy, Jung pointed this out, a lot of the energy has been drained out of the religious forms for a lot of those people in those social classes. So that's a very good point. Yes, go ahead.
But I think maybe it would later on, and if it's more of we're going to talk about the current time. We brought up exorcism, but I think particularly in our time, I think another term that's important to have in there is fetish. And fetishism has to do with that energetic relationship with objects.
Particularly, yeah, he's raising an important question about the way in which objects begin to carry this numinous energy in a way that does harken back to the world of homo religiosus, and that's fetishism. And of course, what you bring in terms of the way you're going to interpret fetishism will depend on whether it's a flatland interpretation or whether it's beyond that. You know, I mean, whether you can have a sense of something being disclosed in fetishism other than simply the Freud's id. See, but I mean, that's an important point. We should come back to that. Other comments, reflections? Yes. Well, now that's an interesting question. We're going to get into that a lot tomorrow. Do angels possess? Now, if I generalize and I say, well, if angel is another word for a spirit being that has benign intentions, which is the way a lot of traditions and a lot of people would say that, there are many instances of what looks very much like possession occurring by benign beings. And many artists are aware, artists that are really conversant with this type of world we're talking about, they will talk about the creative process in terms of something almost like what you're talking about, that when they get into the flow of creativity, whether they're writing a poem or a novel, or whether they're doing a sculpture or painting, that there are times when it seems that they sort of disappear and it writes the poem. That little pop song, sort of makes that point. My name is music and I write the song. Well, that's just a popularized pointing to an experience that's very widespread among artists. So, and that idea about the muse, your own guardian angel, but that muse, that if you're a creative person, that you find that you have to kind of dialogue with your muse if you're going to be able to write or create. So we'll get into that a lot more tomorrow, and we'll describe the whole issue of the phenomenology about possession states. We may even get to that some this afternoon, but the idea that the consciousness can come in and replace your ego consciousness. What I would suggest to you is this is a more common experience than the flatland people would like to admit. Creativity is related to dissociative phenomena, is another way of saying it. If you're really in the cramp of your ego consciousness, you're probably not going to be the most flamboyantly creative person in town. So that's a very good point, though, because there are people that really wouldn't use the word possession. But as I try to look at it scientifically, I try not to come in it with fundamentalist Christian assumptions about this or conservative Christian assumptions, which would say, whenever you're really involved in trying to set your ego consciousness aside so you can be more creative, that is probably related to the possession phenomenon as a psychological dynamic. Yes.
An artist in Chicago, and he's just short of things to possess. And his wife couldn't comment. They issued him his painting and drawing.
Yes. What was his name? Paskey? Yes, a prominent Chicago artist. She's saying for the tape, she's saying that there was an interview with one of our prominent Chicago artists and talking about painting, and he says it's almost like being possessed. I think that... also, she says that in his paintings, that there are a lot of these very almost demonic themes. That's something we want to talk about together. That is, there are those that say that if you open yourself to awareness of this phenomenology, in other words, you don't cultivate your denial, if you don't cultivate your flatland denial, that you become more at risk. I want to discuss that together. How is that not true, and how is that true? Because I think that's an important question. You know, we have analysts here in our community who, if you take a class on active imagination, this is active imagination, folks, we're talking about. We're in the sphere of active imagination. And my colleagues will often say, now be careful when you're doing active imagination. And one of the things they will often say is, don't call on someone who is a living person. And there are even folks who will say, don't talk with another human being that is now dead. I mean, that varies a lot. But you can see, if you know this context we've been talking about, you may conjure up something. See, that's, be careful who you invite, they may come. And another thing they'll often say, even this is the people that do a lot of the paranormal, you go out and you go out with me and you study these people that are doing all this channeling and doing all this esoteric ritual. Even among those people, they say, you got to be careful not to put out a call that says, to whom it may concern, please come, you know, because part of the old wisdom among all these old shamans and these different traditions is there are a lot of folk out there, you know, there are a lot of entities out there. You don't know all of their names. You don't know what they're up to. So that's a very interesting area of discussion for us as we go. Yes.
I've done that and I found it useful. Yeah. I mean, you have to be very careful, but talk to me sometimes and find out what
she's asking me, why is there so much issues about that when we're talking about active imagination? Well, there are a lot of different points of view on that. The point, I think the simple way to say that, and we'll come back and discuss it later, the simple way to say it is, if you know really how loosely organized we all are psychologically, that is, a lot of folks like to think that all those other people are loosely organized. I am really integrated. But the more you study this, the more you realize, hey, we're all pretty fluid psychically. Even us compulsives are a lot more fluid than we would like to admit. And so our boundaries are fairly permeable sometimes, more so than we'd like to think. And so the issue is the issue that we'll talk about more about your own boundaries. How permeable are your boundaries? And this afternoon we'll get into it, and I'll really get into it tomorrow morning. That is the issue of autonomous complexes. That is, if you are a serious Jungian, if you're trying to stand in the Jungian tradition, you really believe that there are a lot of autonomous complexes, and very likely more than you're aware of. And so you want to be at least respectful when you're doing active imagination, not to make your boundaries so permeable that destructive contents may enter that you can't metabolize. So that we're going to focus on that a lot in the morning. That's what they're concerned about. And some are more concerned than others. Some are downright paranoid about it. They're afraid you're going to be the victim, that your ego consciousness, they're afraid if you get to encouraging yourself to be too prone to dissociation in your psychological exercises, that you will think you're going to accomplish X, but what actually may happen is that an autonomous complex that you don't know about, that is in your psyche, it can be from your personal unconscious. We're going to get into this more. It may be from your personal unconscious, but it may not be from your personal unconscious. It may be some entity from the collective unconscious, which, whether you believe it has a reality in terms of physics or not, from my point of view as a psychoanalyst, It is definitely, there are a lot of these things in the collective unconscious that are not yourself, that are in there that did not come out of childhood traumas. This is not Freudian. I'm not a Freudian. Freudians, that is wrong. And I'm going to point out to you tomorrow that even a lot of the stuff that's being done in the treatment of multiple personality disorders is bad treatment. Because if you assume that all alters, or read that, autonomous complexes, are entities that should be integrated, you may destroy the person you're working with. Because the fact is that not all complexes that are autonomous are parts of yourself. In other words, it's not a matter of soul laws. We'll get to that. I'll get you to read in volume 8. This is something that you don't hear Jungians talk enough about. In volume 8, Jung makes a very clear distinction that we'll elaborate a lot tomorrow between soul loss and spirit complex. Soul loss refers to something that you need to integrate. That's what almost everybody emphasizes, both in Jungian analysis, other forms of psychotherapy, and in treatment of multiple personality disorders. But Jung also brought up the spirit complex, which was not a part of the self, is not a part of the self, should never be a part of the self. And so one of the things that I'm going to be trying to emphasize to people in the future is we need to pay attention to what Jung was talking about here. There are things that we need to have the capacity to reflect on what is an aspect of soul loss and what is not. That's our contemporary psychoanalytic version of discernment. Yes, Keith?
I think we're touching on one of the hardest aspects of modern perspective to get clear on, which is what do we mean when we say, this is my experience?
Yes.
That not only that I'm having the experience, but the sense of propriety that inevitably comes in with our whole sense of ego, that somehow I'm having an experience that this experience belongs to me. It should be able to be under my control because it belongs to me.
Yes.
And that's something that is a part of simply primitive.
Keith is emphasizing how common the temptation to want to own everything in one's psychic experience as belonging to oneself. That is a phenomenon of flatland. That is a phenomenon that Jung talked about as the heroic ego. And so it is very tempting. And one of the things that we should think about together on all this stuff is the parallel between the way viruses function and the way some of these toxic contents function. Because in the morning, I want to go over with you the way in which an autonomous complex, we're going to talk about complexes this afternoon, but we won't be able to get into the real detail that we will in the morning, but it's like the way a virus operates, it comes in and it will fool the cell into thinking that it belongs to it and destroy it. And one of the interesting things is there are a lot of folks that have worked on understanding how pathology works in families and in relationships, as well as psyches, as well as in viruses and in cancer. And there is a common principle, and it's precisely what Keith is pointing out here. You have to be able to know what is I and what is not I. And it is, there are a lot of romantic monists out there who think that it's really spiritually superior to say, I am everything and everything is, I am in everything and everything is in me. And they, that's to them sort of spiritually superior. Well, whatever you think about that, it's very dangerous. So that's a very important point. We want to really kind of dig around in that together. Because it's harder to know. It's hard to know. And one of the things that we'll do is I'll show you what I've done in my research just briefly in terms of what I have determined to be structures of the self and the way in which split off structures of the self can become autonomous complexes. But they really do belong to you. And you do really need to internalize and integrate those. But tomorrow we will get back to the kinds that should not be integrated. Other comments or questions? I guess it's almost one more, and then we'll take our lunch break. Yes.
I think about self-care.
Yes.
A lot of times I felt that unions work through more, or it's really the grassroots kind of movement. It's very much like spirituality. We should comment about that in terms of our futility, But I know that causing was inspired part of it.
Now, the question she's raising has to do with the relationship between 12-step work and Jungian perspectives, and also this perhaps the attempt to have a postmodern perspective that I put up here on the board as option 2, that is trying to actually get beyond the modern assumption. And, there's a lot that can be said about that. As you say, Jung was one of the conceptual founders of 12-step work. And he really believed that if you're dealing with addiction, you're really dealing with something very like a demonic possession. That is, you may not call it that, but if you've ever had a family member that was addicted, it looks very much like a spirit possession in terms of its effects. When you get into issues of discernment, you look at the effects on people. Is this helping life and relationship and adaptation, or is it destroying life? So when Jung was looking at this addictive problem, he said, look, this is a spirit problem. And if you're going to deal with a spirit problem, you have to have spirit. And you can't be getting pseudo-spirit out of a bottle or a drug. You've got to get the real thing. And that's why the idea of turning to the higher power and 12-step programs was so central. Now, there are, of course, those that say higher power is not important. You can just do your 12-step. But the vast experience of addicts is that turning for some spirit help in the form of a higher power, as they conceive it, is key to being able to contain the destructiveness. So I think it's entirely appropriate. In fact, I often talk about 12-step work as street magic, street spirituality, survival spirituality. I have a lot of respect. In some ways, I have more respect for seasoned, wise 12-step sponsors than I do for a lot of professional therapists, because I think they have looked the dragon square in the eye a lot and faced it down a lot. And they have an attitude, and this may be your point, they have an attitude toward evil that's very much like the pre-modern or the postmodern attitude. They don't make the mistake of flatlanders that think it doesn't exist because it has eaten them, spitting off their legs, And so they know that if you don't realize how powerful it is, you're dead. So that's a really good point. It's a good place for us to stop for lunch. Now, I passed out for you these little things. One of the things that you want to reflect on are all these traditional discussions of evil. And I gave you a little dynamics of the demonic and movement terms there. There are all these different ways that people have talked about the marks of evil in these traditional cultures. In other words, the traditional cultures, according to my research, are not all over the place with regard to what is evil. There are a lot of continuities. And the sheet on a working definition of evil, that's got a lot of traditional Western ideas about this, about evil being a matter of the will. Now, I don't agree with that. I just wanted you to see that's a common definition. I think a lot of human destructiveness is, as Martin Luther pointed out, a result of the bondage of the will, not an act of will. So, after death psychology comes on the scene, you don't overemphasize the power of choice. It's important. But one of the things that Freud gave us was an awareness of how weak the little ego is in the house of the psyche. And so, but proves those and think about those, and we should have a chance to discuss them either this afternoon or tomorrow. It was in one of these recent anthropological texts, looking at the study of possession, in this particular case, it was a study of Haitian voodoo. I don't know how many of you got to see the voodoo show down at the Field Museum recently. I hope you did, because it was it's really right in the ballpark of our topic for this weekend. The whole role of possession states in Haitian voodoo. But it was studying a book on possession states in Haitian voodoo that I found out about this text, which is really the most important gathering of accounts of possession that we have. And I was amazed to find out that this thing is in print now. It's still in print. And what I'd like to do in this first period right after lunch is to share with you some of the accounts from this very important source. Now, the source is a book that was done around the turn of the century by the European scholar Oesterreich, Oesterreich. The title of the book was Possession and Exorcism Among Primitive Races in Antiquity, the Middle Ages, and Modern Times. Most of the book is a gathering together of accounts which he was able to find all over the world about this phenomenology we're talking about. First-hand accounts of people that have observed possession states. In the publisher, this thing I believe is still in print. The publisher was a New York house called Causeway Books, and it was most recently published, I think, in 1974. I mean, reissued in 1974. In the frontispiece is a quote by William James, who, as I said, was one of the persons that was very interested as a psychological scientist in this material, and disturbed that scholars infected by the flatland view were not looking at it. Here's his quote. His word for the flatland is, quote, enlightenment. And here's the quote from William James. The refusal of modern enlightenment to treat possession as a hypothesis to be spoken of as even possible, in spite of the massive human tradition based on concrete experience in its favor, has always seemed to me a curious example of the power of fashion in things scientific. That the demon theory will have its innings again is, to my mind, absolutely certain. Now, that is quite a quote. In other words, with the enormity of the evidence that this is a phenomenon of the human psyche, that the scientific scholars avoid looking at it, amazed him. And he thought that the data was so huge it would have to be looked at again. So I take that as striking. He goes through the signs of possession, the subjective state of the person who's possessed, the distribution of possession states around the world. He gives examples and cases from all over the world. And it is, in effect, a kind of a case book. So if you're interested in this topic, you got to look at this. But he starts out, I've got your assignment on the board to either, if you're free this evening and can go to your local Blockbuster, to watch either The Exorcist, that is the first Exorcist, or the movie Seven. Both of those deal quite directly with the kind of phenomena that we're talking about here. And I recommend that you watch them with at least one friend in this context. If you have not seen, if you have not seen The Exorcist since it came out, and you had not studied these things at the time that you watched it, you will not have been able to see what you will see if you watch it again. What I wanted to mention this for is that novel and that movie is based on this Österreich book. It was based directly on the Österreich book, and the Blatty had studied this book carefully, and he had artistic control over The Exorcist movie, and so he was able to make the movie conform to the phenomenology he found in Österreich's book. So that's an easy way to get the thumbnail sketch, yes. The title of the book is just Possession and Exorcism. Causeway Books, New York, yes. Yeah, he has enormous, he reports the psychological theory up to about 1910. And of course, that's our task now to reflect on that issue. And when we get to this issue of discernment, also I want you to think about one of the things that's very clear that Jung talks about, we'll focus on tomorrow, is that it is when your life adaptation is in trouble, according to Jung, that you become the most susceptible to possession states. Yes, exactly. But you see, the point is that it's very important to understand the relationship between transition states in your life and your susceptibility to whatever you want to call it. You can call it dissociation. You can call it psychopathology. You can call it possession states. Put it this way, the way we're talking about tomorrow. Autonomous complexes in your psyche will be less of a problem when your adaptation is going along fairly well. It's not that they won't be a problem, but your cohesiveness of your psychological structure will be close to your benchmark, your optimum benchmark. But when you take a hit in life, we all regress. And when we regress, our boundaries are not as good as they were before. And so one of the important things in the phenomenology and psychology of religious experience that William James did not understand, is very interesting. You have to put William James together with Victor Turner's anthropology of liminal states to understand this stuff. We'll talk about that a little bit more later and tomorrow. But the thing that shows up is when you will be more susceptible to autonomous complexes interfering with your psychological functioning when you have some transition state occur in your life. And what causes transition states? Usually some kind of trauma, some kind of loss, some kind of grief experience, some sort of change, even a change that you wanted to make, marrying, divorcing, having the kids leave home, having the kids come home. Significant changes tend to put you into a period of emotional flux. And it's one of the when you're trying to train beginning therapists in assessment techniques, one of the things you have to do is to get them very, very sensitive to looking at life changes in the person in the 6 months to a year prior to the onset of symptoms. And so that's kind of the context. We'll come back to that, yes. Oh, you can deal with autonomous complexes, and we're going to get into that. I don't want to get into the autonomous complex now. We will get into that just shortly, yes. The autonomous complex is not in your ego complex. So it comes into your sense of your ego world. So it's experience that's coming in from the outside. If you're able to experience it at all, you may not be able to even be aware of it. We'll get into giving examples from your experience about that shortly. Yes, Keith, and then we're going to go on.
There is a kind of psychology too. You mentioned the exorcist, but there are people who love to be scared. There are people who are either don't know how or reluctant to draw.
Who are sort of excitement junkies. There are persons who like to scare themselves to stay stimulated. Because we say in psychology today, we'll often say that there are those of us, in order to maintain an adequate level of stimulation, we have to be excitement seekers. And there are a lot of ways to be an excitement seeker. This is Harry Elam's nodding. I mean, the Adlerians were great at understanding this kind of dynamic in life. So that's an example. But we will see that that's not, a characterological pattern of being an excitement seeker. It certainly may reflect some presence of an autonomous complex, but it may well not be any kind of thing we might call a spirit complex. Let me just read this this time. The first thing he starts with is this. He says, in the New Testament, the presentation of these states, this is what, as I said to you before, is not widely known in seminaries or in the churches, that the accounts in the New Testament, rather than being simply mythological accounts that are they are form-fitting, that fits the form. And here, just let me read you a couple of accounts that he quotes. This is from Mark, the book of Mark. And as soon as he stepped out of the boat, a man from the tombs came to meet him, a man with an unclean spirit who dwelt among the tombs. By this time no one could bind him, not even with a chain, for he had often been bound with fetters and chains, and had snapped the chains and broken the fetters. Nobody could tame him. All night and day among the tombs and the hills he shrieked and gashed himself with stones. On catching sight of Jesus from afar, he ran and knelt before him, shrieking aloud, Jesus, Son of God Most High, what business have you with me? By God, I adjure you, do not torture me. For Jesus had said, come out of the man, you unclean spirit. Jesus asked him, what is your name? Legion, he said. There is a host of us. And they begged him earnestly not to send them out of the country. And then he quotes another story in Luke. Some strolling Jewish exorcist also undertook to pronounce the name of the Lord Jesus over those who had evil spirits, saying, I adjure you to the Jesus whom Paul preaches. The 7 sons of a Jewish high priest used to do this. But the evil spirit retorted, Jesus I know, and Paul I know, but you, who are you? And the man in whom the evil spirit resided leapt at them, overpowered them all, and belabored them until they rushed out of the house stripped and wounded. That was a quote from Acts, book of Acts. Now here's another one. Now there was a who you are. But Jesus checked it. Be quiet, he said. Come out of him. And after convulsing him, the unclean spirit did come out of him with a loud cry. And another, a man from the crowd, answered him, Teacher, I brought my son to you. He has a dumb spirit, and whenever it seizes him, it throws him down, and he foams at the mouth and grinds his teeth. He is wasting away with it, so I told your disciples to cast it out, but they could not. He answered them, O faithless generation, how long must I be with you? How long do I have to bear with you? Bring him to me. So they brought the boy to him. And when the spirit saw Jesus, it at once convulsed the boy. He fell on the ground and rolled about foaming at the mouth. Jesus asked his father, how long has he been like this? From childhood, he said. It has thrown him into the fire and water many times to destroy him. If you can do anything, do help us. Have pity on us. Deaf and dumb spirit, he said, leave him, I command you, and never enter him again. And it did come out after shrieking aloud and convulsing him violently. The child turned like a corpse, so that most people said he's dead. But taking his hands, Jesus raised him up, and he got up. And so on. There, he lists a number of these stories. And Österreich says this, comparing these brief stories with accounts of the phenomenology of possession in later times, we find what may be described as a perfect similarity of the facts, extremely surprising, and that this assists our respect for the historic truth of these elements, these narratives in the gospel, and it enhances them to an extraordinary degree. Now, this is a scholar, a German scholar, writing in the period of biblical criticism, when most of the scholars are saying all these narratives none of these things ever happened. See, so anyway, he goes on to give some accounts from more recent times, and he lists a number of accounts from the Greek world, from the 1st century, from the 4th century, and so on. Here's one from the 6th century. It's not uncommon that on the appointed feast days, those who have demons fall into a state of downright madness in the churches. They break the lamps to the terror of the assembled parishes. And in the 7th century, this young girl, having been held by the cruel persecution of the old enemy, that's a favorite name for the prince of the demons, the old enemy. By the way, it's also the name of an excellent book on the mythology of evil by John Forsyth, if you have not seen that. But this young girl is led to the monastery by her parents, who were not of obscure origin. When she entered into the oratory, she immediately fell to the earth by reason of the assaults of the demon, and rending herself in a lamentable fashion, she began to utter loud and terrible cries, accompanied by the most filthy words. And then one of the brethren, in the name of Stephen, moved by her distress, recited an exorcism until such time that her torments had ceased. He later told the girl, when she had come to herself, that she had to fast and pray, and he fasted and prayed for her. But as the wretched woman had made free use of forbidden meat, the demon invaded her forthwith so strongly that she could hardly be held by several persons. This is an example of the idea among tribal peoples that if you break any taboo, the cultural taboo of the village, it makes you more susceptible. This is related to that whole thing Mary Douglas, the anthropologist, did on purity and danger. The idea that if you break some sort of form that represents cosmos among your people, that somehow it opens you in some way to this kind of thing. And here's one from the 16th century. The latter, a girl, was possessed by the demon, who often threw her to the ground as if she had a falling sickness. And soon the demon began to speak with her mouth and said things inhuman and marvelous which may not be repeated. The evil spirit manifested itself anew, and had taken possession of her eyes, which he made start out of her head, and had twisted her tongue and pulled it more than 8 inches out of her mouth, and turned her face toward her back, with an expression so pitiful that it would have melted a stone. All of the priests of the place and from around about came to speak to her, but the devil replied to them with a contempt which exceeded all bounds. And when he was questioned about Jesus, he made a reply of such derision it cannot be set down. And they go on and on and on and on up through, and then he gives in the various chapters of the book the accounts from Polynesia, from the shamanistic traditions, pointing out that in those cultures which are not Christian, they use the local deities, the names of the local deities are used in the appeals to cast spirits out and so on. Now here's what he summarizes as the external signs of possession states from his examination of all these. The first and most striking characteristic is that the patient's organism appears to be invaded by a new personality. It is governed by a strange soul. It is as if another soul has entered into the body and thenceforward subsisted there. And here's the point he constantly makes, either in place of or side by side with the normal subject of the body, the normal person that occupies the body. And the possession is usually manifested in three ways. In the first place, the possessed takes on a new physiognomy. The features are changed. And this is one of the things that these different scholars that have studied this cross-culture, they always point out that there is a physical, you can see a physical effect on the body. And there is often a really relatively radical change in the countenance of the face of the person. Here's a quote about this. The features which in their habitual state express serenity and so on, but when the demon appears, the individuality vanishes. This person who believed herself possessed by the soul of a dead man, as often as this demon took possession of her, she assumed the same features which this man had in his lifetime, and which were so well marked that it was necessary at every attack to lead her away from any persons who had known the deceased, because they recognized him at once in the features of the victim. As soon as the demon made himself heard, the features of the victim were transformed in a very striking manner. And then he gives some other examples of that case. So he goes on and says this transformation of the physiognomy appears in all of the descriptions he's been able to find of these, whatever the culture. Now you'll want to think about this in terms of, we'll talk about multiple personality stuff somewhat tomorrow, because most of the multiple personality people have not looked at Österreich stuff. Some of them are aware of it, some of them are aware of it, and the phenomenology is quite similar that they describe. So one is this change of physiognomy. The second is the change of the voice. At the moment when this demon or spirit enters, a changed voice issues from the mouth of the person. It corresponds to the personality, this new individuality, and it makes this observation. In particular, the top registers of the voice is displaced. And this is one of the interesting things. Feminist scholars looking at this material have been very interested at what this kind of phenomenology may mean about the suppression of women in these cultures, because what happens in these cases is that almost always the new voice is a male voice in the person being possessed. In Kerner's case called MB, a little girl of 11 years old suddenly gave utterance to a deep bass voice, and later to a different bass voice, but always with a timbre qualitatively different from the normal. In an old case quoted by Genet, it said, quote, "It was a very extraordinary spectacle for us who were there present to see this spirit speak by the mouth of the poor woman, and to hear now the sound of a masculine, now that of a feminine voice, but so distinct the one from the other that it was impossible to believe that only the woman was speaking." And he goes ahead in this account and gives a whole list of examples of cases like this. So the emphasis on the motor changes, the emphasis on the changes in the voice, these are the most dominant external signs of possession that they note. The other thing that he notes, and this is really interested in the channeling phenomenon, looking at channeling, is that in many, many cases, there is an amnesia. That is, when the seeming possession occurs, and the other personality comes in, the person that's normally there, the normal executive personality in the person goes amnesiac and cannot remember anything at all that was said. Now, and the one I will tell you about tomorrow, this channel that I've been looking at, she never has any memory whatsoever of what the voices coming through her have said. So that would be an example of confirmation of this. Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay. So throughout this book, what he does is to give account after account after account, cross-culturally, of these instances, um, based on all of the anthropological data that he had accessible around 1900 to 1910. And so this is a striking source book for any of you who want to do a little historical and anthropological research on this, to get some sense just of the phenomena, just the presentation. And it sounds for all the world to me that this is the kind of thing that a striking example, very striking, profound example of an autonomous complex. I mean, this autonomous complexes can be extremely subtle, and so subtle in your personality that you're not even aware of it, and that nobody around you can really figure out what's going on. But here in these cases are astoundingly striking, shocking examples of something that really reflects Jung's view of the way in which there can be inner organizations which are radically different from the ego, and which often can displace the functioning, or can influence the functioning of the ego in a very severe way, and often even displace it. So this is, I think, extremely striking material. At the break, you can come up and peruse some of this yourself. Yes, it is Oesterreich, Österreich. And this thing is just, as the guy that brought the new edition out, I mean, he wrote a long foreword in there, and he says, you don't read this book for his psychological speculations, because it's the psychological speculations of the state of the art in 1910 or so, 1900 to 1910. What you read this book for is the astounding compilation of all of these historical accounts, and to look at that phenomenologically, so that you are enabled through that to do an initial kind of cross-cultural look at these possession states. And the striking thing, as he says, the really striking thing is, and I have found this as I've continued my own cross-cultural research on this since looking at Österreich, the astounding thing is how similar different tribal cultures, the way they describe all this shamanistic phenomena, coming from traditions where they were not in touch with each other at all. That's the interesting thing. They were not at all in touch with each other, and yet they describe behaviors, events, spiritual hierarchies in a way that's strikingly similar. Now, for people that are not Jungians, that probably might be left to just coincidence, but for Jungians, now you're into the area of the collective unconscious. Because when you start seeing all these things pop up in different cultures, you do not jump to the conclusion about some sort of metaphysical status or some sort of ontological status for these entities, independent of the psyche. That's a philosophical question that everybody's got to deal with. But the question of whether or not they're present as human psychological manifestations, these things are what a Jungian, serious Jungian, would think about as archetypal manifestations. This cross-cultural, it's collective unconscious. This is collective unconscious material, very likely. Now, the question, we said that if you study these different cultures, you find that in many, many instances, there are instances where a possession state is welcomed. and is not viewed as toxic or evil at all. And we need, when we're thinking about contemporary psychics and persons who are alleged channels and so on, to the extent these persons are seeking these experiences, they do not view them as pathological or evil in any way. Now, fundamentalist Christians think all that sort of thing is evil and pathological, but it's very important for us to understand that the idea of having a partnership with a what we would call an archetypal entity is not at all unusual. And for example, if you went down to the Haitian exhibit and looked at those rituals that were being portrayed there in the Field Museum, you saw that to the priest and the practitioners of Haitian voodoo, possession states are invoked. You seek them. They are seen as normal religious behavior, and you seek to get involved in participating in these possessions as a legitimate part of your own religious practice. So inevitably, the whole question of discernment comes up. That is, how would you know the difference between something that was a destructive or evil expression of this, and how would you not? I mean, what criteria would you use? Of course, if you're a flatlander, any of these engagement in any of these phenomena would automatically be seen as pathological. But let's start a little bit with traditional views about discernment of evil to get a little sense about that. They're very similar cross-culturally. And I want to open it up for a minute now and give you a quiz on this based on your previous studies and your previous research. In traditional cultures, whether they're Christian or otherwise, what are the marks of evil? How would you know something to be evil if it manifested? Got any ideas about that? Yes. An apprehension, a sense of something sinister. Now, that relates to the idea that there's a sort of an intuitive thing that can happen in discernment that you can, for example, if you read myths and fairy tales, where a lot of this material comes up in traditional cultures, people often they'll have a dream of proximity of evil, or they will have an intuition about it, and they feel the need to kind of pay attention to their intuition. So that's certainly one. Now, what are more overt things, though, in terms that you've heard of in traditional cultures? Mm-hmm. Okay, let me start with the first one you gave. She gave the tendency to isolate you from people. This is clearly a very major theme in traditional cultures in terms of discernment. They will watch the question of whether or not a person begins to cut themselves off from the community and relatedness. And almost all over, in most of these tribal cultures, they have a sense that if you really get too isolated from the community, you will start being more and more in danger. There is a there's a book of Peruvian fairy tales. I think that's in the bookstore. I think edited by Jane Yalom, I believe. And it has a number of these Peruvian fairy tales which really are profound on this. There's one that has this demon coming in the form of a beautiful stranger and seducing someone into letting them move into the house with them. And the only way that the shamans of the community are able to pick up that something is there is the increasing isolation. And the shamans in the village, they're not real quick to pick up on it, but they gradually begin to be suspicious as the relationships start cutting off one by one. I recently did a weekend on the collective unconscious and psychopathology here. I think it's available on in the tape series. But anyway, I pointed out there that sounds a little bit like our schizoid pathology, in our contemporary time. And that's something that the clinicians today, even flatlanders, understand. That if you start becoming too isolated, you start getting more and more strange, and you become more and more susceptible to toxic influence in your life. Yeah, Keith.
I guess there must be a question there. What causes
Yes.
Does one become open because one is isolated, or has one been already led away?
That's a good, that right.
Something defiling, or even coincidentally, ignorance of defiling could happen because as evidence already in their defilement, or just that.
Well, let's just get that defilement term that you're lifting up. That's a big one. A good book to look at on the symbolism of traditional Marx and symbolisms of evil is the Paul Ricoeur book called Symbolism of Evil. And in that, he talks about defilement, sin, and guilt. So the thing that Keith is raising here is really one of the big issues, that is the manifestation of a sense of defilement. So could you say, just kind of in a thumbnail sketch, Keith, what folks normally mean when they raise that defilement issue? How does that look? If you were to call that a mark, how would you know? How would you know you had a sense of that if you did? What does it feel like?
I think self-defilement, or this would go on self-destructive behavior.
Just give us a simple example of an experience of defilement, or what it would look like for a person. Go ahead. Then we'll get your examples. Being when you're mugged. When you're mugged, if you're mugged, how many of you have been mugged? See, I mean, when you get mugged, there is this horrible but fascinating phenomenon. You do have this sense of defilement. If you are raped, you will have a very powerful, it is a palpable sense of being contaminated. And it's related to the work, you studied the work of Mary Douglas, who's done so much on this sense of pollution, feeling polluted. You know, we say somebody got polluted, we mean they drank too much. But in most cultures, there is a sense that you somehow get evil on you. And it's sort of contagious. And when it gets on you, it's like you can't get it off. Or it's very hard to get it off. One way to think about it, it's almost like you stumbled into a room where there was some radiation leaking. And you start getting the stuff on you. And then when you have been in that room, your little badge starts to turn colors. Or if you've got one of those little Geiger counters on you, it starts to tick. And when you come out, they get the hoses out and they start hosing you down. Well, there is a feeling like that. And a lot of people that have been, you know, when they were in our whole circle of friends and then they announced that they were going to get divorced, suddenly a lot of friends will often, or so-called friends, will start relating to you as if you've got something on you that they don't want to get on them. And those are all examples. There are many, many examples of this. Someone comes up with a very serious illness, very often friends will start relating to them in funny ways, which relate to this concept of defilement. It's a very ancient kind of thing, and people have all sorts of rationalizations for it, but that is one of the marks. You can have a sense that when you're around it, you have a sense of being somehow contaminated, and then you feel the need for cleansing. Hence, a lot of these cleansing rituals that people use. In fact, if you're a psychotherapist that works real hard, and you just finished like 8 hours of very hard work with patients, it's very common for therapists to feel the need to do something. They may not even know about ritual, but they'll go do one, go take a shower or something like that to kind of, wash it off. And so that would be an example. But now there are some real simple traditional examples of things associated with discerning the presence of evil. What are some of the other ones that are just very straightforward? Well, it says actually, I think that there is an awareness that sort of loss of bodily functions or incontinence in various ways will often appear when someone is terrorized by some of these experiences. I think that's true. But there, for example, one of the things that's so often said is the role of deceit or lying, misrepresentation. It's no accident that in the Christian tradition, evil is associated with the prince of liars. So deceit is one of the traditional ones, that there's no sense for the truth at all. In our modern parlance, this is the sociopathic kinds of things. Archetypally, we'll often say that when the trickster gets too strong and the rule breaker gets too strong, that's associated with this kind of thing. Any others you can think of? What other symbolisms get associated with this? Yeah.
Moderation is boundlessness, inflation.
Inflation is a classic Greek way of talking about it. The word idolatry is, for the religion of the book, almost all tribes have some way of describing that thing of lack of a sense of your own boundaries and a sense of felt being larger than you really are. Most tribes, there's a book called Anthropology and Evil, which describes this type of thing in a number of different tribes. And they have a sense that when that kind of grandiosity is manifest, that the village and the tribe is very vulnerable. So that is another good example. In Western traditions, it's really talked about in terms of idolatry, putting something finite on the throne of the infinite. Another one is the symbolism of light. It's no accident that the symbolism of light and darkness not being a color. Darkness is not a color. It is an absence of light, an absence of illumination. And when you look at cinema and think about the cinema of evil, these people use playing with light and absence of light and flames and candles and torches. And if you see the movie, one more movie that is really tremendous at getting you a sense of the images of evil is the remake, the Carpenter remake of The Thing. Have you ever seen that? Have any of you seen that? It's the one Kurt Russell was in. If you haven't seen that one, you've got to see that one, because in that thing, it really captures a lot of the symbolism of evil. For example, you've got this outpost in the Arctic. It's either the Antarctic or the Arctic. I'm not sure which one. Do you know? I don't know.
I remember.
Yeah. It's awful, all right. It's awful. But anyway, and there's this research camp. And the first scene you see is this husky running toward the camp. And there's a helicopter chasing it. And from the helicopter, someone with a high-powered rifle, is trying to shoot this dog before it gets to this next camp. And your immediate response is, poor puppy. Because you don't know what's going on. You don't know that this puppy is infected with it. And you do not know that it came from a UFO that was found in the ice. See? And that's an image. You see, if you look at that, it is an image, and the movie's Alien pick up on this thing. That is this primordial experience of human beings, that somehow this entity that is going to destroy us all comes from beyond cosmos. It comes from outside of cosmos, and it comes in, and it gets past the defenses. And there's this in that movie, they keep firing on this dog, they keep missing, and then the dog runs into the pack of huskies in their camp. And the movie picks up on all the symbolism of blood and evil, this AIDS scare and all the fear about AIDS. It's very interesting the way in which the AIDS epidemic picks up so many of the ancient symbolisms of evil. And it really catches human beings at a very paranoid level of the psyche. And so You know, you have to really think about these things, because you have to realize how vulnerable gay, lesbian, and bisexual people in our culture are right now. Because they're not just vulnerable to AIDS, they're vulnerable to societies or groups within societies who get caught up in this archetypal symbolism of evil and project it onto them. Remember that recent bombing in Atlanta, I think, was directly related to the way in which the AIDS phenomenon sort of captures a lot of these primordial symbolisms of evil in terms of images. Something wrong in the blood, it's contagious, you can't tell who's got it. So if you look at the movie The Alien series with Sigourney Weaver, that and the Thing all pick up on the same kind of traditional symbolism of evil. But all these things pick up on, as you look at this list that I passed out to you, that line running down the center of the sheet. This is a little anticipation of my lecture on Tillich and Jung too. That line down the center of the sheet is the present moment of your life, where you're having to struggle for adaptation. The traditional understanding of evil is that wherever evil manifests, or however it manifests, it always interferes with your capability to face your life in a life-giving way. That is, it will, instead of helping you have hope for the future, it will get you preoccupied in nostalgic ways with the past. Or it will get you into a denial that keeps you from accepting your mortality. A lot of us do that, especially a lot of us with food addictions like me. You know, we don't want to think about what we do to ourselves when we overeat. Others drink too much, you know, but I never met a steak I didn't like. But anyway, evil will cause you to distance from life tasks. That's a good old Adlerian insight. Alfred Adler saw that. In fact, Adler really saw that at the root of psychopathology was a distancing from life and others. Really an unwillingness to engage with the tasks of life as a creature. And you can see there, according to these traditional systems of spiritual discernment, if a spirit is true and a life-giving spirit, it will help you love. If it is a false and a deceitful spirit, it will lead you to hate, and it will destroy relationships. If it is a life-giving spirit, it will help you assume responsibilities, appropriate responsibilities. If it is a false spirit, it will lead you to evade your responsibilities. And so on. You can just look at each of these. Each one of these. One of the things that's important to look at is, if I would, I teach courses on looking at psychopathology in the light of this old symbolism of evil. And one of the things which they point out is that in the presence of an evil presence, your imagination will be affected in such a way that it does not help you live your life. It will cause you to think, imagine things which are hurtful to you and others. And there's where the paranoia comes in. That is that it will affect perception, and it will affect your imagination, and it will lead you to not be able to imagine clearly. This is how it relates to depression, because when you are unable to imagine the future in a realistic, life-affirming way, if you just look at what happens to the imagination in the presence of some of these toxicities, we have no trouble as modern psychologists and psychoanalysts understanding that the old peoples were right. It does mess up the imagination and interfere with using your imagination for adaptation. So these are some of the traditional marks of evil. There are a number of others, but they can all be boiled down pretty much in terms of the thing that Christians often refer to, and that is, you shall know them by their fruits for life. And so one of the simplest things that one does when one is looking at complexes and whether they're very toxic, dangerous complex or not, is what is the impact on this person's capacity to have an adaptation to life. And that sounds very simple, but it's also very helpful. The Adlerian psychologists often talk about this as a psychology of use rather than possession. That is, it's not what you have that matters so much, it's its impact and how you're using it in your life. So in terms of looking at complexes, it's very important to look at do they help you live your life, or do they distance you from life and take the power of life, of living your libido for living away? And a little bit after we take a break, we will look at the way Jung viewed that. That is to say, how do you know you got a big, dangerous, autonomous complex? Well, one of the simple things is it functions in sort of a vampiric way in your psyche. You notice something. I've got a lot of low energy. I don't have enough energy, psychic energy, to do what I need to do. Where is that energy going? It's going somewhere. Say, oh, no, I'm just one of those low energy persons. Chances are the libido is going somewhere, getting tied up in the unconscious, in some complex that's not adequately related to the ego, so that it can be worked with. So anyway, we'll come back and talk about complex archetypes and symbols and the various ways in which these life-denying organizations in the psyche come to be. Unlike Freud or Adler, he had a sense of there being not only the conscious mind, but like them, he had a sense that there was a personal unconscious where all sorts of difficulties could be grounded based on one's personal history. But he also had a sense of the collective unconscious. That is to say, an archetypal template underlying our personal lives that has a lot to do with being the building blocks of psychological functioning in our personal lives. And so it is to this archetypal realm that when one is looking at Jungian psychology, that you get a sense for something that really distinguishes a Jungian point of view from other psychoanalytic points of view. I've got up here complex archetype and symbol. Jung's psychology early on was called complex psychology. The role of the complex was so important. Can someone define complex for me? What is the typical definition given to complex? Anybody know? Can you take a stab at it? That is it's certainly a complex. Usually has an archetypal core, and which then gathers around it personal experiences and images and impressions and energy. And usually, anybody else has got another stab at that? What a complex is? They have the Harrys. It's usually, it's got energy in it. It's a feeling-toned complex, a feeling-toned organization, they will say, in the psyche that carries, as Harry says, it carries a lot of psychological energy in it. Now, to say something is a complex from a Jungian point of view doesn't mean it's bad. The psyche, in fact, is made up of many different organizations that carry energy. So actually, your ego, from a Jungian point of view, your ego is a complex. It's an organization of energy. That thing that's looking here at me, that's a complex. Very sophisticated one, very subtle and nuanced and developed and rich. But it is a psychological organization. The interesting thing, and William James knew this, and a lot of the other scholars, it's not the only thing in there. It's not the only complex in there. There are other complexes. There are other organizations in your psyche Jung's view of the psyche, in a way that's similar to some of the people that specialize in multiple personality disorders, is that we're pretty multiple, we human beings. We're not nearly as unified as we'd like to think. There's a lot of multiplicity in our psyche. Jung said that the unconscious is made up of large numbers of complexes. And you can have, let's name some of them, standard complexes that people talk about. Just throw one out. Guilt complex. What else? Say it again. A mother complex, a father complex, right? We've got complexes around our experience of mother. Now, there's an archetype, of course, the archetypal mother, or what I call in my work the queen archetype. I argue with my Jungian friends, I don't think there is a mother archetype. I think it's a queen archetype, that the mother exists under. But anyway, we often say mother archetype. It gathers your experiences of a human mother, or lack of one, and it organizes them, and you've got all sorts of feelings associated with it that you bring to your relationships with either mother, mother-in-law, older women, who are convenient receptacles for our projections of the emotional contents that are in that complex. And so there are all sorts of, name me a few more. Typical, if you were in analysis, or if you are in analysis, the kind of complex you might talk about. You know, that people talk about money complex, or people talk about a power complex. What else? Yeah, Adler was fascinated with, of course, the one that everybody knows of Adler's is the inferiority complex, and then the compensating one, the Napoleonic or the superiority complex. And of course, Adler taught that under every inferiority complex is a superiority complex. So if you got an inferiority complex, you got to figure out where your superiority complex is and what it's doing and why, that sort of thing. So now, in other schools of psychoanalysis, they don't, many of them, you know, Freud talked about what complex? The Oedipal complex, yes. And I'm not a Freudian, but I tell you, I see a lot of Oedipal complexes in people. Freud didn't make that up. It was a description of something that actually manifests in most people at some time. So the object relations theorists actually talk a lot about complexes. What do they don't call them complexes though? Do any of you know what they call them? The psychoanalytic object relations theorists. Do you know the name they use? They will often call them introjects. So actually, an introject, now you shows their theory. That shows their theory of what a complex is, because they really think if you have a complex, it's an introject. That is, I got it off of my mother, or I got it off of my father, or I got it off of some other traumatic experience. I introjected it. I took it in from the outside. Now you can see that theory laden that is. They still believe that it's an organization in your psyche, and it's got feelings attached to it and energy in it. And not only that, they agree with Jungians that this thing probably has, it's almost like a subpersonality. They don't say that, they don't admit it, but it often carries a lot of rage. You know, and your mother introject may be very punitive. So there may be some scolding mother thing in you that's organized and shaped like a mother, a bad, mean mother that beats the heck out of you several times a day at least, trying to keep you from having your self-esteem. So the point I'm trying to get at here, isn't it interesting? You don't have to be a Jungian to talk about complexes. Talking about complexes really does not make you Jungian. That's interesting to me. Other people talk about that. It is really a deeper level of the psyche that really differentiates between whether one has Jungian assumptions or not, in my view. And that is it conceivable that the origins of some of your complexes are not the result of external traumas, or not the result of actual experiences you had with your mother or your father? That is, in other words, let's take an example of some of the stuff that's going on now a lot. You hear all this stuff about ritual abuse. And there are all these people that are head over heels into all sorts of ritual abuse studies in the context of some of the stuff we're talking about. It's one of the things that's happening now that you need to be aware of, but you don't want to be gullible about it. That is to say, I may come up with a complex, say you're my mother. I may come up with a complex that is organized around ritual abuse, and I may remember you as being the perpetrator. And it may have included sexual abuse of me. Now, there are a lot of those folks that think that that complex is a result of some actual external trauma. And of course, it may be. But if you have a Jungian metapsychology, and you understand that in the collective unconscious, there are archetypes of persecutors, it is possible for something to lead you to be in the proximity of a persecuting, an archetypal persecutory entity or image that has nothing to do with what she actually did to me. And this thing may organize all my energy around it. It may even capture my mother complex, you see. And I may accuse you and actually take you to prosecution. This happens a lot now. Are you familiar with all this stuff that's happening about this now? There is enormous stuff happening out here in our culture now about these the retrieval of, quote, repressed memories, unquote. And there's enormous disagreement about whether these things are valid. And there's no question about it that in any particular case you have to be extremely careful. You can't dismiss it as necessarily invalid or actually relating to some trauma. But you can't automatically assume that somebody has a memory. If I remember, Mom, that you tied me up and beat me and ritually abused me and sexually abused me, we can't be sure that anything like that ever happened between you and me. Because from a Jungian point of view, in the collective unconscious, there are a number of images that are not personal. And although usually they're constellated by personal experiences in the family and so on, it's not always the case, but that's the case. So this is to give you a little feeling about complex theory. The idea of a complex is an important idea, but in the Jungian perspective, complexes have archetypal dimensions usually, even the ones that are grounded on your personal experience and represent your personal unconscious. So the first thing I want to talk about a little bit here are some of the archetypal givens that I believe exist in the psyche. This is where, in my own work, I've tried to go a little bit beyond Jung and being clear about what some of these fundamental archetypal building blocks in the psyche are. I want to summarize that for you so that we can think about complexes that may be autonomous complexes that really represent non-integrated aspects of your self-structure. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to want to come back and talk about ego-alien, self-alien complexes that are not a part of your personal self, and therefore may really need not to be integrated. So we'll come back to that in the morning. But let me look at this. Get out that diagram that I passed down, the one with these charts, healing and the healer. And I've put these two quadrants up. And they correspond to that I've passed out. And in my work, what I focused on for many years in looking at the elements of the collective unconscious that relate to yourself, the building blocks of yourself, I followed Jung in saying, yes, it is right that these are fourfold. Jung believed that there was some fourfoldness to the self. He concluded that it was typology, intuition, thinking, feeling, and sensation. And while I feel that typology is useful and is important to study, in fact, the longer I go, the more I am aware of how useful it is. My friends Tom Lavin and John Giannini, other Jungian analysts around that are better at discussing typology than I am, constantly try to teach me more and more about that, and I appreciate it. But I follow in my work, this work that you have before you here, I follow Toni Wolff, who was Jung's associate very early on. And she believed that there were structural forms in the psyche that were not typology. That are four structural forms. She focused on the female self. But her work is really a predecessor of my work. And I have broken these things down, and I can summarize it like this. And you can think about this, and then we'll think about the way in which not integrating one of these quadrants could lead to an autonomous complex, which would not be a spirit complex. See, it might possess you, in a sense, but it would not be a spirit complex. So here's where Jung's idea that a complex may be the ego, or it may be well related in a healthy way to the ego, but also there is his concept that we've got to focus on of the autonomous complex. The complex, the significant organization in your personality that is not related to your ego in a healthy way and may be over-determining your behavior. So here, let's look at these. I suggest in my work, and if you get one of these Jung Institute brochures, it summarizes the work I've done on this, that there are fundamentally four building blocks. You see, I agree with the early Greeks, there are four elements. And I agree with the Navajo, there are four winds that you got to balance to have a healthy self. And instead of intuition, thinking, feeling, and sensation, I believe they are what I call the line of development for integration and nurturance. That is centering and nurturance. That's what I call royal energy. It's associated with the mythic images of the king and queen. The second is a line of development for aggression. In mythology, you see that under the myth of the warrior or the knight, male and female. The third quadrant is a quadrant that is associated, for example, in Camelot with Merlin, what I call the archetype of the magician. That was the first thing I discovered in my early research on the esoteric, the occult, is I really came to an understanding of the archetype of the magician for the first time. Jung had called it the archetype of the wise old man. It's much more than a wise old man. Much more carefully delineated than Jung delineated it. But anyway, that is a cognitive line of development. It has the question, are you playing dumb or do you have knowledge? If you have knowledge, how do you use it? Has it become wisdom in your personality? And if it has become wisdom, are you using your wisdom for healing of self and community? That's that line of development. And everyone is somewhere on that spectrum. And the final one is what I call, in agreement with Freud, a line of development for eros and filiation, what Freud would call object relations. That's a lousy way to say it, the way Freud says it. It's just relational. You know, it's embodiment, affiliation, relationality, and sexuality, intimacy. It's a line of development that if you mature in it, then you resolve your shame issues, you're not real depressed, and you have some experience of joy, and the capacity to live in the present. The old 1960s thing, be here now. If you can really be here now, it's that lover eros line that you're actualizing in your personality. So in my work, what I have done is I've given a phenomenology of each one of these lines of development. what we can call an instinctual line. See, Freud thought there was one. He vacillated. Sometimes he thought it was eros and aggression, but he couldn't make up his mind. Adler came in and said, yes, there is a separate aggression line. There is a separate power line. And so, in Freudian psychology, we call Freud's psychology a conflict psychology because he saw eros in conflict with aggression. And that is that left to right axis there, as you see in both the female and male psyche. So, in my understanding of the way the little s self, or some people say the ego, but I prefer the recent psychoanalytic usage of a little s self, a human self, your personal self. If you develop an integrated personal self, you have to develop and integrate each of these archetypal potentials. And if you do, you will form a cohesive self that is capable of functioning at a very creative level in your life. What happens if in your family or in your birth order or in your culture you are not blessed on one or more of these lines of development? It's like if you're not really nurtured in that line of development, it may lie dormant. Or it may stay, we might say, stay unconscious. Let's look for an example of staying in the idea of an autonomous complex. Let's look at, say, for example, a man. Look at the quadrant for the male psyche. Say the man lived in a home where there was no modeling of healthy assertiveness. And either you were very passive-aggressive or you were a rageaholic. If you modeled on that pattern in your family or in your subculture with dealing with aggression, for example, if you're an academic, you grew up in an academic family, they tend to be very passive-aggressive. They tend to demonize aggression, project it on businessmen, and act it out with their colleagues. An academic committee exists not to do anything. You work extremely hard not to achieve anything, and I laugh about it, but I have to sit in a lot of them. I know what I'm talking about. But anyway, say that person never had healthy integrated aggression modeled. Then we could say in a Jungian way, I may really have a very autonomous complex around aggression. And that it's autonomous. Why do I say it's autonomous? Because my conscious mind, I'm a nice person. I don't have any aggression. She has aggression. He has aggression. Some of the others of you have aggression. I don't have aggression. I'm nice. It's just, aggression is what all you bad people do to me or others. Except when you make me beat you up. There's a lot of domestic violence, and it's not a laughing matter, but it's so sad because so many people with an autonomous aggression complex manifest as wimpy, nice persons in the ego until some interaction gives them an excuse to have this autonomous aggression complex come out and wreak havoc. But the ego of that person never experiences them as having chosen to do it. I didn't mean to do this. And they'll often say, I don't know what came over me. Right? That is, when you hear that, you know it's an autonomous complex, you see. If they really, you can usually tell they're very sincere about this. A lot of the people that are acting out rageaholics, they do not see themselves as having done it. It's been caused by bad, mean, aggressive people. You just talked to me that way and you made me do it. And so here is an example of what we might call an autonomous complex. Now we can do these on each one of these quadrants. We can talk about an autonomous complex, which is the result of a person not integrating some aspect of that quadrant. In fact, you could think about if you had an autonomous complex based on soul loss or self-loss, some part of yourself being lost, what part of yourself do you think may be lost in your unconscious? or more lost in your unconscious, and might be the occasion of an autonomous complex. See, you can actually work with this. I work with people on this all the time. You can have an autonomous complex. One gentleman I know relates like that to his family, but doesn't really experience himself as being a mean person at all. The ego doesn't see that it is being aggressive or sadistic. But there is this autonomous complex that comes rolling in there. In our terms, in our workshop this weekend, it sort of takes over his body. And he says and does things that are controlled by the aggression in that complex and the rage in that complex. And his mouth, it says, there's this other voice that comes in. His mouth says all sorts of things that he doesn't really remember saying. And, if you're a rageaholic, it's very easy just to kind of trance out after you've had one of your explosions. And you really don't remember having said what you said. And if somebody says, well, don't you remember you said la, 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 la? Yeah, but I didn't mean it that way. Or, you took it wrong or something like that. You follow what I'm getting at here? Mm-hmm. Now, you see, that just would be one example. Can you think of an example of what sort of an autonomous complex someone might have if they had not integrated, say, the erotic side of their life? What might that look like? Now, remember, this would be an autonomous complex, not in control of the ego consciousness, but which is not the result of some spirit complex, but some split-off archetypal building block of the self, which has not been brought in to integration yet. What might that look like, Keith? And then we'll take yours.
Well, I was thinking of a particular example of a man who's very spiritual and has followed always a high path, and wonderful singer, and really the art, religion, and really, I think, very, very sweet. And
the ego personality is really a very good, nice personality.
At one point, he confessed to me that he goes to video arcades, and he can't understand it. Or he said, well, one time he said, well, I just, want to explore something. But he couldn't really say, I'm driven to be here.
Right. He's giving the example of a person that lives a pretty spiritual life in many outward forms, but finds himself going to porno shows and porno shops. This is extremely common, and this is an example of what we're talking about. There's a great deal of this, and many of the persons that engage in this sort of autonomous erotic complex, many of them know that it's compulsive. That's one of the ways you can tell it's an autonomous complex, right? Because it is compulsive. It does what it wants to do with you. It takes your body right down there to that shop. We're going to come. That would be in the magician side. Let's hold that example for that. But in this case, it might be that you would have intruding, very erotic thoughts that your conscious ego is not welcoming. I think we'd have to say that Jimmy Swaggart, when he was going through his experiences with the prostitutes, was running into an autonomous erotic complex that often happens to what we might call hyper-spiritual, quote-unquote, people. Now, I believe in a spirituality of wholeness, not one of purity, as most Jungians do. We think that if you get too one-sided on things, you're likely to run into yourself coming in the other direction, unexpectedly. But there are a lot of examples of this one. And, for example, you will find a lot of males that have compulsive masturbation. that they cannot control. And it will be manifesting an autonomous erotic complex. I have seen persons who would masturbate 20 times a day compulsively at work and carry with them in their briefcase pornography to bring out for this. And persons that are very disturbed about this. And now, of course, we have the internet. So people that have these autonomous erotic complexes have a little vessel for them to let these things come out and play. Now, but again, I have seen a number of people that are engaged in that but are very disturbed about it and cannot stop. So that would be an example of this sort of autonomous complex, yes. This would be another way it would manifest, you see, because an autonomous complex need not come up into the ego consciousness where you can see it. It can manifest itself in behaviors, and you can tell it's there, but you can't see the raw self-presentation of it. So that thing would be below a little more firm, non-permeable repression barrier there, see? But it would still be there. It is there, and you can tell it in its effects on the person's life. So that's a good example. She was talking about, for the tape, she was talking about the person who manages to shut out their erotic life out of consciousness and does not act it out in overt ways, but simply shuts it down, keeps it in the unconscious, bottled up. Other examples, Harry?
The person who has enough money but gets the thrill of shoplifting. Doesn't have to shoplift, but it's the thrill of not getting caught.
Yes. He's using another example of that shoplifting. There often you see an autonomous complex. Now we could have a discussion about what kind of archetypal material would be coming out in that. Have you got a clue? Could be related to love. That is to say, many addictions, including that kind, could be seen, in love. When this eros always values the object. It doesn't really focus so much on the eye. It's the object that shines. So I may be actually feeling the need for that object, and I may be compulsively feeling the need for that object, and that is related to dependency dynamics. It's related to idealization dynamics and some forms of idealization dynamics. But that's an example. That's a good example. Another way you could think about that, though, I've done a series of lectures here on the archetype of the trickster. And one autonomous complex I see a lot that's related to these archetypal contents like this that have an appropriate place in your psyche is the trickster. It's extremely common. And I tell you, you can tell this. How would you know if somebody had an autonomous trickster complex and it was possessing them in a fairly serious way on a fairly regular basis? That would be one. Rule breaking, compulsive rule breaking might be one manifestation of it. But what other telltale signs of somebody that's got a trickster autonomous complex?
They have a lot of accidents. They seem to be victims of jokes played by life.
That is a very serious and dangerous example. That happens a lot too. Accident-prone people very often have got an autonomous trickster complex, and it's a deadly one. This thing is deadly, and I would in my work with this is one I'd have to discern whether this is simply the magician in a very immature form coming out, which it can be, because a very immature form of the magician archetype in the psyche will often issue in trickster behaviors. But then there's a milder version. Give me an example of a milder version of the same thing that you probably happened to you. When we say the trickster got her, or the trickster got him, you'll often hear that among Jungians.
You get one of these people that consistently forgets the appointment.
They forget their appointment, or they lock their keys in the car. Oops. Or they lock them in the trunk. Or one instance recently, I was talking with this one person about a trickster problem, and they just were sure they didn't have it. And then they left their daytimer in my office. that they didn't have a problem, but they left their daytimer. Yeah.
I know in this schema, would you put the trickster behavior in the magician line of development, or is that separate?
No, I think, in my work, the people have said, well, more things, there are only 4 archetypes or 8 archetypes, depending on. I said, no. If you look at this is about the maturing adult self. For example, the golden child kind of child archetype is a royal child. It's the way that the royal line manifests early on. The trickster is an immature form of the magician. The hero is an immature form of the warrior archetype, and so on. There's an Oedipal child, lover child, precociously erotic child that you see often in Oedipal dynamics. That is the lover child. So in these cases, you can see some of the other archetypal forms and the way they fit in developmentally. But and that's a very good point. I just want to suggest now tomorrow I want to underline tomorrow that not only do I not think that there are only 4 or 8 archetypes. When I talk about these things, I'm talking about the fundamental structures of the cohesive self, that is, building a self. There are all kinds of other archetypes that are in the collective unconscious and present in your unconscious mind that don't have anything to do with your mature self. They are there, and they may manifest or they may not manifest to your conscious mind, and that's where some of these other kinds of issues arise. Now, let me show you one of the things while we're on this. This is very interesting to me in thinking about Satan. I've given some series of lectures on the psychology of Satan, and it's very important to understand how subtle this business about the symbolism of Satan is, because there are ways you can understand that that Satan is a rebel, and you don't want to make the rebel part of the psyche into pathology, because if you do not have, you see, the magician has to balance the royal energy. There is a part of you that has to say yes, and that's the royal, the eternal yes, the theologians say. You know, God is the eternal yes to creation. But there's also an eternal no. And what is amusing to me is that so many people have thought that the no is evil. Well, the no is not evil. If you have all yes and no no, you got problems. And I even have said to these theologians, you know, I think that God is made up equally of a divine yes and a divine no. It has to be balanced. So, and some Jungians kind of think they put Satan, they call that the no evil. Well, I don't think that's the way to do this. What you want to say is evil is when chaos develops out of these things not being balanced together, balanced in dynamic tension with each other. And so I don't want to pathologize the rebel part of your personality. If you didn't have it, you'd be hopelessly enmeshed in your family. And yet there are people in your family that may think you're a devil because you are not doing everything they want you to do. See? So I think that's very interesting. So the idea, in fact, if you study all these traditions, it's important to carefully look at that and not make that part that resists tyranny into evil. There are a lot of religious thinkers that tend to do that, especially conservative ones. Conservative religious thinkers don't tend to like the divine rebel. And most of those the people that really love the divine rebel become Unitarians, Unitarian Universalists, you know. They love the divine rebel, you know. Often identify with it. Do you follow that? I mean, that's an important little piece there. Rather, I believe that if you want to really talk meaningfully about evil, you have to talk about the chaos that comes when these things are not held in some sort of creative tension together. From the magician, the cognitive sector of the psyche, what might that look like? An autonomous complex that results from not adequately integrating and maturing your inner magician. How might that look? Hmm. Now, see, that would be picking up. She says it could be a hypochondriacal thing. It could be if you're using, that's sort of the trickster level of development in the magician, sort of using your ability to create illusions. Magician loves to create illusions. And so you sort of create an illusion to cover your trail. And malingering that's often called malingering. And that could be an example of that. We talked about the trickster examples, the parapraxes, losing your keys and things like that. Other examples?
I think that collectively there's a lot of gadget mania and creativity mania. When I was in high school and looking at colleges I went to visit my brother, his roommate was one of these, that really liked this a lot. And he would, one of his things every morning, like a ritual, was to pick up the phonograph needle, close his eyes, and sort of throw it up in the air, wherever it landed on the record. Hey, that's creative. That's it. A kind of mental energy that doesn't really go anywhere, or is really connected to other people or to concepts or to, but just gives us a kind of hyper excitement.
A kind of a mental excitement. There are other ways that manifests too. Now, can you think of other ways that a kind of a non-integrated mental cognitive functioning might look? Yeah.
Maybe like real gullible, just kind of like flip from one thing to the next, not able to discern anything, just go with
it presents real naive and gullible. That will often be one of them. That's one of the two that we talked about. One is the trickster, with the active pole of that is sort of the trickster pole, where you're really a rule breaker without knowing you are. The other thing I didn't mention is a practical jokester, a person that's constantly has to do practical jokes on their friends and their family. That's the autonomous trickster. And the person that's always telling jokes. Do you know anybody like that? That, you come in and they've got to tell you a joke. It's sort of the Don Rickles complex, and that would be an active. But what she's saying is sort of the passive one of that, the innocent one. This is what in the King Warrior Magician Lover book we identify as the passive mode of that magician shadow. It's I don't know anything. In the Scott Peck's book, People of the Lie, when he's talking about this really demonic family, he talks about the father. One son has committed suicide already with this gun. So I'm just innocent. I give the gun to the other son. And I'm just saving money. Don't want to. And Scott Peck makes a lot about this feigned innocence, this feigned not knowing. So I think that you'll find a lot of people that in some really strange way manage in certain situations, in certain moments. Suddenly it's like their cognitive systems just, Carl Jung called it the eruption into the ego consciousness of this complex. It just, the fancy phrase, the abasement de nouveau mental, the threshold of consciousness just drops, and you're not able to be very conscious. And so just kind of going stupid periodically when you're in a situation that kicks the complex off. That's very common. And you see people that keep themselves in dangerous situations when that happens. They just manage not to know they're in a dangerous situation. So that's a good example. Now let's finish that. What about an autonomous complex that results from your not integrating this royal or centering and nurturing line of development? What might that look like? If you had an autonomous complex that sort of lived you rather than you living it, Jung always said a complex has you. An autonomous complex, you don't have an autonomous complex. It has you. So what would that look like? Somebody got an idea? Yes, let's take yours, then let's take yours.
I mean, wonderful families. I mean, they're totally without
Now, this is interesting. She's saying that there's certain forms of psychopathic behavior where this might be an example of this. And I think that could be argued. For example, I will often say to people that this is what Milan calls an active independent personality. And this personality does not really have any traditional thing like you'd call a conscience or an ability to limit their own aggression or their own power demands. And, you have to say that if you're consistently a Jungian, you're saying this is an autonomous complex, there's a sense in which this person doesn't even know they're making inappropriate power demands. Yes, I know what I can do. Yes. I'm not a kind of person that would abuse my power. See? Right, but you see, in an autonomous complex, it's like you're not psychotic. It's like there are times when, the autonomous complex is not living you. So you just kind of go along and you just perfectly normal, it seems, to other people. And then when this autonomous complex comes in and rolls through the ego and sort of assumes its place, looking very much like a possession state. That's a possession state. I mean, if you just don't use the word, the phenomenon is the same. This is a possession state. This is not the same person. Suddenly this thing comes in. It has absolutely no sense of limit whatsoever. It will do anything it has the power to do and not feel any remorse. There are a lot of those folks. And they are able to isolate it from their family life very often. Oh, there are many less extreme examples, yes. Hmm? Well, they're not psychotic. They may be crazy. Yeah. But this would be an example, you see, because if it's that royal energy, that's the part that knows what it wants. If I was trying to determine whether or not you were very well developed on that royal line of development, one of the things I would do if I was interviewing you, I would say, well, tell me your 5-year plan. Tell me your 1-year plan, your 3-year plan, and your 5-year plan. And if you just say, okay, and you start rattling it off to me, and you tell me what you've got laid out and where you're going and what you're building and who you're going to do it with and who you've invited to come along and all this sort of thing, and well, the Camelot's going to be such and such a street, and my Lancelot is so and so and so and so. Well, then I know that this thing is really cooking in your psyche, and you got access. You have conscious access to it. And when I ask you the question, you don't bat an eye. But there are many people that I say, okay, give me the 1-year plan, the 3-year plan, and the 5-year plan. And they look at me with a blank stare. Like, what? And the interesting thing, you can tell this is autonomous because it doesn't matter. It wouldn't help me any to cajole them. Because I could say, come on, give me the 5-year plan. You're being passive aggressive. No, that's not right. The idea that they are to have a vision and to build a life that's not plugged in to the ego. And so that's the way I can tell. If I'm interviewing people, intake interview, I can pretty much tell in a very short time which one of these archetypal lines of development is functioning. I don't mean perfectly. I just mean it's there is making its offering to the personality and working. So that would give you an example of that. But if it's accessible consciously, then it's not an autonomous complex. It's where it is. You can access it and use it in an appropriate way. And the other things, you can think of ways you could investigate whether or not these things were functioning or whether they were autonomous. So do you get the drift on this? I mean, you can see that there are certain autonomous complexes which are clearly reflecting what Carl Jung talked about as soul loss. Two forms of problems with autonomous complexes. One operates as kind of a soul loss, or what I'm talking about is some major aspect of the self has not been brought into the ego functioning or into the self structure. The other one, which we'll get into tomorrow, is one which very likely may be manifesting in some of these channeling situations. That is, things which are archetypal, clearly in the collective unconscious, but which are not from unintegrated building blocks of the self. Now let's open this up. We've got a few minutes, and let's have you raise questions or comments or share insights about this before we go. Yes. Okay.
Even in terms of the warrior activating to balance?
Yes. The warrior has to balance the eros. And if you've got an eros problem in your life, it's a pretty good chance that the aggression is not balancing the eros and enabling it to be appropriately accessed. It's like these things work like muscle systems in the self. And it's like nautilus weightlifting. And when you're weightlifting and trying to create tonality in your muscles, you do not overbuild one side you don't do the triceps and not the biceps. So in the psyche, to really move toward wholeness, you have to exercise these archetypal muscles and bring them online in the psyche's functioning. And so in this case, say the warrior, the rageaholic was an example of the autonomous aggression content. Or the passive-aggressive person that's another example. If a person is really one of those persons which, you say, please, I need that report Monday morning. And you get there Monday morning, no report. And where's the report? Well, I just didn't get it done. Just couldn't get it done. See, and if it happens once, it's not a big deal. If it happens twice, it's not a big deal. But if in a month that happens 400 times, you got an autonomous aggression complex that is expressed in a passive modality. And that person has got a lot of aggression that they are perpetrating on you indirectly through this autonomous complex. And the ego doesn't have a clue. It's like, I'm really not intending to make you mad. Why are you so mad at me? Why are you such an abusive boss? And they really don't feel that they've been aggressing against you. So that would be some examples of that. Did you have another in mind?
With that, I just wanted to note that you were going to move on. But the importance that comes out in what you're saying of when trying to identify where somebody is.
Yes.
For one element, asking very concrete and grounded kinds of questions. Because one thing that's come out in this discussion is that people who've got a really kind of low development, one of these lines of development, have tendency toward a autonomous complex may also have a kind of pseudo-adaptation.
Yes.
That looks very good on a superficial level, but which, if you really start investigating, it's not really there. It's not really there.
It's very important. Now, he just said something important. This is what Jung is. I didn't put the persona up there because you all know about the persona, right? That's the self you put to the world that you want people to think you're this way. Maybe you're not quite that way, but that's what you want people to see. And Keith is using the word the pseudo-adaptation, and that's another expression of the persona. And one of the things, for example, let me give you an example. Say a borderline personality is a person who is fairly loosely organized. And one way to think about a borderline is they're very often a person that did not get blessed in their royal line. The royal self-objects in their families usually were kind of abusive or absent. So they never really were able to integrate that taproot part where you get really a sense of being centered and calm. Because maybe mom wasn't calm and dad wasn't calm, or if they were calm, they weren't there. And if they're not there, you can't interject them and set them up on the inside as a source of consolidation of these archetypal powers. So then I grew up as a borderline, which means I really am not, I don't have any centered calmness in my self-organization yet. And I say yet because I really deeply believe that borderlines can be really helped. And I really think they can be cured. It's not easy, but I do believe very deeply that most of them, if they persevere and they get lucky with therapists, they can be healed. But anyway, let me just stay with that example that Keith is giving. One of the things we know about borderlines, they will often present as pseudo-competent and having an adaptation that looks better than it really is. Now, another film for this, the film Looking for Mr. Goodbar. It's a film about a borderline woman who is a school teacher. And she manages to present actually fairly okay a good deal of the time. But she's not nearly, her self-organization isn't nearly as adequate as the persona leads you to believe. So Keith's saying that in these cases you have to, if you're doing an assessment of the person you're trying to evaluate, you have to carefully ask things that get you past the surface impressions. And that's tricky. And often it's a lifelong, person has had a lifelong experience of practice and not being caught, being as disorganized as they are. So that's a good point. Any other comments on that? Follow-up? Did you have a follow-up comment on that?
I wanted to say that this gave me a real insight about a friend of mine who's a kind of an obsessive fixer in his real life. And part of his gift that he loves to make people laugh, he loves to everybody's having a good time. And in his other side, his adaptation is he's really concerned with the high end of the healing.
Yeah. Okay, and you can see then kind of where your friend is organized archetypally. He's got tremendous, see, one of the interesting things, if you study some of my work, you'll see that I try to talk about the fact that in the way your personality is organized, there will be one or two of these archetypal systems that will be more dominant in your personality than the others. You're usually better at a couple than you are the other two. It works very much like typology like that. You know, we talk about the superior function, the inferior function, the auxiliary function, and so on. Well, these archetypal energies work very similar to that. So there'll be one or two that you'll be really probably pretty doggone good in, or you would be a mess. And then there's a third one that you're probably significantly better in than the fourth one. And my fourth one has been, you know, until I was 40, was my aggression. I couldn't find my aggression with both hands. You know, anybody had to deal with me as a friend had to deal with my aggression in terms of my passive aggression. But I was a nice boy. I mean, I was socialized in my family. I was the nice boy. My brother was the bastard. But I was a nice boy. That was the way it was supposed to be. So it's important to reflect on what is it that got blessed in you, you know. And if you were the youngest child, it's likely that one kind of thing may get blessed. If you're the oldest child, this is that Adlerian birth order stuff. That stuff really is important in terms of where you got blessed as compared to where your sister or your brother got blessed. And why are you so different from your siblings? Well, different parts of these quadrants got blessed and integrated in different siblings. Very interesting, yes.
I have a question in terms of feeling
Mm-hmm.
projection.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, let's say I have a specific feeling about you,
Mm-hmm.
that you are a perpetrator. And
Yep.
so how do you help a person feel, how do you help a person themselves discern whether or not this is a projection,
Mm-hmm.
whether this is obviously it's a kind of part of themselves, but is it theirs or is it something that was perpetrated on them?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, that's a sophisticated question. She's asking about how do you work with a person, say, for example, that has has a sort of a perpetrator image that gets projected around a lot in their social field, and there are a lot of people that are walking projectors, and it's kind of scary to know that, because you know what, when you're walking down the street, or you're in your business, or in your school, or in your community, you really don't know what they are seeing you as. And, it's like you kind of have to have your scanners on, and you might think it sounds paranoid, but you have to be aware of how people are constructing you, because you will notice something. You can always tell when that's going on, because when somebody is projecting, trying to put something into you that you can almost always tell, because it feels so strange when they respond to you in a certain way, and it doesn't fit you. It feels like a strange fitting garment that they just put on you. So the important thing is just to be able to tell when people are using you for a receptacle for a disowned content. Now, healing that is, you got to get that in a cook pot. You got to get that psyche in a contained vessel, and you've got to work with them to help them. And this is where dream interpretation for Jungians comes in, because what I have found, and I thank God every week for dreams, because there are so many people that it would be impossible for me to help if it were not for dreams. There are a lot of people who are so wounded that they can't form a transference, a positive therapeutic alliance. And if you're dependent, like so many therapists, on having that kind of positive investment of the person in you, that's why a lot of Freudians say there's so many people they can't help, because the person is not able to attach. But you see, if you're a Jungian therapist, if they will work with their dreams and let you be a consultant with them as they work with their dreams, they can get better finding these images in their dreams and understanding that whatever their dream images they're getting, they're probably projecting. So you work with the dreams. That's a wonderful way to get this contained. Dream work groups are good for this too. But working with dreams, this is why Jungians put so much emphasis. That's why we're having a conference on the dream, coming up, this next one that's being planned. That they give us a window into the complexes, including the autonomous complexes, that working with over a period of time really helps that to get processed and worked through and get it connected to the ego. So that's one thing. There are many things to say about that. But that's when you look through all those tapes that are available in the tape catalog, and you see all those things about the vessel of analysis that Murray Stein and I and others here have done. That's what we're talking about, having an alchemical vessel where that stuff can be brought back out of projection into process. So that would be an example. Yes, somebody else have a comment? Okay. Well, let's see. We got 5 minutes. It's enough for another comment or question before we call it a day. Yeah, Harry.
Victor White and Jung over the couple of weeks.
Yes.
Has the Thomistic approach been modified with some of the modern better theologians, or is it still in that Thomistic mode?
Yeah. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Harry is saying that that this domination of Thomistic thought among Catholic theologians was what led Carl Jung to have a breakup with Victor White. I don't know whether you've seen the book in my Jung and Spirituality series on White and Jung's dialogue. There's a recent volume that we've brought out on the White-Jung dialogue. Part of it is that those theologians are so theoretical. And, like that little sheet I passed out about evil. Evil may be said to be that, so, it's so abstract. And theology can talk about evil. And they don't ever have to think about that little girl that was intercepted on her way home from school, and she was taken off and slaughtered by this sociopath. I mean, it's like you stay up here on all this theory, and then it's real easy to say, they got this thing, evil is privatio boni. It's privatio boni. It's just privation of the good. It's the absence of the good. It's not anything positive. It's not anything active. It's not anything aggressive. It's not anything malignant. It's not anything radical. It's just privatio boni. Well, it's easy to say that if you don't have to deal with what human beings, people that are in human bodies, do to children. But hey, where I work, when I'm not a psychoanalyst, I'm trying to train people to provide spiritual leadership for the planet. One of the things we have to do is stay up with what is actually happening on the planet. And I tell you, there's a lot of radical evil on this planet that's trying to kill us all, trying to destroy the environment, trying to destroy children, trying to destroy women, and so on. And so I think that is the key. I mean, it's like there are a lot of them that are still so ivory tower, and they're so theoretical that they don't get out there and see what Jung saw. And this is what made Jung livid. I mean, he was so angry that the theologians were so little help in confronting Hitler. And when he was trying to warn them about the gathering storm in Europe. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A lot of times it seems like there's really a kind of denial of evil.
There sure is.
Even though it's going past the modernism, there's still that denial of evil, like there's nothing really good.
That's right. If anything bad is happening to you, what? I'm sure if I'm one of those, particularly I call them sort of the white light spirituality. And in my view of you, if something bad is happening to you, what do I think about you? You brought it on yourself. You brought it on yourself. And if you had just not thought negative thoughts, that rapist would not have raped you, or that murderer would not have mugged you, or you wouldn't have been in that terrible car wreck, or you know, it's all your fault. It's not any ontological evil. I mean, there's not any radical evil in the universe or in the human experience. And that is very characteristic of many, many aspects of the New Age. And it's not by all means, it's not all of them, but it is common enough. My friend Gordon Melton edited that New Age encyclopedia. And if you look through that New Age encyclopedia, you will find that your point is more accurate than it is wrong. And this shouldn't surprise us, though, because Jung, I mean, Jung talks about this. There were New Age types back then. I mean, he was you've always got all these people that think that to solve the world's problems, you just sort of rise into the light. The puella view of confrontation of evil. And Jung said, no. You've got to get down into your own shadow first. And if you work on your own shadow, then you will be able, it's like Jesus of Nazareth said, first do what? Work on the log that is in your eye, and then you may see clearly to get the splinter or speck out of somebody else's eye. And so that Jesus didn't know it, but he was anticipating a Jungian point of view on this. Yes.
So there's a lot of sort of recycled Calvinism in some of these unconsciousness coming out.
In what unconscious aspect of Calvinism might that be?
Well, the sort of tautological circle that if good coming to me in my own success is evidence of God's love.
Ah, I see what you mean. Yeah, Keith is pointing to that thing out of the Protestant ethic and the spirit of capitalism that Max Weber wrote about, which is sort of that elect theory. If something good happens to you, hey, this is because this shows you are of the elect. And if something bad happens to you, it's just proof that you weren't of the elect. Well, that's scary, isn't it? You know, if you go down to any of these hospitals and spend a little time visiting all the wonderful people in those hospitals today, as we speak, who are facing a terrible fight for their life, really wonderful. Like, for example, one of our Jungian friends, Charles Payne, is very ill, and I want to ask you for your prayers for him. He's in a fight with cancer, and I tell you, there wasn't ever anybody that was a sweeter soul than Charles Payne. And I just think anybody that wants to assert, well, Charles Payne, you know, he just thought negative thoughts and brought all these things on himself. That doesn't quite catch it to me. And I don't think it would to anybody that knows Charles. Any other? Somebody who wants to have the last word here? Give us something to think about for the night. Back here.
Any dynamics one word that I was looking for.
That's a good, see, that's not a comprehensive list. Yeah.
But the reason I think I like this is because one definition that I don't get of fear is the fear of little.
Huh. Well, I think, he's raising, tell us your name. Dave. Dave is raising the point about the fear that probably fear should have been on that list. It would be, if you were going to place it anywhere, it would be in that, it would be the opposite of the courage to be. And when I do those Tillich Jung things, we'll talk some about that. But fear is extremely important because they will often talk about, these traditions will often talk, just like you're saying, about the spirit of evil is the spirit of fear. And it will foment fear wherever it can. And a lot of the people, the philosophers talked about this, they talk about anxiety too in this context. That'll make you more anxious, trying to get you so anxious that you can't adapt, and so fearful that you can't get yourself together. It's not bad to be alert, right? It's good to be alert. You don't want going home tonight. You don't want to kind of just space out. But being really afraid a lot, that is life. That does not serve life. And so that's a really good point. Now, back to your assignment for the evening. Those of you that don't have a really great date or some other dinner party or party to go to, I hope you will invite a friend to watch either Seven or the original The Exorcist with you. And we'll discuss those things a little bit. They're both full of the symbolism of evil and of possession states, both of them. The Exorcist is that kind of a possession state that Österreich describes. But Seven, I would call this an incredible presentation of possession states that are more common right here in River City. Let me just start out by saying one of you came up and showed some of us yesterday that this weekend here in Evanston, some group called the Depossession Institute is having a conference on possession and spirit possession and so on, and exorcism and that sort of thing. I find that a bit synchronistic, and I'm not recommending that group. I do not know about them. However, that is evidence for what I said to you earlier yesterday, that there is a tremendous burgeoning of interest in these topics now. I suggested that you get onto the internet, get wired, and get on the internet and do some surfing, and you'll see what incredible diversity there are with regard to these paranormal spiritual phenomena. I've studied this stuff now systematically, along with my friend Gordon Melton, who is the leading researcher of religious groups in the world. Remind me to tell you about the research being done through the Institute for World Spirituality before we stop today. I want to talk about that research at the end. But the point being, there is tremendous ferment now on these topics, and in the larger culture, as we approach 2000 and 2001, we're going to have an enormous amount of almost hysteria around these topics. If you look at Norman Cohn's book on the pursuit of the millennium, about what happened around the turn of the first, when 999. We have a lot of information about what happened in 999 in terms of the cultural apocalyptic expectations and the phenomena that occurred around that. Well, we're just in the leading edge of that now. In the next few years, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But it is not just in the area of popular culture and popular folk religion that these topics are so increasing in attention and interest. I brought with you a book by Colin Ross, who has written a number of books. This is sort of an update and compendium. It's Colin Ross, R-O-S-S, Dissociative Identity Disorder, Diagnosis, Clinical Features, and Treatment of Multiple Personality. Now, if you peruse this book, I'm not recommending this book because there's a huge literature, and it's of mixed quality. But if you peruse this book, you will see the enormity of the work that's being done in this field now, and the burgeoning literature and the increasing number of diagnoses of multiple personality that's happening around the United States and other places. So you need to understand that the phenomena that we're talking about this weekend are increasing in number and so on. And this morning we should get to talk a little bit about why that probably is. Jung has some ideas on when these autonomous complexes really come in, and also when spirit complexes per se come into individuals and into cultures. So if I get bogged down in something and forget to bring that topic back up, make sure you remind me. Now, I've got about 45 minutes to go through this with you again. And here I want to refer you to the key text again that I mentioned yesterday, of Volume 8 of the Collected Works. Now, our process has been to begin by looking at the different cultural organizations, or we might even say cultural complexes, which lie behind any discussion, any intelligent discussion of these topics. If you don't have a sense of the pre-modern worldview of spirituality, then it's hard to understand a lot of the language and the phenomena that we see in looking at spirit complexes. If you don't have an understanding of the cultural complex that we call modernity, you won't understand why so many people have assumptions which make it almost impossible for them to understand the complexity of these phenomena. I will point out later how, if you're a multiple personality psychiatrist, somebody that's working a lot in multiple personalities, and you never had any cultural education, which most of these psychiatrists today have not had. They've not had any, many of them have not had any of these historical studies because they did all their biological sciences. So for example, one of the things that I'm going to want you to get your mind around this morning is that if you don't believe there is any archetypal realm beyond the personal, and you have a multiple personality disorder coming in and talking with you, and you find some what they call alters, if you find some voices in that personality that claims to be a demon, and you have a modern flatland philosophical assumption, and you've never studied Jung, therefore you don't have any understanding of a realm of the psyche where an entity might exist that is not a part of the personal unconscious, then you may well try to integrate that spirit complex, because you don't know it's a spirit complex, you just think it's a split off part of the personal unconscious of that person. And what is happening today is a lot of these psychiatrists and psychologists that are treating multiple personality do not know how to make a differential diagnosis between a personal complex that is autonomous and a spirit complex that is impersonal and autonomous and cannot be integrated. So we need to make sure that you understand that before you leave today, because of all the things we're talking about this weekend, this is the one that's most clinically important. And what we've got right now, the situation we have right now, is we've got a lot of fundamentalist Christians and New Age healers gathering in these conferences, such as this depossession conference. And if it moves, they're going to exercise it, you know. I mean, especially if they're Christians. If there's a nasty old mean, angry or sexy voice in there, they will often try to exercise that. That may be a legitimate part of the psyche that needs to be integrated. However, you follow me? So that's one hand. On the other hand, you've got the psychiatrist that's a secularist and doesn't have any idea of archetypal materials, and he runs into a demon. And since he has no training to help him deal with this, he may assume, and often they do assume, that that's just another part of the personal unconscious that needs to be integrated, So they start trying to integrate that. And they have no sense that in treating a, quote, multiple personality, there may be alters that should not be integrated. So there's the critical differential diagnosis kind of question. And, in the literature that you see here discussed in Ross, they report that there is a certain percentage of these so-called multiple personalities that after they treat them, they become much, much worse. Now, he tries to explain that by a little sleight of hand, say, well, it really probably isn't what that looks like, blah, blah, blah. But I would submit to you that it could be hypothesized that in those cases where they were not making any differential diagnosis with regard to whether it was a spirit complex or a personal autonomous complex, that in those cases, what we got to get this morning, the main point is, if you try to integrate one of those, you may kill the person that you're trying to help. Yeah, you had a comment. Yeah. Well, she says if you're not going to try to integrate it, what are the other options? Especially if you're a psychotherapist and not an exorcist. For one thing, I have been the analyst who's led in showing the way in which psychotherapy is in fact a ritual process, and some of it is exorcism. And people that make neat little distinctions between psychotherapy and exorcism haven't studied this stuff much, because the fact is that contemporary psychotherapy, when I was in graduate school, they taught us, well, they used to do ritual healing, now we have psychotherapy. And the impact of my work over the last 3 decades has been to say to people, no, study some anthropology. The fact is that psychoanalysts and psychotherapists and social workers doing psychotherapy are today's ritual healers, and you must get a sense of the ritual context of your work. Not only that, you must study the processes that you use to see how much they are grounded in ritual. And that's why I have pointed people to the work of Victor Turner, the anthropologist, and done a lot of publishing on the relationship between Victor Turner's work and psychotherapy. Some of my lectures here at the Institute, particularly those on sacred space and transformation, relate to that. So when I taught the first course on initiation ritual and psychotherapy down at the University of Chicago, I forget how many years ago it's been, almost 20. There was no one that was saying that psychotherapy was a ritual process. Now it's fairly commonplace for those that have studied more culture. Most of the people that have really studied this know that our work is also ritual. So that line is not as far apart as one might think. However, the point is well taken. Many psychotherapists, because of their theoretical stance, for example, if you're a Gestalt therapist, you don't have any way to argue that something that appears should not be integrated, because in your theoretical assumptions, there's no place for that. And that's why I think that Jung's thought is so important now, because he gives us a way. You don't have to have any belief whatsoever in the metaphysical reality of spirits to make a differential diagnosis with regard to spirit complexes or the complexes which are part of the legitimate part of the self, like we talked yesterday. So what I want to do now is to pick up where we left off. Remember, I spent some time yesterday talking about the idea that we've got here, that there are clearly aspects in the collective unconscious. A lot of my work in recent years has been to delineate the archetypal foundations of the developmental lines of an integrated self. And we spent some time yesterday talking about this right here. How you can see that a personal complex will contain archetypal materials which are themselves impersonal, but which exist as a blueprint for the formation of the self. So in other words, the king archetype is not personal, or the queen archetype is not personal. None of those four archetypes in the male and female, the king, queen, warrior, magician, lover, none of those are personal. But they are archetypal codes for development of the self, the personal self. So when those are adequately drawn upon as raw material and the alchemical process of development happens appropriately, then you get a personal self that is moving toward optimization, what we call individuation. And so these archetypal patterns can and should be integrated in a developmental way. They are integrated in a developmental way. You don't integrate the archetype. You integrate the developmental pattern. It's like the blueprint in a house. These archetypal patterns give you the blueprint, then you do the work. So I'm sort of a constructivist psychoanalyst. I don't believe with Freud that when you dig up something down here in the unconscious, you've done the work. In the unconscious, in these codes, you find the blueprint, then you have to do the construction of the human self based on the blueprint of the archetypal self. That's the way I believe it works. Now, and I said that in volume 8, I'll read you a little section. In volume 8, Jung is focusing on this issue. It is an extremely important what he does is he's discussing the psychological foundations of belief in spirits. And this the section starts on right around page 301. Psychological foundations of belief in spirits. And the way he proceeds is he talks about the personal unconscious, as we said yesterday. And then he says the other part of the unconscious is what I call the impersonal or collective unconscious. These contents are not personal but collective. So he's got to set up in this personal, impersonal. The personal unconscious, this is paragraph 590. The personal unconscious then contains complexes that belong to the individual and form an intrinsic part of his psychological life. When any complex, read that, any organization that should be integrated into a healthy self, when that becomes unconscious, either by being repressed or by sinking below the threshold of consciousness, the individual experiences a sense of loss. Conversely, when a lost complex, that is one that's supposed to be integrated, when that is made conscious again, for instance through psychotherapeutic treatment, he experiences an increase in power. Many neuroses are cured in this way. And here's the critical line. But when, on the other hand, a complex of the collective unconscious becomes associated with the ego, that is, becomes conscious, it is felt as strange, uncanny, and at the same time fascinating. Now, this is something you want to remember to think about when we're talking about differential diagnosis of these things in your dreams. You got to remember what he's saying there. If it is a content of the collective unconscious and it doesn't belong to you, see, these gestaltists and these multiple personality, these folks that are all hot about multiple personality treatment, most of those folks tend to assume anything in there belongs to the personal unconscious. Well, hang on to that. You're raising the question, what about somebody comes up and they feel like they've got some sort of paranormal power? And we're going to come back to this question of discernment between the Daimonic, D-A-I-M-O-N-I-C, which I will use to denote those spirit complexes which are helpful, potentially helpful, and the D-E-M-O-N-I-C, which I'll use to designate those that are going to kill you, if they can. So we should come back to that. That's a good question, and we've got to deal with that today. But I need to get this on laid on out here. So it says, At all events, the conscious mind, remember we're talking about the uncanny one that doesn't belong to the ego. At all events, the conscious mind falls under its spell, either feeling it as something pathological or else being alienated by it from normal life. Write that down, see. Now, see, this is subtle here. You got to look how subtle this is. It says, okay, I'm going to go. It says, now, when, on the other hand, a complex of the collective unconscious becomes associated with the ego, that is, becomes conscious, that is, it appears in your dream, or it appears in the chair beside you, or it appears in some synchronistic event that makes the hair crawl on the back of your neck. It is felt as strange, uncanny, and at the same time fascinating. There's the numinosum that Jung always talks about. How do you know when you're in touch with numinosum? Because it is fascinating. Draws you and pushes you away at the same time. See? At all events, the conscious mind falls under its spell, either feeling it as something pathological, either feeling it as something pathological, or else being alienated by it from normal life. Now, this is subtle, I see, because, see, there are some things in the part up here, the personal. There are some things in you which your family made you repress, which when you connect with it, you're going to feel it's pathological. So you can't, see, you got to be careful here. Jung he hasn't worked this through enough to help us make the distinctions carefully yet. But the second part is key. It moves you, it alienates you from normal life. So that's subtle too, but remember when we were talking about the nature and dynamics of evil, the traditional views of the marks of destructiveness, destructive evil in human folk traditions, that kind of isolating you, pushing you out there into the abyss, over the edge. Again, that's subtle because, say, if you're enmeshed in your family, and say, there are a lot of people that believe if somebody gets involved in one of these small religions, it's always something crazy, so that person should be deprogrammed. But the fact is, there are a lot more families from which we need to be deprogrammed than there are religious groups. And so to speak, quote unquote. That is to say, sometimes, and those of us who've done research on these small religions, often they're very healthy attempts by the people involved to differentiate from a family with which they are too enmeshed. So there are those who would say, well, if you leave home and you go out there and do something strange, it's pathological. It's not always so. So this shows you how subtle the differential diagnosis of this stuff is. But remember, the point being, what I'm going to press you to do on this differential diagnosis is do what any seasoned clinician is going to do. They're going to use that old Adlerian adage, the psychology of use. How is this, what's happening here in this, as the person is involved in this? Does it make them healthier? Does it make them more related? Does it make them more creative? Does it make them more productive in their interpersonal relationships and in their work life? Does it make them find more meaning? Does it make them less depressed? Does it make them less chaotic? Or not? So what you want to, you got to not jump to immediate projective conclusions on things. You have to carefully look at what's happening in that life of that person you're working with. Yes, and
maybe that's part of the question. Maybe you'll answer more of it as we go on. But the way you first mentioned this, it made it sound like it could be a negative aspect of it. Mm-hmm. Now you're approaching it. It could be.
Yes, that's right. This is why.
If the person has been studied, and it has been concluded that in all other regards this person is healthy mentally, and this spirit conflicts can be integrated not in the psyche, but as I don't know if I want to use the word integrated, but just to make it part of your normal life.
Okay, now see, this is where we get to this part right here. We'll come to that because you see, Jung is not arguing here that these spirit complexes should be banished from your life. necessarily. Some of them, yes. Others, no. But you don't integrate them. See, it's like there's a difference between having something in your life, a la doing active imagination with your muse. You know, Jung was constantly doing active imagination with his anima, and he was doing active imagination with Philemon, and so on. And but he didn't integrate Philemon.
Can you say you can integrate the fact that you have the ability to have these powers to communicate with that realm? Can you integrate that talent?
You don't. That's not something you integrate. You simply accept that. You see, you accept it, because integration is a technical word having to do with integration of contents that belong to the core ego, or of course the reality ego, or the cohesive self of the individual, depending on your theoretical frame. But what you're talking about, it applies to any person that is that's got a creative muse that when they're writing their novel. So that's where we want to get to before the end of the day. That's a very good question you're raising. But anyway, okay, so let's just stay with Jung here for a second. Now listen to this. This is a quote from Jung again. The association of a collective content, read that, something archetypal that doesn't belong to your personal self. The association of that content with the ego always produces a state of alienation, because something is added to the individual's consciousness which ought really to remain unconscious, that is, separated from the ego. Now see, he's talking about a different, more specific kind of thing there. He's not talking about a muse now. He shifted the ground on us there. Jung needed an editor, badly, because an editor would have pointed out to him, now you're talking about a bunch of different kinds of things here in the same paragraph. Now he's talking about this. He's talking now about the one that cannot be integrated and should be banished, and with whom you should not have any more conversations. Well, the how to banish it, that's all that stuff about exorcism. Psychotherapeutically, we can talk a little bit about, how you effectively banish these contents. I'm going to talk about that when we talk in part 2 this morning. Okay, let's stay with this. You had a question?
Just more an appreciation of how profound the implications of this are for the whole culture, and especially that vast majority of people who are never going to come into therapy.
Exactly.
Because what you're really saying here, what Jung is saying, is that there's a necessary kind of spiritual wisdom or
discernment
that probably was handed along in the whole culture, like don't eat that plant that's poisonous, and
yes,
don't go in the mountains at this kind of weather because the storm comes up.
Yeah.
And part of our flatland culture really says that whatever you do in the privacy of your own mind
is okay.
Okay, it's up to you. And in the larger culture, unless someone comes in with a symptom, comes into therapy, there's no sort of like we've lost all that.
That's right.
The ability within families, within communities, largely within the church, to be able to promote a kind of functional wisdom, because it seems to go against a kind of libertarian ideal.
Let me see if I can rephrase your comment, wonderful comment for the tape. Keith is pointing out that very likely in the traditions of our forebears, cross-culturally across the planet, they had developed wisdom that related to these matters that was parallel to the wisdom that related to their understanding of herbs and related to their understanding of the weather and the environment and so forth. And in the course of the storytelling in the tribe, they would have teaching stories which would deal with all these matters and also with these, and the culture and spirituality of the tribe would give you needed wise information about, for example, when one of these spirits appear, you don't talk to them. Now that's absolutely right. I mean, I have had the opportunity over many years now to study these traditional systems of healing, and they in fact did have this kind of teaching. In fact, when you speak with these with these real shamans, not the ones that went to a weekend workshop, got a drum, and decided they're a shaman, but the real ones like Martin Prechtel and Malidoma Somé and people like that. There are a lot of them that have had really deep training in these things from a traditional indigenous point of view. They all they have a taxonomy of these things, and they all say to me, yes, well, that's one of those, and this is what you have to do with one of those. So you're absolutely right. There's all that stuff, and in modernity we cut that all off as superstition. The heroic ego of modernity, as you put it, can do whatever it wants to, but it has to take the consequences. And what we have to do is to get out of our denial. We have to look around us and see what's happening. We have incredible epidemic of violence, addiction, and rape of the environment as well as each other. I mean, Martin Kelsey, I basically appreciate Martin Kelsey's research on these things. Over the years, since I've gotten interested in working on this again, I've gone back through his work. But there's one thing he says I think he's wrong about. He says, Martin Kelsey says that, those, quote, primitive people, he says, I think those people were more subject to possession than moderns because their egos were more permeable, or they didn't have as much ego, and it was more permeable, and therefore they were more subject to being invaded by these spirits. Well, we'd say spirit complexes now. But as I read that and I look at what's happening around us now, I say, come on, Martin. Don't you understand that not being aware of a virus doesn't make you immune to its infection? And so I looked at that and I thought, oh my God, what if, picking up on Keith's comment, what if modernity has rendered us incapable of being aware of these psychological viruses, and therefore not being able to protect ourselves from them? And what if modernity, the culture of modernity and its philosophy and its flatland assumptions, what if that has made even our psychiatrists and psychologists incapable of knowing that some things are viruses, psychological viruses, and they can't be integrated? And so if you hypothesize that, following on your comment, it's scary. And I submit to you, I am very close to the point where I think that's where our situation is. And that's what Jung thought. Jung felt that when modernity got dominant in the West, that's when the psychic plagues came. And Jung believed that if we didn't get the capacity to recognize and make this differential diagnosis between these two forms of things, that it's going to get worse. So I think that's a profound insight, Keith. Let me just, I'm going to have to finish this as quickly as possible here. Okay, so let me see if there's anything else that I just have to read to you here. Oh, here we go. If that content, that is the impersonal one, can be removed from consciousness again, the patient will feel relieved and more normal. The eruption of these alien contents, get that phrase. The emergence of these alien contents is a characteristic symptom marking the onset of many mental illnesses. And he would include in that not just the mild ones, but the really terminal ones. The patients are seized by weird and monstrous thoughts. Now I want you to put this in your bag for our talk about differential diagnosis and dreams. Just save this comment of his for that when we come back to it. The patients are seized by weird and monstrous thoughts. The whole world seems changed. People have horrible, distorted faces, and so on. Okay. While the contents of the personal unconscious, that is, those that are not alien, are felt as belonging to one's psyche. And remember what he said, if you get in touch with them in a dream, you feel more strong, you feel more power, you get more energy. You don't feel more fragmenting. You don't feel as if you're crazier. The contents of the collective unconscious seem alien as if they came from the outside. The reintegration of a personal complex has the effect of release and often of healing, whereas the invasion of a complex from the collective unconscious is very disagreeable and even dangerous. And so that is the key passage there. But he goes ahead and elaborates, and he kind of, you know how Jung does in his writing, he kind of circumambulates it, comes back around again, back around again, back around again. Okay. So, to summarize, the fundamental concept that is helpful in this area of study is that of the autonomous complex. We started off talking about that yesterday. The key issue, there are two kinds. The one that has to do with contents which are not alien to the ego or to the self, but have been split off because of trauma, or because they were never blessed in the family, or because you had a certain birth order, and it just didn't seem, you were the youngest child, and everybody encouraged you to be cute and charming, and therefore they didn't give you a lot of responsibility. So it was harder for you to develop those aspects of the personality which let you be in charge, so on. But the second one, which Jung is pressing us on, is the spirit complex, the archetypal. It is archetypal in a different little sense. It is not personal. It cannot be integrated. And I want to emphasize this. You can bring it into your psychological cells. But, you have viruses coming into your biological cells. That does not integrate the cell. The virus is not integrated in any meaningful way. What it does is it kills the cell, takes it over, makes it into a factory for more virus. So I'm using that very technically there. It cannot be integrated into the personality. It may take over the personality, and the personality, the person in there, the ego consciousness may think, after it's been invaded, it may think that it is integrated. But that thing that's talking, once that archetypal content has got you, it has displaced, it has pushed the ego, the true self, or the ego of that person, to the side. And often they are so unconscious of this that they don't even know it. We'll see this in the second half this morning when I talk about the way these gods that Gene Bolden talks about can do that to you. Okay. If integration of a spirit complex is attempted, there are always negative results. And seriously negative. You will never find an example where a spirit complex is being brought into the precincts of the self where it's not negative. And it is almost always seriously negative, and may well be terminal to the personality. I have come to believe in recent years that even a lot of suicidal thought is related to spirit complexes and not to any personal contents. See? We'll get back to that second half. So, now, let's complexify it the next level here, and then we will be through with our first session this morning. Now, in the spirit complex, there are two different manifestations, fundamentally different. And this is why I started off yesterday talking about angels, good angels. Because, the positive angelic teachers, guides, and guardians that people talk about so much today, they may well, some of that may just be fevered brows, and pop culture consciousness. But if you look carefully at the history of human culture, there, as William James said, that I pointed out to you yesterday, there are many, many instances of people being aware of presences within the psyche or in the unconscious which are helpful. They give insights. They bring in formulas for physics. You go to sleep and one of these things manages to give you a formula for some molecule There's all kinds of examples in the study of creativity where we could say that one of these positive, not personal contents came in and taught you something, made you aware of some insight that you had no way of knowing. We'll get to Edgar Casey in a little bit. But anyway, in the forms, these manifestations, if you don't try to integrate them, see, this is the deal. They're helpful, but you don't try to integrate them. They are not you. And if you start identifying with your creativity, your creative muse, you're going to become inflated. And then you're probably going to get shot down. And of course, this is the dangerous thing about becoming a creative person. As long as you're not a creative person, you're not in as much danger. But if you somehow get in touch with some real creative archetypal content, and it starts to fuel you with insight and the capacity to write or write music or whatever form it takes, if you identify with that and say, I wrote that music, how wonderful I am as a songwriter or a musician, then, that's what Jung called inflation, ego inflation. And it's what the psychoanalytic self-psychologist called sort of grandiose exhibitionistic libido. And you're riding for a fall pretty soon. You're going to get smashed. So you don't try to integrate it. You try to respect it and honor it. And this is why so many people get into ritual practices around their creative life. In fact, they do. They say, hey, I appreciate the song. Keep them coming. Here's some incense for you. And that's an ancient thing humans have always done. Hey, I know I didn't write that. I know you gave me that for some reason, and I can't imagine why, but I appreciate it, and so keep them coming. I will be respectful. I will be, as my black preacher friends say, I will have an attitude of gratitude. And there's one of the things here spiritually, see that, when you're relating to those creative contents of your collective unconscious that are teaching you, making you creative, giving you new ideas, you better have an attitude of gratitude. If you do, it means you're not inflated. In fact, that's a real good way to tell, discernment-wise, whether or not you're getting inflated by your good traits. If you have a sense of gratitude for them, you're not claiming full responsibility for your creativity. Yes?
I was wondering, where you would put a connection of wrestling with an angel, particularly in light of the importance of time and identifying, but also.
Yeah, well, Jacob, for example, with Jacob, and the Bible is, Jung had more quotations from the Bible. Everybody thinks he knows everything about alchemy. He knows everything about the I Ching, blah, blah. He knows all this esoteric stuff. Well, he wrote more about the Bible than he did about any of those things. So he was interested in wrestling with angels and all that stuff. And Jacob and the angel did not merge. And the vision that you're presenting there about wrestling with the angel, this is one of Jung's primary points he makes with us when we deal with any content from the collective unconscious. You don't assume it's always going to be wise. So you have to have a relationship, even when you're pretty sure it's a helpful content. You don't just sort of turn yourself over to it. You form a respectful relationship with it. And that may include pushing back sometimes when for example, some of the contents that you're in touch with in your unconscious, let's put it this way. Some of these things may be very ambitious for you. That is to say, they may want you to write 42 books this year because these collective contents don't have any sense about the limitations of being a human. And that's one of the things I find. I find that these things in me that want me to write all sorts of books, they don't care that I've written umpteen books. Their attitude is, what you done for me lately? Why haven't you written that book that I gave you the idea for? Why haven't you written that book, that other book that I gave you the idea for? So they press. And Jung was very clear that the collective unconscious and these things that come out of the collective unconscious, they don't regulate themselves. So that's why the concept that Edward Edinger popularized, if you hadn't read that book, Ego and Instinct, Ego and Archetype, by Edinger. That's really important because it talks about the ego-self axis. That's wrestling. When you form the respectful, ongoing connection, it's not giving yourself over to it, but it's being in a respectful, ongoing dialogue, so to speak. And so you don't want to get in a position of treating any of these contents disrespectfully. Even the toxic ones, I would not recommend. I don't recommend some of the things these fundamentalist Christians, really sort of coming at those contents in an arrogant way. I think that's kind of stupid. Somebody had their hand up, yes.
You talked about creative people who are very creative, but cannot allow themselves to be creative.
Yeah. Yes, I've written on that years ago, and I'm still very interested in that. You see, I really believe there are two ways to be tremendously creative. Now, ordinary, just sort of being ordinary, gray, vanilla creativity, that's not a big deal. A lot of people can do that. But if you're really going to be creative, there are two ways. You can be a sociopath that has no internal regulators and no conscience, no superego function, we say in Freudian tradition. Or you can have a spiritual practice through which you can practice an attitude of gratitude and thereby avoid identification with your creativity and keep the flow coming in, fueling your work without claiming it for yourself, and therefore you don't have to set yourself up for the Icarus complex. You know, the Icarus complex, that's when you've got this gold energy and it's lifting you up, and your creativity lifts you up to the sun, and then you crash. I think that a lot of the time when people have some connection to creativity and they can't work, it's because they've not done their spiritual work, their ritual and spiritual work to get to the point they can disidentify with the creativity. If you're identified with that creativity, it's okay. It's okay. For the tape, I'm doing quotation marks here. If you're a sociopath, because if you're a sociopath, you can express yourself with very little inhibition and get away with it. In that Silence of the Lambs, Lecter is an example of what I'm talking about there. He was brilliant. He could express it. He had no inhibitions on it. But most people are not, happily, I'm glad that most people are not that way. So if you are not that, and you really want to be a dynamite creative artist or writer or something like that, you need a muse. And if you haven't run into it, then you can invoke them. If you already run into them, but you can't work, it means that you're still in danger of identifying with it. And it will always shut you down. See, that's the good news. You've got mechanisms in the psyche that if you are not really regressed, they will help you not connect too much, not do too much with the creativity if it's going to destroy you. So it's almost like some of your psychological sphincters are designed not to let you work until you form that ego-self axis, that ego archetype axis. So that's a very important area of study, and I'm going to do a workshop next year, I think, if I can work it out with Tony, I've been studying a lot of particularly creative men, and the principles in that. I'll be doing a workshop on men and creativity. And the principles in that would apply, I think, to everyone. The same thing you're talking about there. But anyway, so you're getting at an important point about managing the daimonic, D-A-I-M-O-N-I-C, aspects of these spirit complexes. That is, they can be creative and helpful. They can be a muse. It can be a guide. It can be a guardian. Let me give you an example of a guardian. Say, there are many, many recorded instances of where people have been intending to make a certain trip or go a certain place, and they get a dream, or they have some other kind of paranormal, synchronistic manifestation that they it's so uncanny that it gets their attention, and they say, "Whoa, I'm not going." People learn to be sensitive to those things. And then they did not go, and they avoided a disaster. Speaking yesterday of guardian angels, see that kind of experience is what leads people to look back at that concept of the guardian angel. The scriptural traditions are full of these kinds of images, particularly in the book of Tobit. The image of the angel, the later known to be the archangel Raphael, in the book of Tobit, is an example of this. The traditions with regard to these guardian daimonic spirits, and the world is full of stories about that. And I suggest that people ought to look at those and look at them through Jung's eyes. Jung is very helpful here. Now, again, that second one that we got to be concerned about, the demonic, D-E-M-O-N-I-C, the demonic spirit complex. Jung says, remember, it's uncanny. It's horrific in its presentation, often. Not always, though. That's the problem. That's the problem. And when we come back after the break and talk about clinical, using differential diagnosis, this stuff clinically, you'll see what I mean. It's subtle, but it has to be done. But anyway, the British object relations theorist, in my other lectures on evil, some time ago here at the Institute, I talked about the British object relations theorist in psychoanalysis who talk about the anti-libidinal ego. The anti-libidinal ego. It's very interesting to me that those extremely anal British psychoanalysts have come up. They tend to be really careful about everything, but they too have described extensively a content in the psyche which, once you get to scanning for this thing, you realize there's a content in there that hates you and wants you dead. It's not friendly. This goes against our American romanticism that you were talking about, that there's something in there that really hates you, wants you dead, wants you sick, and wants you to have as much pain as possible. I'm just suggesting that people look at that literature on the anti-libidinal ego, but not leave it in the British object relations, what I consider to be an inferior meta-theory. Now, there are a lot of my friends that call themselves Jungians that have become incredibly enamored and idealizing of that tradition in psychoanalysis. I don't think it deserves it. But they do pick up on these things inside the psyche that are, if you do not fight them, if you do not disidentify with them and fight them with all of the powers at your disposal, they will kill you, often by convincing you that you want to commit suicide, or by convincing you that you don't need to go to your 12-step meetings. If you, for example, if you ever had any close friends who were addicts, and you get to know, and you had some good tutors in understanding the life of people that are struggling against addiction, they are aware of this little seductive voice that says, oh, you can drink. Oh, you don't have to go to AA meetings anymore. So on. So those things I'm suggesting to you, they may be manifestations of some of these spirit complexes in their very anti-life form. These things, as I said to you earlier, now we're going to take a break, these things, in my view, are psychological viruses or malignancies. And to pretend that those things are just things that came out of childhood traumas, there are a lot of therapists that, because of their theoretical models, they think if it's in there, it belongs to you. And what I'm suggesting to you, and I'm trying to draw attention to this to other clinicians, I think that's a really bad assumption. And I think Jung was right about this. And I think we need a lot more research and work on this. Let's take a break and we'll come back. Let's don't spend more than 10 minutes because we got a long way to go before we get it through today. Let's get started. And
they were looking for it.
I want to talk first about some clinical issues. This is part 2, clinical and cultural expressions of the spirit complex. And then I want to talk about some cultural expressions, the ones that I've looked at in some, at least some depth. And that is the cases of Edgar Cayce and the phenomenon of Ramtha, the probably the best known channel over the last few decades. So in other words, we'll start first with the clinical stuff. And again, let me emphasize here that for those who are clinicians here at the workshop or listening to these tapes, the most critical issue that we're talking about today is getting past the point of view of some of our folks that talk about these issues. There are many young people that consider themselves Jungians that really don't make any distinction whatsoever between, frankly, collective contents in complexes and personal contents. Somehow they got the idea, they didn't get it from Jung, but they got the idea that all complexes are grounded on an archetypal content, and then you just work with the complex the same way you work with all complexes the same way. I'm teaching this thing today not because I don't have other things that I need to be teaching, but it's because I think this is so important clinically and also culturally, that we that we emphasize differential diagnosis on these things, and that we help people get a sense for how subtle and complicated this is, and that we can say to our enthusiastic religious and New Age and fundamentalist friends, don't be so quick to exorcise everything that you run into. It may be a part of the true self of the person you're exorcising. The people that deal with dissociative identity disorder make a point that a lot of the time things that seem to present as demons are often very angry child fragments that are related to sexual abuse. And so if some very conservative fundamentalist Christian exorcist comes up and exorcises that, in effect tries to repress that content, then the actual trauma that person has gone through may never come to light, and they may be condemned to living the rest of their lives without ever coming to terms with the truth about their personal life. On the other hand, as we said earlier, the enthusiastic psychiatrists and psychologists that are treating all multiple personality phenomena the same, and assuming that there are no real, because in fact this guy, I laughed when I was reading his lines, and he says, he says, all this talk about spirit stuff and everything, that's based on an outmoded worldview. So we know that there are not any things like spirits. So in effect, we know they're all personal contents. So Mr. Ross, or Dr. Ross, knows a lot of things that I think are bunk. I don't think he knows that. He thinks that. So anyway, the differential diagnosis is the key issue. Let's start out here with some of the easiest ways to get into thinking about this, and that is to go back. I don't know how many of you have read Jean Boland's books on goddesses and gods in every person you know? Okay, that's good. Now, if you take seriously the proposal that some of these figures that she calls gods and goddesses may in fact not, I think a lot of people write books these days. There's a lot of, they found out that Jungian psychology is popular, and then they decided they would get in on the archetypes in every person, I mean, I was passing the bookstore a while ago, and there's all these books that keep coming out on new archetypes in the psyche, and that's good that there's interest in that. But one thing we got to be aware of, saying something is an archetype or a collective content doesn't necessarily make it so. There really needs to be serious research that goes into backing up some claim. But let's just say, for example, she discusses the god Ares and talks about certain men who may be Ares males, she says. This would be, for example, if you take serious, let's just hypothesize, for example, perhaps that Ares, that discussion that the god Ares, perhaps that represents a real psychic content, an archetypal psychic content. And let's say it's possible. Remember, I was talking about the line of development for aggression in the psyche, which I believe is archetypal but related to the legitimate self-structure. And let's say that this thing she's talking about, whether you agree with her or not, let's just hypothesize that she's right. Let's say that is an archetypal reality. That is to say, in the sense of a collective unconscious, an organization in the collective unconscious. Okay. If you have somebody that is experiencing extremely violent, compulsively violent behaviors, how could we look at that? I mean, could that be a person who has an autonomous complex that is related to their aggression, that they never had any help in integrating their aggression, and like we spoke yesterday, therefore once in a while that autonomous complex related to their warrior, what I call the warrior archetype, comes up and tries to come back into consciousness. And as we're saying with that part A on that last presentation, that needs to be integrated so that the person is not passive or unable to relate to their aggression. Now that's one form that can take. Right, that could be that. It could be that. But could it be that this particular personality is not, in fact, that is in fact not what is happening in this personality? Could it be that Jean Bolin is right and that there is a sort of an Ares organization in the collective unconscious? Could it be that this particular man, say, has somehow had that thing come into his psyche and get very close to his ego complex, so close, in fact, that it is functioning like a psychological virus in his personality, and that there are times when he stops being Bill and starts being Ares. That is, loses touch with anything human in himself and starts acting like a berserker. I think that may well be possible. You see, that's another option. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. It may be very different. Now, how might you make a distinction between those two clinically if you're working with someone? You got a clue? I mean, let's just stay with that example, and then perhaps you can think of other examples. Say you've got a problem with somebody that acts out ragefully and perhaps even violently. What clues might you have coming into your awareness that might help you distinguish between the two?
Well, I think you use the word here. Warrior people would differentiate between warrior and berserk.
Right.
And a berserk is someone literally possessed by the spirit of fear. And they don't know what's happening afterwards, literally. And I think the other thing that you said was, just following from what you said, is that if it's part of the warrior complex, bringing that into consciousness will help bring relief in some way.
Yeah.
But if it's berserk, then that will lead to disturbance and
Keith is saying, he said some things about the way traditional peoples will often make a distinction between something that is legitimate warrior expression in their culture and the berserker who they identify as a possession phenomenon. And you remember those marks of possession? We didn't really talk enough about the amnesia part of that. But very often when a possession state, not always, but very often when there has been a possession state, the person cannot remember what they did during that lapsed time. So Keith is saying that some of these traditional cultures make a differential diagnosis based on whether or not, by looking carefully at the kind of behavior, but also whether or not there was amnesia related to the behavior that was engaged in at the time of the violent behavior. I think now you're getting it. You're working in a very, very good way at the kind of work we need to do clinically. I don't think there's probably any good, if you can, let's put it this way, anybody listening, if you've got a write-up, if you know of an essay that does careful work on this, please send it to me. But I think that's a very sophisticated approach. Now look at this, what you're saying. You're going back to the thing with Jung. If aggression is coming in, then when you try to help that person learn to be assertive without being violent, there will, as Jung says, be a sense of empowerment in the self, a reduction in the compulsivity of the behavior. You will start getting results about lowering the frequency of the attacks and the acting out. If, however, it is a spirit complex, let me give you an example and you tell me what might happen in my consulting room. Say it is a spirit complex with this person, and I start to engage it in the consulting room. What may happen? She says, they probably will attack the therapist. I think that is a very common phenomenon of what happens. If you engage something that is, if there is a powerful spirit complex, say we'll give it the name Aries, related to aggression, you could give it any kind. There are many cultures that have different names for this thing. But if you start to engage it, you may well have, quote, an experience of intensely negative transference phenomena, including physical attacks on the therapist. And so I think that's a very interesting way to think about it. In other words, if it thinks it's a god, and I don't worship, then I may get a rage reaction. You know, I've been thinking about this a lot. It's like the way that some of these things act, it's like they are narcissistic personality disorders. You know, they're not human, but they seem to be very sensitive to slight. You know, and they need a lot of attention. In fact, if you study traditional cultures, one of the things they're very concerned about that you really give a lot of attention to these spirit beings, keep them from being wounded, narcissistically wounded. Now, one place Jung says in that section in Volume 8, he says these things are going to manifest likely in two key ways that you can see clinically. So if you know, say, if we want to research this, what would you guess? Based on what you know about Jungian psychology and so forth, what would be the two kinds of phenomena that you would assume that these spirit complexes, say if it's an Aries complex or whichever of these gods or goddesses might be functioning, where might it appear so you could see it? Where are they likely to appear first? In the consulting room, you're working with them, or you're working with this in your life. Where are you likely going to see them first? In dream images. Jung says they will appear in dream images. That the spirit complex will appear in dream images. And that's where you get your first chance to see it, unless it has already, he says, since they're not really of the ego, but they're present there, either in close proximity or if they've kind of invaded, you will see them in the projections. So when you're working clinically, you need to pay a lot of attention to the content of projections that the person is experiencing on you. That is, what is the content of the transference images? It may be that if this thing is not really, if it has not really infiltrated the ego consciousness very much yet, it may be, Jung says it's externalized first, and you meet it outside first. So if this person is externalizing a lot of content that looks extremely numinous on the other people, then that may be, you may be seeing some evidence of this kind of material in a transference or projective field. Let me also say here, just as an aside, I haven't had a chance to develop this a lot, but I have come to wonder in recent months, studying this stuff, I've come to wonder if a lot of the content of what we call idealizing transferences may not be related to this kind of material, because you know, if you're relating to another person as a god or goddess, and many people do. In fact, if you look at a person that feels very weak and very helpless and very out of touch with their own energy and out of touch with their own power, and you trace where the projection of that energy is going, often there's a tremendous idealization going on somewhere, and I want to just raise the question with you for further research. Could that be some experience of one of these spirit complexes being experienced in projected forms onto other human beings? It may well be. It's just something we've got to look at, just do some research on and just see. Now that's subtle again, because sometimes idealization may be coming out of one of those four quadrants I talked to you about yesterday, and not be related to a god or goddess. But it also could be this kind of stuff too. Now let me give you an example. Say the person comes in with a dream, this man that's having this problem comes in with a dream, and in the dream, the god Ares appears. And in the dream, the god Ares says, well, I have now come into the computer, and I am erasing the files, and pretty soon I will have completely erased them. End of dream. Oh, what do you see there?
Possession.
I think, he says, it looks to me like a kind of an attempt at possession by one of these contents, and I would say yes, clinically speaking. Have I seen dreams like that? Yes. Did that dream relate in a significant way to the problems the person was experiencing? Yes. So, you know, when the psyche can say anything it wants when it gives you a dream. It doesn't have to say, I am Ares, and I am erasing these files. What might that mean in the context of the personality? I am erasing these files. What might that mean? Just more specifically. Yeah, I'm getting rid of that human in the body. I'm getting rid of that human that's in this computer, and I'm going to replace it. Yes.
Couldn't that be taken in context that he was given fair warning? I mean, if this person actually woke up and, oh my gosh, this is what's going to happen, a warning has been given.
Yes.
It almost feels to me like the patient still has control to, I mean, he's conscious about this.
Absolutely.
He's got a way of, I can do something about it.
Well, but you know, that's very interesting, working with people that have dreams like this. There are relative degrees of consciousness. You have a dream, it comes right out and tells you, hey, I'm erasing your computer. But you talk to that person that had the dream, and a lot of the time, what? They have no idea, not a clue what that could possibly be about. Now, that's your role. When you're working with these, you say, well, now, what could this be about? Well, there are therapists that would say, well, let's try to integrate this part into your psyche. Well, I don't think you want to integrate Aries into your psyche. You may, as Gene Boland suggests, you may want to form a dialogue with Aries. In this case, Aries, I mean, as I study what she says about Aries, and I look at other discussions of Aries, interesting fellow, I personally could use some tutoring from Aries, some of my life, I mean, so I'm not saying that it would be bad to do what Gene Boland says and have some inner conversations with Aries necessarily, but it's quite, it's clear to me that if that is really a spirit complex represented by the name of that particular name for that quote God, then you certainly would not try to integrate it. It would not help you to integrate it. And but also, I do agree with what you're saying about. I don't think Aries is saying, "Let me help you get rid of me," in that dream. But there are other things in the psyche that that we talk about the transcendent function, and we also talk about the other aspects in the psyche, the archetypal self that tries to make you aware in a optimum way of relating to the various contents of the psyche. So one could say that the transcendent function is leading to this dream, which shows it's sort of a psychological X-ray. It's giving you a kind of a psychological X-ray. Hey, heads up. There's something erasing your files. But I totally agree with you also that this gives the analysand and the analyst a chance to do something about it. One of you asked a really good question at the break, and you said, "Well, but now what? Say I'm a therapist. I'm not an exorcist. And is there anything I could do about this?" Well, absolutely. And while I do say that there are dimensions of exorcism which a therapist does, I know what she means when she says I'm not an exorcist. And but what we have to remember is Jung points out. Remember that handout that I gave you? See if I've still got it. That had the archetype of initiation on the back. This one about these phases of transition states. And remember, we talked about how when you have a major loss in your life and it really interferes with your life adaptation, that's when you're more susceptible to invasion by archetypal contents, both positive and negative. And Jung himself says in this volume 8 that I want you to read, he says, and not just he says in individuals and also in cultures, when they're having a hard time with their adaptation, that's when there will be, in that middle phase, that's when this proximity to these spirit complexes will be, both positive and negative, will be more present. So back to your therapist is trying to deal with this. If anything that therapist does to try to help that person remobilize their life forces and their capacities for adaptation to life will help them deal with the power of that autonomous complex, that autonomous spirit complex. For example, anything you do to get them more grounded in the body, in relationships, anything you do to help them not isolate, to help them start imagining some potential scenarios for their future that might work. Anything you do to help them. I always think these days about optimizing the organization in the personality. You know, not perfection, optimize. Anything you can do that might help them get a little less chaotic, a little more related, a little more affirming of the human being that they are, and they don't have to be a god to be okay and be accepted, you know. That will help them deal with the spirit complex, because the reason the spirit complex has got so much libido is because the world that they're trying to adapt to is not getting the libido. And their human relationships is not getting the libido. They're not getting the libido. Remember, Jung says, you run up into a life problem, and then the libido, you can't make it, and then the libido starts going into the unconscious and activating all sorts of unconscious contents. Remember? Including these. Including ones you don't want activated. They get activated too. Yes, and then Keith.
These kind of concepts are more likely to get more power than those people
Absolutely. If you had a lot of trauma in your childhood or in your adolescence or in your midlife, well, you see, you got to study, read my Magician Within volume, and the section in there on liminality and liminoid states. Because whenever you get hit by something in life, you're going to regress. And when you regress, you're not going to be optimally organized, even if you were before the trauma. Even if you had a good childhood, when you get hit by something in life, you're going to regress and you will lose your optimum organization and you will be open to these spirit complexes. You follow me? That's what makes sense. What I've done in my research, I have put Victor Turner's understanding of the social processes of liminality together with William James's observations about paranormal spiritual experience. And it goes together like that. They occur when you are in a regressed state because of something happening in the outer world. Now, if you had a tremendous amount of childhood trauma and say you never really got optimally organized because you had so much toxicity, then what does that mean? That means your capacity to maintain an organizational equilibrium in your psyche is you still got one. You've got the capacity, but it's tenuous and it's easily disrupted. So the way to think about yourself is you just monitor, am I easily disrupted? Well, if I'm easily disrupted, that means I've got to work more on my optimal organization. And I got to mobilize, I've got to be really use street magic, I call it, you know. I've got to use everything I can to get myself more grounded, more centered, more related, so that I can organize more optimally and be less susceptible to unfriendly psychological contents. Now, do you see the point here? Those romantic people that think that archetypal materials are good, wrong. Some archetypal materials can be helpful if related to appropriately. But you know, you come into my analyst, say, I got an archetypal dream. Like it's good news. Well, it may not be good news. It may be, but it may not be. So you want to look at it and say, well, what's the content of this? Oh, Aries is erasing your computer. This is, it is good news in the sense that you said. It says, hey, heads up. Be aware of this and don't identify with it. So that's a good point. Yes, back here. Say that again. I said I was going to talk about what? Well, that's Jung's thing, that Jung kept warning. This is the cultural side of this. He kept saying, look, there are a lot of indications that Europe was in a cultural, very difficult period, and that was likely to create a situation in which there could be a psychic contagion of these spirit complexes of the demonic kind. A possession by Wotan. And later on, as he wrote about this, he said, sure enough, I was right. It happened. And look what happened. And so the Holocaust among other things, Jung would trace back to some of these cultural conditions and the susceptibility, particularly in arrogant modern flatland culture. Remember Jung's point, just because you say the spirits don't exist, Martin Kelsey's wrong. If you don't think they exist, that doesn't make you less susceptible to them. In fact, I was joking with one of my friends about this recently. We were talking about this. I said, does this make sense to you? I said, it sounds to me like what would happen is that then, you've heard of stealth bombers and stealth fighter planes. I say, it seems to me like what this means is you get stealth spirit complexes that come in under your radar, and you don't even know that they exist. So how can you scan for them on the radar? And I think that's what's happening in modern culture, and I think it's real interesting to think. I mean, if you just get some folks to think about, well, what would happen if Jung was right about this? And what would it mean if, in fact, our flatland philosophers and our flatland scientists and our flatland psychologists and our flatland psychiatrists are really not helping us? They're really opening us to massive contagion of toxic contents from the collective unconscious. Now, that's Jung's point. And I never had given it very much careful thought before. And I think it's interesting to give it some thought. I want to invite you to give it some thought and tell me what you find out. But anyway, yes.
The movie.
Did any of you watch any of those movies? Which ones? You got 7? Now 7, the movie 7C, would be appropriate for part A here under the clinical reflection. Say, because you see in that one, you get these extremely violent anti-life manifestations in a particular personality, but it's not identified outwardly anywhere as being a possession state. The movie, in 7, however, the movie suggests strongly to you, what's that wonderful African-American actor that played in that? Morgan Freeman. His character is so great in that, because at the beginning of the movie, Morgan Freeman has sort of gotten jaded. He's sort of become a modern in flatland, and once you get to be a modern in flatland, you don't think there's any such thing as evil, and you start thinking about retirement, and nothing's worth fighting for, it's all blah 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 blah. And by the end of the movie, after this close encounter, I like to say, think about your life and think about what close encounters of the deadly kind you've had lately. Well, after his close encounter of the deadly kind, his radar is improved now. And he has received some energy now that he realizes there are things around that are really evil and are worth fighting against. So I just think that's such a powerful, it's an awful experience. But in terms of what we're talking about, in part A there, the clinical expressions of these spirit complexes in extremely horrible activities by humans, it's relevant for what we're talking about today. Yeah.
Would that really be a possession, or would it be where the virus has gotten so close to the ego where it's infiltrated it to the point that the individual is just going crazy?
Okay, but I don't get the differentiation there. He's saying in that situation in the movie 7, where this serial killer, who is capable of doing, remember Jung's suggestions, look at weird and horrific behaviors, who is doing extremely, extremely horrific things that are not just, just somebody losing their temper. I mean, you might lose your temper and do something very horrible to somebody, but planning it out like this and, having such an incredible sadistic sense of joy in it all. You said, is it possession, or is it that the spirit complex is infiltrated and But you see, that's what possession would be in this case. That would be an example of a possession state that most psychiatrists wouldn't have any way of dealing with. They'd simply put that in some nice little diagnostic category, and they would say, well, this, most of them don't study this stuff. In fact, it's very interesting to me how few people study what we know about serial killers. Because if you study what we know about serial killers, you will get more interested in spirit complexes. Yeah.
This is the other one. In The Exorcist.
You didn't watch both of those last night.
the demonic character that took over the person, fought.
Yeah.
For the person to be pushed up or exorcised. And
fought the demonic agent.
Yeah,
fought.
He didn't want to give up.
Absolutely. Right.
Okay.
Did not want to give up control of the little girl.
Yeah.
Right.
And in this case, the demonic.
Which case?
In the seventh.
In 7.
He was really wanting to be killed.
Okay. Right. So what do you make of that? He says in 7, the person that was the bearer wanted to be killed. What might you say about that?
It's the blue here, that's the killer.
Right. Remember now, in possession states, this is why I want you to read the Österreich book. Very carefully. I couldn't give you all the stuff on that. But see, in some possession states, the host personality completely loses consciousness, like Keith was saying, and amnesia develops and you don't remember anything. But there are other forms where the host personality is aware of what is going on at the time that the possession and the associated behavior is occurring. In fact, think about this. We've got all sorts of nice little words to talk about this kind of thing in psychoanalytic theory. We talk about horizontal splits and we talk about vertical splits. And in a horizontal split, I manage not even to be aware of things, unpleasant things in my psyche. I think I'm nice all the time. I think I'm nice. I may really abuse you, but I'm not aware of it. In a vertical split, I am aware that sometimes something very monstrous comes in to me, and I do these monstrous things, but I am aware that I'm doing them. Maybe not fully, but I remember that I actually beat you up. I'm trying to figure out some way to rationalize why I did that, how you made me do that to you, see? But I'm aware. So what I would suggest to you is that in 7, are you following my logic here? In 7, you say, there are many people out there, you read the newspaper, there are all kinds of accounts, for example, of child molesters who know that they are child molesters, and they cannot stop it. Jeffrey Dahmer, she says, was relieved that he was caught. This would be another example of this. See, because in this phenomenology that Österreich reports, the hosts are often, you can be, one form of this is you can be aware that you are being kind of taken under, and you cannot stop it, but you are aware that it's going on and do not approve of it. In fact, remember yesterday when we were talking about people that I think we talked about this yesterday, people that get into compulsive pornographic acting out, a lot of those people hate it. A lot of those people hate that they do it. And so there's a lot of clinical phenomena around this example that a person would want to be killed in order to prevent this from going on. And so that makes perfect sense to me about if somebody was a serial killer and knew it and felt awful about it and could not stop it and perhaps even had tried to get help psychologically. There are cases like that. So it's really, that's an intriguing example you're giving there. I'm just suggesting that the literature accounts for that particular form of possession. Yes?
I was having a problem with the distinction between the repressed personal complex and this
Say it again.
The repressed personal complex.
Yes.
Which can lead one to act out in all those ways.
Yes. Yes.
And last night when I was watching Seven, I guess I was resistant to the idea that this guy was possessed by a demon, but it seemed that maybe he was. Does there have to be some element of both?
Now that gets me to another important issue. She's asking, well, what about cases where it may be a little bit of both? It may be that there's some wound in the developmental integration of the psyche, and that may coexist. That is, some autonomous complex related to the self structure may coexist with some invasion by a content. Okay, there you're making my point. Thank you. She says, for the tape, she says, or it makes way for the invasion of the spirit complex. Right. You just put your finger on it. Because remember Jung's argument, whenever we're wounded, whether it's an individual or a group that's undergoing tremendous turmoil, or a culture that's undergoing tremendous turmoil, or a family that's undergoing tremendous turmoil, and in some sort of liminal or chronically liminal state where they can't get reorganized, that is exactly when the susceptibility to invasion of these contents occurs. And so we could even say, take our Aries guy, we could even say that let's just hypothesize, in this guy's family, maybe it was not okay for him to be assertive. He was supposed to be nice. And every time he tried to be assertive, he was either shamed or there were other negative, there are all sorts of varieties of things families do with sons that try to talk back. You can be beaten up or you can be shamed so that you're supposed to be nice, not like dad, But anyway, you can think of some examples of that. But anyway, the point is that the aggression never got blessed. It never got integrated. And what you're suggesting is then that very fact may in fact create a kind of structural, what I would call in my work, a structural instability in the organization of the self, which then makes it possible for, in certain traumas or certain difficult regressive times for that person, make it easier for that God complex relating to the violent behavior to invade. That is back to what I was saying to the therapist here, that in this situation, for example, what I will do with a man like this is to try to get them to do martial arts lessons, and with a very carefully selected sensei and a very carefully selected dojo, where the attitude toward the martial arts is one that is contexted in spiritual practice and tradition, and they're not just trying to be bullies. And where they have the philosophy that if you're really a warrior, you never lose your temper. And see, that is something that is characteristic of traditional martial arts. That is, the true warrior never has rage attacks. And so the presence of any rage attack is simply an indication you're not initiated on the aggression line. That is the essence of true martial arts. And so the putting that stuff in the dojo, that's a vessel, like we Jungians would call the dojo of a martial arts place, a vessel to contain aggressive energies. And so that person, when I get them in, I say, you don't need to worry. If you get out there on the mat with the sensei, you do not have to worry about losing your temper and hurting him. You will not be able to hurt your sensei. I will guarantee you, you will not be able to hurt him. And you can just experience all the rage you want to experience. out there on the mat, and you will not hurt the sensei. And if you speak to the sensei about this problem you have, the sensei will not hurt you. And so that stuff gets blessed and it gets contained, and the numinosity of aggression is lowered. It becomes ordinary. For example, an advanced Aikido black belt does not worship aggression. They're not too impressed with it. And so that would be an example. I work with it in terms of that kind of ritual containment and blessing of it. Just let it in. Bless it. Honor Ares. Go to the temple of Ares, where they burn incense to the god of war, so to speak. But they don't let it possess them. They don't confuse themselves with the god of war. So, and then of course working with that in therapy. So I think that ordinary therapists and analysts shouldn't mystify this too much. You just do good psychotherapeutic work on instances like this. And I think that the person's adaptation, as Jung would put it, the person's adaptation to life improves. They're less vulnerable to the power. The libido doesn't go into that spirit complex as much. So they become more free of it. So that would be an example. Yeah, Keith.
I just wanted to come back to the specific situation of the dream, and then ask you for a projected example of the
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And that is that sometimes I think when something like a dream like this occurs in the analysis, makes often turning points in the analysis too, and it may be very important what you do really at that exact moment.
Right.
And the thing that occurs to me is that when something like this comes up, and maybe it's more obvious in the example of the Aries, there are two things that are happening right at that moment. There's a coldness, and there's the thrall. There's the thrall of the gods, and one is in the thrall. And that's a different kind of feeling tone than having a kind of a warm enthusiasm and having kind of warm grandiosity. But there's something chilling here, and it seems like it's important to ask this person. I mean, as you, sorry to have your name, but you said to kind of come in and, well, how did that make you feel?
Yeah.
And because bringing the person to that feeling,
the person, bringing them back, yes.
Seems to be important, because otherwise, it seems to me that they are not drawn, they're not sort of drawn back into the warmth of that human
relatedness. Yes, that's right. That's beautiful.
Then they may not even really hear whatever longer term plan.
I think you're right.
Oh yeah, sure.
I think you're right. You see, it's like what you're saying is that you, the helper, need to welcome that person back to the campfire, the warmth of the human community, and the two of you sit and you look at that together and you say, well, how does it feel? And so you increase your connection to the person at that point, because the assumption is that something has happened to them to isolate them. You want to bring them more into connection, and by virtue of strengthening we call that the therapeutic alliance or the transference bond or whatever you want to say, then you have more power to help them stay human and be more conscious of this impersonal content that's present. So I think you're absolutely right. And you know, that thing he said Keith was saying, the idea of the thrall, the enthrallment, that's related to enchantment. The way these contents sort of they've got they sort of are hypnotic, is what you're suggesting, and I think you're right. Spell.
But that's
why they used to talk about the spell.
why the person doesn't have a clue. It's not because they may be experiencing it and they'll have to pursue it for years.
Yes, right.
They haven't got a clue, not because they don't know anything, but
Because it has a spell. If there's a spell effect. I think you're absolutely right about that. Well, let me take a few minutes and so anyway, I just want to reiterate again, to start with, you look, this stuff appears in dream images. And so working with dreams with an eye to collective contents and with great care about what is the nature of this collective content in this dream and what's it got to do with what's happening to this person at this point in their life. Is this collective content one of those I talked about yesterday? That is one of those that is a raw material for their maturing self, and therefore it needs to be worked with to integrate? Or is this a collective content that is clearly not raw material for the emerging self? And then the question, what's going on in the person's life that's related to this specific collective content? And remember, you Jungians all know a lot about how to amplify, look at this collective content in the context of other cultural materials to get a little sense about what this is about. Like you can go study if the unconscious says this is Aries, or gives you some other god name, you can go do some study on that and see what that's associated with. In my research in recent years, I have discovered, blew my mind. Nobody ever told me. Somebody almost accused me of plagiarizing Georges Dumézil. And Dumézil, this great French scholar of Indo-Aryan culture, and I had never read anything by this guy. So I thought, well, if I'm being sort of hinted that I've plagiarized him, I better go find out what he's talking about. Turns out there's this wonderful body of literature that sort of relates to my King, Warrior, Magician, Lover work. That's sort of cross-cultural grist from my mill, actually. But the important point is there are in that research they show how particular gods are associated with particular functions. And so you can use a careful analysis, and this is sort of what Gene Bolin was getting at. You can use the appearance of particular gods or goddesses if you track down what functions they were related to in the culture. It'll help you in the diagnostic process. And so I think that is, Jean Bolin did that, but she has not exhausted that. So I would encourage all of you to, continue that kind of work where we get more careful selectivity about what particular god or goddess figures, what cultures have said about their roles. Because if you're a Jungian, not a post-Jungian or a pre-Jungian, you would get some help in diagnosis with that. Now, I want to turn now to just a little discussion of Edgar Cayce and this Ramtha material. We've got to watch our time here. It's getting away from us. Most of you, I'm sure, know about Edgar Cayce, and this would be going to the example of instances where you see something that looks like a spirit complex manifesting in a way that could be argued to be healthy and helpful. And in short, those of you that may not know about Edgar Cayce, he would go into trance states, and people would raise questions about their medical conditions. And he would give what we would call readings. today he would be called, I think, a channel. There wasn't any channeling, well, so to speak, back in. They didn't talk much that way, but he would give readings with regard to medical conditions, and all these readings were recorded, and they are now actually on CD, I believe, in the Association for Research and Enlightenment up in Virginia Beach, Virginia. And it's a fascinating case, and actually it has not been studied enough scientifically by scholars. You know, as Jung pointed out, a lot of scholars will simply avoid studying controversial materials because they don't want to be tainted by having studied it. But Casey, there's a great deal of indication. You know, there's never any assertion that information coming from these channels is always accurate. But there is so much information in the Casey case that accurate information was given in a large number of these readings at a distance, that the claims that there was some sort of paranormal knowledge being mediated through Casey. Now, there in this case with Casey, there was allegedly, that is, in the presentation, the self-presentation of material, a number of spirit complexes that allegedly spoke through Casey. They did not name themselves. They would give their names often, and they would be different entities. And sometimes in the reading, Casey in trance would enumerate the different entities that were present and sharing information with him prior to the reading. So it's fascinating material, and the interesting thing about it is a singularly interesting case because of the vast amount of data that has been kept. And as a scientist, that's very interesting to me because the potential research, historical and otherwise, on that is enormous. It's just that not very many people work on it, you know. But there's a lot of evidence about the cases. The readings are there. Those cases could be traced down historically and establish the quality of the information that was coming through. You know, that's one of the things in this thing they always point to the question of, well, this thing claimed to be a collective content, and it claimed to be giving information that was from beyond the personality of the person. It's pretty easy to assess the quality of the information in a lot of those instances. And in this Edgar Casey example, it's pretty impressive, a lot of it. I mean, you don't have to go to any metaphysical explanations if you have a concept of the collective unconscious. And as I'll get to a little bit later, if you have a view of reality influenced by either process philosophy or the new physics, then you can understand how there might be communication at a distance and not have that be a metaphysical or at least a non-rational claim. The Ramtha case, which is the one I've been looking at with another team of folk doing research on it, that research process has just really gotten started, and it's really quite interesting. You know, Jung, in this volume that I've been sharing with you, he puts all this in the context of his scientific experiments on complexes. And you got to remember, Jung gets trashed a lot as being some kooky and not scientific, but actually he was the most scientific of all the psychoanalysts. And there's no reason whatsoever for Jungian analysis not to be the most scientific psychoanalysis today. There's absolutely no reason. That, in my personal view, that's the direction it should move. I am not supportive of those people that want to turn it into post-Jungianism, which is sort of a pseudo-branch of literary models, or do like some of my colleagues and really throw out Jungian tradition for Kleinian object relations theory. I think that's a dead-end cul-de-sac. I really think what we need to do is to continue the tradition of developing this as a scientific approach to psychoanalysis tied to empirical research in all the other disciplines of psychology and other disciplines, including anthropology and the new physics and biological sciences, neurobiology. And there's absolutely no reason why we can't carry Jung's association experiments further. I don't know whether you've been keeping up with this, but we have enormous breakthroughs now in technology of research. And for example, when for the first time we were able to get permission from J.Z. Knight, who is this host for this entity Ramtha, allegedly this entity Ramtha, and she said, well, her point of view, I raised with him, I said, she could be a fraud, she could be lying, but there probably are ways to scientifically to establish whether she's lying or not, if she would subject herself to them. And so lo and behold, much to the surprise of her detractors, she volunteered to subject herself to all sorts of scientific tests, actually during the process of some channeling. So here, for the first time, we couldn't hook Edgar Casey up because apparently no Jungians ever got to him to do word association experiments with him to find out what complexes might be related to his work, what autonomous complexes might be related to his work. But now we have far more sophisticated research technology to tell what's happening in somebody's mind and body when they're doing and thinking various things. And we're only really beginning this now. We're really only entering a totally new phase. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Might as well move to the next section, new research. We're coming into a totally new phase in which the scientific research dimension that Jung started with the word association experiments can be carried forward. And to just give you a little example of what we've done so far with her, is she was in fact willing to be hooked up to the most sophisticated body of psychophysiological instrumentation that exists now. And she allowed this team, headed up by Stanley Krippner, and probably one of the most outstanding psychophysiological researchers in the world, and they monitored her as she went into trance, and as this alleged entity came in and manifested, gave its readings and so forth, and then as it ended. And they've got all this material on all the graphs and all the readings and so forth, and they've been analyzing this data. And for example, I didn't really expect as a Jungian to have a major influence on the way that they've conceptualized the study, but what has happened is that they have used the material I've been sharing with you to frame the research questions. And that is to say, initially, as I said to them, is she a fraud? Is she lying about what she feels is happening to her? In other words, first you got to establish, is she a fraud? Is there really anything happening, or is she just a good actress? And if there is something happening, could it be that she's a multiple personality disorder, and that there is no spirit complex, and so on? And so you line up the questions that you would raise for the research based on the stuff that I've shared with you. That is, you've got to establish, is anything happening? Second, is there any indication that there really is some dissociation, major dissociation happening here, where there really is something other than her ego taking over? And then, of course, you got the question is, if it is not her ego that's saying this stuff, then it could be some alter personality, as in a multiple, differential, a DID, dissociative identity disorder, and then so forth and so on. And then you've got to, if you're really doing a thorough job of the research, you do with her what you do with Casey, if you could. That is, you test the quality of information that's allegedly coming from paranormal sources, and then you also, in terms of whether this, even say it's a spirit complex, but it doesn't have any particular wisdom in terms of information, scientific information, it might still be a benign spirit complex, might be helpful in some other ways, and for that you use your discernment questions about whether or not life is being served, abundant life is being served in her students, in her community, and so forth. So you get a sense whether, even if it is a spirit complex, is it helpful or harmful? And so anyway, that stuff has just begun, but it was very interesting what they found on the initial psychophysiological test, because they were able to demonstrate that when this thing appears, this thing that calls itself Ramtha, this thing appeared to her in a visual appearance. It was not just a presence that she felt like in that chapter in William James, but this thing, she had a visual perception of Ramtha. And this is what she reports. But anyway, when this Ramtha entity came in the channeling, or when she said it came in, the readings, the psychophysiological readings showed body changes. Remember my comment about what is a true possession state? That it always includes very significant physiological changes. Well, now the psychophysiologists are able to document that much more scientifically than ever before in history. And what happened was very striking. That is, there were psychophysiological changes that these psychophysiologists know scientifically cannot be caused by the personal will. There were significant changes in her body temperature, in blood flows, in all sorts of bodily functions which cannot be influenced by the conscious mind under any kind of normal circumstances, that were documented and established beyond any reasonable doubt. So something very significant in terms of autonomous complexes is happening in J.Z. Knight when she channels Ramtha. And that's not a matter of opinion. That is now a matter of scientific record. So now my question to them is, and recently they had me on the front page of the Washington Post commenting on this, and they made me sound a lot more negative than I in fact am about it. I was simply saying, well, is this a multiple personality disorder? Is this Is this a dissociative identity disorder, we would call it today, or not? Well, there are ways of investigating that, and so this research is ongoing. I'm not saying that she is. I think that it's entirely possible that this is an example of possession, a true example of an individual experiencing a possession state that can be scientifically established as a possession state. Now that's, again, remember what I said, that also leaves the question, what is this if you take away the psychological brackets? And this is where we get to Carl Jung's last comment. Let me read that to you, because it's relevant for what we're talking about now. On the last page of that chapter, he has just, and these are the early versions of this. The first thing he says is, as far as this is the young Jung, this is the young Jung. This is before he writes this footnote later that he says, they are, so far as my experience goes, these spirit complexes, the exteriorized effects of unconscious complexes. I am certainly convinced that they are exteriorizations. Read that. They come from the unconscious. They have no independent existence of the psyche. Read that. They are not personal. They are autonomous complexes in the collective unconscious, but they have no independent existence ontologically or metaphysically. I have repeatedly observed the effects of this, of the telepathic effects of unconscious complex, a number of parapsychic phenomena, but in all this I see no proof whatsoever of the existence of real spirits. And until such proof is forthcoming, I must regard this whole territory as an appendix of psychology. That's the young Jung. Now, footnote 15. After collecting psychological experiences from many people in many countries for 50 years, I no longer feel as certain as I did in 1919 when I wrote this sentence. That's the sentence I just read to you. To put it bluntly, I doubt whether an exclusively psychological approach can do justice to the phenomena in question. Not only the findings of parapsychology, but my own theoretical reflections outlined in the essay on the nature of the psyche have led me to certain postulates which touch on the realm of nuclear physics and the conception of the space-time continuum. This opens up the whole question of the transpsychic reality immediately underlying the psyche, period. In other words, at this point in his life, he's looking back and he's saying, the new physics comes in, all bets are off. All that 19th century flat man talk is now outmoded. Happily, on this research team of people that they brought together for this Ramtha research, there are a number of physicists and who are involved in the process and looking at the changes in the new physics, which may raise the question as to whether or not there may be, in fact, some reality to these entities that the 19th century science cannot open up at least the question about in terms of research. And this is Jung's point of view, and it's my point of view. You know, one cannot say at this point scientifically what might be the wider implications of some of this paranormal stuff. However, if you read the book by Goswami that I put in the reading list, Goswami was one of the physicists at this conference, and if you look at a lot of the other stuff that's being done in the new physics, the potential for at least things like communication at a distance and all sorts of other interesting phenomena related to consciousness. It seems, according to very, very controlled experiments, it seems that the conscious mind has more impact on physical reality than 19th century science thought possible in terms of actual research evidence now, and that's being compiled. So I'm no physicist, but I think that as I'm suggesting down here, this is an exciting time to be alive. I wish I had a lot more years left to work than I probably do. But it's an exciting time to be alive and to be a scientist interested in these issues. And, I think looking at the stuff that Ken Wilber does in that Sex, Ecology, and Spirituality book is useful, because Wilber's model, I think, is a kind of a fruitful model for us to look at and sort of do our own version of. That is to say, there's no reason to continue that old 19th century flatland paradigm where science and religion are necessarily at odds, science and spiritual issues. There's no reason why we can't take a more scientific attitude, empirical attitude in spirituality and theology. In fact, process philosophy is an empirically oriented philosophy. And one of the things that's fruitful is the potential in the work of people like David Griffin from the Center of Process Studies out in Claremont, California. The work that David Griffin has done, I don't know how much you know about Whiteheadian philosophy. If you want to take a look at it, just the way it's applied to Jung, one of my former students, Michael Smith, wrote a book called Psychotherapy and the Sacred, in which he's got a section in there on Whitehead's philosophy in relationship to these issues. I would suggest you look at that, because from a Whiteheadian philosopher assumes modern science and makes no claims that cannot, for the most part, be consistent with contemporary, we might say postmodern science. It's the first major systematic philosophy which was born after the theory of relativity. So there's a sense in which Whitehead's thought and Jung's thought are the first major postmodern, truly postmodern systems. And that's what I think, anyway, in my own work. So there's the chance for research on philosophical paradigms which are consistent with science, but try to get to the philosophical grounding of science in a way that 19th century scientists and contemporary flatland scientists can't do. We've got to stop idealizing the intellectual life of physical scientists and including psychologists. Most of them have no training whatsoever in the philosophy of science and don't really know how possessed they are by a 19th century flatland paradigm. So there's exciting stuff that can be done, philosophical research in relationship to science, theology and spirituality in relationship to science, such as the work that's being done in Hyde Park at the Institute for Religion and Age of Science, and a group that Keith has been associated with, Gregory Bateson's, what's the title of that? The Gregory Bateson Society. So there are significant interfaces between science, spirituality, and philosophy that are happening now that are fresh and not flatland approaches. As I say, the Ken Wilber material models ways of thinking which can make spirituality more open to scientific knowledge and which make science more open to researching things spiritual. And that is relatively recent, that kind of development. It's kind of interesting to me that the people that are most open to looking at these things are the most rigorous scientists. And the psychologists and psychiatrists are the most closed-minded people still living in flatland. They're really outmoded in their scientific paradigms. So the new physics is a resource. We have to have much more empirical research, and it's an exciting time to be doing it. So let me open it up. We've got about 5 minutes for some comments, questions about any of this material that we've talked about this morning. Yes, Keith, and then you.
Thank you a lot for the presentation. I wanted to ask you if you have any comments about collective possession. All the after the experts were finished commenting on Heaven's Gate, they really had the line, well, it's not the content of the belief that's important, it's all in the dynamics of the group, which isn't exactly satisfying.
Woo. Keith is asking about the Heaven's Gate thing and what that may mean about our collective situation culturally. Actually, the reason I don't have as much time to devote to these research interest in scientific psychoanalysis that I'm so fascinated with is because I'm so worried about what you're raising. And I spend a lot of my time down in Hyde Park trying to work with institutions, both the university and theological schools, and also this Institute for World Spirituality, which try to look at what you're talking about, our collective situation culturally and spiritually, and try to get a sense of where we are and what's happening. And actually, what I've said to a lot of my students, there was a lot of humor. You know, the press did a terrible job dealing with that Heaven's Gate thing. There is so much ridicule, so much lack of empathy, so much sort of incredibly uninsightful commentary about what that was about. And it goes back to the Waco tragedy. There's been so little use of scholars that understand these materials. Back when the Waco incident happened, when that thing got started, I called the FBI and I gave them a list of people like myself and others who have researched these small religious groups for many years and are experts on the dynamics involved in them, and trying to get them to call some of these experts to have consultation before something tragic happened. They called none of the experts. In fact, the only people they contacted were some of these right-wing anti-cultists, so-called anti-cultist organizations, which really made it terrible because they were projecting demonic images onto these people. We're in a very desperate cultural situation. That's what I say to my students. I say, look, you got to understand, a lot of people are very desperate on this planet right now. But in Jung's term, our adaptations are not working. Our collective adaptations are not working. I keep saying to people, we're in a time that parallels the 1930s, the early 30s. And in this way, our collective adaptations on this planet are not working. And if you don't believe me, get Robert Kaplan's recent book called The Ends of the Earth, where he's talking about global trends and the tendency toward not improving our cultural adaptation, but the cultural trends all over the world now toward deculturalization, such as we're seeing in Africa now. So remember our discussion today. When that sort of thing happens, the human psyche becomes more vulnerable to infection from archetypal collective contents that are not always friendly. The other side of it is, I'm not a hopeless person. I'm very hopeful right now. And because I also listen to Jung on the other side of this, he says, when it's time for a move forward in culture, there will often be a time like this where there is a sort of a collective regression and new ideas can come in through the positive side of the collective unconscious. That is, this is how new possibilities open up. In a time like this, he says it's parallel to the first century in the early days of the Christian church. Ideas about the dignity of human beings came in that time. So I think we are in that Chinese situation, you know, crisis opportunity. We are clearly in a planetary liminal, at least liminoid phase. We have a window, very significant cultural progress toward a humane habitat for humanity and friends can be made. But I'll tell you, there's not enough folks working in the vineyard to make that happen. So my personal feeling about that is that we have to mobilize as many networks of people of goodwill throughout the planet as possible now. That's what we're doing in this Institute for World Spirituality. That's what I wanted to remember to tell you. What we've embarked upon, you know, every street gang on the planet has got a high-tech organization. They're all working the internet. They've got the countries divided up between different gangs for the drug trade. The drug lords of the world have lots of money, lots of personnel, lots of high-tech equipment. The folks that want to destroy the earth are very well organized, but it's very interesting. People of goodwill are not. We are engaged now in a project which we are going to officially announce this summer called Operation Torch, where we are in the process now of trying to find every religious and spiritual group on the planet, get them on one database, so that if you had something intelligent to say, to the leaders of all of the religious bodies on earth about the human future, right now you could not do that, because in spite of all the talk about interfaith cooperation, nobody has ever really tried to find all the groups before. We have a project going now, the International Religions Directory Project, through which we have an international team all over the planet. We're trying to find all the groups, get them on one database, get it on the internet, and so that people of goodwill who are concerned about ecology, people of goodwill that are concerned about human rights, people of goodwill who are concerned about race conflict, people who are concerned about interreligious conflict, so that they can have access to communication that they cannot have now. So we intend, number one, in a very short order, for people to be able to find all of these folks, and not only that, to be able to communicate with them. And then we're going to try to facilitate some cooperation on these major human agendas. Where the religious groups are a little strange, what our psychoanalytic research has shown us is that if you're strange, it will help you a little bit if you'll come back into the human family. So if you've got a group that you think is strange, like the Heaven's Gate group, instead of projecting all of our shadow contents on them, we should invite them to coffee. Talk to them about the community in San Diego, and we should have talked to them about how much wonderful work they could have done in San Diego with the homeless, and so on. And so what we want to do is to use the principles of not even Jungian psychoanalytic self-psychology, where we say, if somebody is less and less connected interpersonally, they will tend to be more and more crazy in their ideation and behavior. So what we want to do is those religious groups that already are trying to do something constructive, we want to encourage them. The religious groups are a little weird and on the edge, we want to invite them to coffee. Talk about, hey, why don't we get together and talk about what we might do about the homeless, what we might do about poverty. Why don't we get together and talk about microcredit and the revolution in microcredit that's happening on this planet? that for the first time we actually have a thing to help the poorest of the poor that actually works. And why don't we get all the religious groups of the world cooperating on facilitating the development everywhere on the planet of microcredit? And so, you know, I'm not hopeless at all, but I tell you, people of goodwill have to get themselves together and start trying to provide alternatives that are connected to other human beings and the family of humans and the family of religions on our common future. Because there are vast forces possessed by archetypal fantasy images of the end of the world, which would love to see us all disappear in a nuclear encounter between the zealots of one right-wing zealotry of this religion and the zealots of this right-wing zealotry in that religion. And the Russian nuclear arsenal has been sold to the highest bidder, and continuing is being. So this is a desperate time, but you know, it's not boring, right? And there's no excuse for anybody. We want to make it once and for all. We want to take away everybody's excuse for being bored and having nothing to do. Because when we get through with this project, this Operation Torch project and the Institute for World Spirituality, there will be no excuse for anybody on the planet to say that they don't have anything worthwhile to do. We'll be able to say, well, got some free time? Here, work on this. Of course, you know, that is to say, you know, what we got to understand is, and hopefully next year I'll also get to teach a thing on the psychology of democracy, which will be about the demonic side of idealization. And what we've got to learn on this planet is that governments will not ever solve our problems. That's an idealizing mistake. What we've got to do is to realize that communities of people at the grassroots cooperating and communicating on a planetary-wide basis based on basic issues. In other words, it's not local, you know, what do they think global, act local? Well, that's wrong. You got to do both. You think global and you do what you can globally, but you realize that most of the creative work that needs to be done will have to be done in communities at the grassroots level by ordinary folks, not heroes. Yeah, and we're out of time. Let's have one more comment, and then we will continue. All kinds of stuff, and I'm still trying to familiarize. There are huge amounts. I don't think it's as much as Casey's stuff yet, but they're recording it, and I have encouraged them to, okay, come on, if you really believe in this stuff, you've got to make it available so people can study it and evaluate it. So, you know, a lot of it is, just teaching about, for example, one thing that Ramtha talks about is, it has to do with techniques of, well, what I was just talking about. One of the interesting things we think about this group as we look at it, rather than doing what a lot of small groups or some small groups do in encouraging giving away one's power to think and become more adaptive. They work on, the teachings tell you that you have to claim your own power and you have to take your own responsibility for your life and so on. There are a lot of practical, simple, in fact, I've said to people, hey, you know what this is? This is basically cognitive psychotherapy, a lot of it. Telling people you've got to think in ways that make you more adaptive in life. So, but it's an extremely vast amount of material that I haven't had a chance. There's a book called Ramtha, An Introduction, which you can get. They're in Yelm, Y-E-L-M, Washington. And it's such a small town. If you write to Ramtha, care of Ramtha School of Enlightenment, Yelm, Washington, you can get a list of publications for your own study. And make it very clear, I'm not recommending that you study this. I'm just saying it is an interesting phenomenon, and there will be a book coming out, an initial book of these papers from this research within the year, which you can look at. All that stuff's interesting, you know. What's her name? Shirley MacLaine. You know, Shirley's fascinated by all that stuff, and I think Shirley MacLaine, her first experience with channeling was with one of the significant ones was with J.Z. Knight. So it's interesting stuff. You gotta keep your feet on the ground when you study this material and keep your discernment process going. Anyway, I hope all of you will do your part in the ongoing research on these things, and especially making the contributions to the community, including the Jungian community here at the Institute. Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much. Thanks.